anniversary. Louis Delatraz, one of his best mates, and Louis Delatraz's dad, one of his best mates, so he knows Louis very well indeed. Lovely to catch up with Alan and Brad, team, one of the other guys. Time to go racing. If you can, switch over to our world feed. It's the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks. Live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh bringing you 6 hours of uninterrupted coverage of the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks from just outside downtown of Indianapolis. Speedway, Indiana, Sebastian Bourdais on pole position will lead the cars around in a few moments' time to the green flag for our penultimate event of the season. It's also the second to last of the Michelin Endurance Cup races as well. We've got Motul Petit Le Mans to come at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. 14 corners, just under 2.5 miles. That's just under 4 kilometres for those of you who work on the metric system. And down towards turn 1, which is just towards turn 4 of the oval, then a wiggly bit, then down Holman Boulevard, which is the infield straight to another wiggly bit that brings you all the way back round to the start-finish strip. If you're on the oval, you're going in the opposite direction to that you would see if we were racing the full 2.5 miles of this classic oval track. There's rain in the air. Shay Adam is down in the pit lane. Have we got a clear pit lane yet, Shay?
Ha! Not even close, John. This is a massive field of 56 cars in the field. So the last cars have just gotten rolling. I can see Rexy now on the prowl. It's going to be fun to watch Rexy hunt his way up through the field. In the hands of Lauren Heinrich. That's the sound of the 80 Mercedes going by me. A big gap all the way back to the Dragon Speed Ferrari. Wonder if maybe Rasmus Lind had a little bit of issue getting that car fired up and going. It is the first time that Dragon Speed has run a GT car in IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Competition. They are announced as having a full season entry for next year, so we will be seeing a lot more of that car. There goes the Master Sullivan Lexus, number 12, and there goes Rexy. And guess what? Before those cars make it to the end of the field, the pace car is already crossing the yard of bricks. Woohoo!
Wow, really? That is impressive.
Yep.
56 entries, Jeremy Shaw. Let's take a look at our Porsche keys to the race. This is 6 hours, so you've got to be there at the end. This is a voyage into the unknown for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. 75 Fahrenheit, clouding a few spots. That's 25 Celsius in the air. Oh, this takes a different mindset, Jeremy.
It does, and patience is going to be absolutely a key here for everybody, and keeping concentration. These weather conditions, they're going to throw another spanner in the works as well. I think the track looks like it's pretty much dry now, but as Shay was saying, there's certainly rain in the forecast. Not supposed to be particularly heavy rain, but that could make it even more tricky. But it's going to be a handful for everybody.
Also looking at track limits, we've seen a race victory taken away already this weekend. Turn 6, the agent of the chicane. There's a lot of Michelin rubber laid out there at the moment, but there's a defined white line at the end of the curb, and if you run all 4 wheels over that, then you could be in trouble. You'll get warnings, but then after that it's a drive-through, and to drive through here is pretty costly.
It is. It's a long pit lane here. I think the pit lane delta is 52 seconds, one of the longest on the circuits. You don't want to be making unscheduled pit stops during this race. That is for certain.
So and finally, traffic management. Start and restarts will be key. People will have to push hard, but you're going to be in traffic after a couple of laps, Jeremy.
Yeah, gosh, I mean, you might get 3 or 4 laps perhaps, 4 or 5 laps perhaps for the GTP cars before they encounter the GT traffic, and after that it's going to be absolutely constant. And Shay illustrated that graphically there as she was describing the cars leaving the pit lane. I mean, she could almost see the leaders coming around the final corner as the final cars are going out of the pit lane. It's going to be like that during this race as well. It's going to be hectic.
Special hello to everybody at the Sun Inn at Felmersham who are watching at the moment, supporting Nick Tandy, the Felmersham Flyer, or the Birmingham Bullet. Well done to Pete and Connie and Laura and JJ, who've really turned that place around in the last few years. Beautiful spot, and they're all tuned in and watching for the next 6 hours in the centre of the UK. 6 hours on the clock. Green flag in the air. Sebastian Bourdais brings them to the green flag. Louis Delatraz looking to make a move. Can't make that happen in the number 40 cars. He tries to go around the outside. The red and black Acura with Mathieu Jaminet in the Nick Tandy car. Little cheer there from Felmersham, I think I heard in the background. Jack Aiken for Whelan Cadillac Racing. Now, the class split means that the GTs are only just coming to the flag now. And here comes Nicky Katzberg. He gets a great jump on the outside pole of Mike Rockefeller, who's dropped in behind, but that was okay because he did it after the yard of bricks. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the track as they go into turn 1. There's a little bit of rain on the windscreens. The wiper was going on the Corvette. Battle on the bricks. Tyrac.com safety car. These drivers have to find out for themselves. No tyre warmers, don't forget. Wow. Huge gap between the first and the last car. We've got the leaders coming through turn 10 at the moment, and we've got the back of the field still coming down the front straight. Jeremy Shaw side by side for second place. This is the Porsche number 6, Penske Porsche Motorsport, which is fighting and it's dropped a little bit down through the field. Actually, that must be the number 5 car. Jimmy Bruni, is it, who's dropped back?
No, it's number 6 car is dropping back there. Mathieu Jaminet really struggled on that first lap. He was passed initially by Jack Aitken, but the guy on the move there is kind of a 7. Felipe Nasser, absolutely a brilliant first lap. We talked about how difficult it was going to be to get these tyres up to temperature, particularly now it's significantly cooler than yesterday, but a brilliant first lap by the number 7 car there. Felipe Nasser moves himself way up the order.
Started at 7.
Yeah, and
yes,
there
it
he's
is, Jeremy,
outside for second place.
Now, I presume everybody started on Michelin slick tyres, and I'm trying to see the sidewalls. At the moment, the track has not been declared wet, so you can't go on to anything else. We don't have intermediates, or the old slick intermediates that we used to have from Michelin, those very clever tyres in the past. And at the moment, the man on the move is the Felipe Nasser, number 7 car. As I say, started down in 7th, now up to 2nd. That is the car that has the battling for the lead now, and goes through to the lead. My goodness me, with the wipers going down into turn 1, this is extraordinary stuff. Jeremy Shaw, he's finding grip where no one else is.
Yeah, astonishing, absolutely astonishing. I mean, he is in a class of his own right now. 1 minute 18.7 that lap for Felipe Nasser, 1:19.8 for Sebastian Bourdais, who was leading, for Louis Delatraz in that Acura in 3rd position, a 1:20.1. So tremendous effort there by Felipe Nasser in the first couple of laps of this race to move himself from 7th on the grid to the lead. That is, we just don't see that in this championship on a regular basis. Brilliant start.
Brilliant stuff from Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport in LMP2. Nick Bull held on to the Indy Europol pole position from Ben Keating in 2nd for United Autosports in the number 2, then Stephen Thomas in the grey, and highlight the yellow number 11 and PJ Hyatt in spike the purple EO Racing number 99 car. As far as the GTs are concerned, Nicky Katzberg from Mike Rockefeller, that's Corvette from Ford Multimatic in 3rd, Heart of Racing 23. They've got 2 cars in the Pro class this weekend. Roman DeAngelis is down in 6th position for the Aston Martin Vantage. Brunswick. We're talking about them after the Pro Drive 40th anniversary celebrations in Branbury today in the centre of England. The 027 moved into that class to try and help out their teammates. Bit of a schmozzle has gone on the far side of the track, and it involves the that is the Lamborghini of the 19 car, the Lamborghini in the GTD class, excuse me. Maxi Paul behind the wheel, and there was a Mustang involved in that as well. That was the 65 car, which is diving immediately into pit lane. That's Dirk Müller, and Maxi Paul was the Iron Lynx driver. And oh, Maxi came from a long way back. We saw some misjudgments like that yesterday in some of the other racing. It's under review. I think the Iron Lynx driver is going to get a penalty for that one. I'm not anticipating or suggesting that the race control, how they do their jobs, but I think that is one of the more easier ones. Shea Adam is in the pit lane, and he's not seeing the 65 Mustang in the pit lane.
Dirk Mueller's not coming to me. He's going straight back to the garage, which means that I need to walk down a few more pit boxes to try and get to the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, because that car is coming in to hit its marks. The damage to the Ford, Dirk reporting, needs more assessment than what they can do on the pit lane. Now, it's not a good thing, but this car could become a test dummy, in effect, for the sister car as far as rain is concerned, because when it does come back out from behind the wall, they could use it to see if it's wet enough for wets or dry enough for slicks. So that could work to their advantage later in the race, but this is never what you want to see, particularly as a Ford fan. They've done a splash of fuel for the 19 Lamborghini. They are looking at the right front, they are looking at the left front, pulling the wheels off. It doesn't look pretty, at least at this distance. I'll get a closer look for you, John.
And more drama, and this time towards the front of the field, and it's Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing in the Acura, who was in third position as they were coming through to lap traffic. Oh my goodness me, we said traffic was going to be an issue in the Porsche keys to the race, and it started early as the GTP cars come through the GTDs, which are GT3 specification. Remember, they aren't as quick as the GT Le Mans cars that they replaced off the track by the Cadillac of the number 31. That was Jack Aiken as he was picking his way through traffic, coming through the infield section there. Well, Jeremy, it started all right for a couple of laps. Everything was fine. Do you know what? I think the Acura was hit by the Dragon Speed Ferrari. Again, we're seeing the GT cars are so quick through the corners. Their corner speed, their minimum corner speed, Jeremy, into certainly the slow and medium corners is not any different. In fact, might be a little bit quicker, and they've got the benefit of ABS in these difficult conditions, and this is causing problems.
It certainly is. I mean, we knew it was going to cause problems because, the GTP cars are not particularly quick through the corners at all. And, I'm sure it just took the Ferrari by surprise. He would have expected that GTP car to romp away from him through there, because that's one of the newcomers in GT3. That was Rasmus Lindt, I think, who's starting the number 56 car. Yes, it was for Ferrari, the Dragon Speed Ferrari. And he's not used to driving GT cars, number one. He's just driving a prototype. Got a lot of experience in LMP3 cars, and I think that would have completely taken him by surprise, because he was swamped. There was a car on the outside, there was a car in front, there was a whole bunch of cars behind him as well, as he was trying to make his way up the order, having started at the back. A bit of a kerfuffle there, and it's not going to be the last one we're going to see during this race. The lap time for the leader, by the way, last time around was 1:21.3, 4 seconds slower almost than the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, we're going to see a drive-through penalty for Iron Lynx in the Lamborghini. As I said, not the most difficult decision that race control will have to make today. At the sharp end of the field, Jack Aiken is looking at the back of Sebastian Bourdais as they are battling for position. Goes down the inside, coming to the first corner, and managed to get that done. That was a classic manoeuvre, with Felipe Nasr leading now from Jack Aitken by over 4 seconds. The Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 has had a cracking start. Behind the top three, Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is in 4th position from Philippe Eng for BMW Team RLL. His teammate in the 25 is Conor De Philippi, and he's in 6th position. Ricky Taylor in 7th for Wayne Taylor Racing's Acura in the number 10. And Jimmy Bruni for Proton in the 5 car. That is the dark grey Mustang sampling machine. Tymon van der Helm in the 85 JDC Miller 963. Raising money for the St Jude's Children's Hospital this weekend. Well done on that, ladies and gentlemen. And in 10th position, Romain Grosjean in the Lamborghini. The car that is out of position, of course, after that spin, Louis Delatraz. He spun from a podium position in the number 40 and is still running, but having to pick his way through the LMP2 field, as well as coming through as he is lapping now the GTD field, and he's about 3/4 of the way up that at the moment. Looks like front suspension damage on the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. The green car in the pit lane is having what looks to be a front steering arm being removed at the moment. Shea Adam has a better view.
The thing that they haven't yet noticed, John, is that the rear is completely deranged as well. The rear left tire is actually pointing out, like toward where the driver's mirror would be, but the crew is so focused on getting the front fixed that they haven't done anything to address it. And the mirror is completely missing after the side-to-side contact with the Ford, but they do not have to replace that per the rule book.
Hello to right turn lover in the centre of Europe as the Cadillacs have swapped position, and Jack Aitken's now up to second for Whelen Cadillac. Asking the question, does the white line on the left side of Hulman Boulevard serve a regulatory purpose? Seems to be used by many as no more than a directional indicator. The rule is you have to keep some part of some tyre on the track. If you look very carefully at the end of the navy blue, white and black curbs at that point, you will see that there is a white line that goes from the edge of the curb and then diagonals back in to the edge of the track, and that caught out Richard Edge in the Porsche race yesterday, and he lost a race win for that. So that is what we are looking for on that back straight. So people heaving the car back to the right after they come through that. That is one of the places that the race control are looking very carefully. Exit of turn 8 as well. And we will see that come up on the screen. There will be warnings, and there will be a final warning that we will be able to tell you about. Felipe Nasr leading by 5.1 seconds for Porsche, ahead of the 2 Cadillacs. Then the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines in 4th position, ahead of the 2 BMWs from M-Team RLL. Acura, the best of the Acuras, in 7th position is the number 10 car. Now that has already had some issues this week. They had to replace a motor generator unit on the chrome blue and shiny black machine. Then it's Jimmy Bruni and Tymon van der Helm in the 2 privateer Porsche 963s, 5 and 85 in the top 10, made up by Romain Grosjean. Louis Delatraz now fighting back after being tipped into the spin earlier on by a GT car that he was lapping in the number 40 Acura ARX. He's back into 11th place and only 4 seconds behind the rest of the GT field. Ben Keating is taking the lead in LMP2 for United Autosports, relegating Nick Bull to 2nd place, but Ben is having to fight very, very hard indeed. Oh, and Nick's gone around, has he? Oh my goodness me, big spin. That was the 88 that went around. So that is Perez Compank restarts the engine with the lick of flame from the exhaust on the left-hand side. That was very close indeed. In GTD Pro, Katzberg for Corvette, from Rockenfeller for Ford, Riberos for Harter Racing, Neil Verhagen back with Paul Miller Racing for the longer race, Risi Competizione Ferrari, Daniel Serra in 5th, and Roman De Angelis for Harter Racing. And now, oh my goodness, that was very... Oh, and there's a spin. I thought that was a replay, but it's not. It's another spin. And this time it is the number 22 United car that has gone around in LMP2. And again, that was in traffic and on the wet grass, almost impossible to get purchase. Daniel Goldberg, announced earlier on this week, being back with the team next year, finally gets back onto the black stuff. This looks tough out there, Jeremy. I think it's slightly wetter and there's slightly less grip than we realise from the comfort of the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre.
Yeah, it really is tricky out there, I think, right now. And Jack Aitken has moved up into second place, just set the fastest lap of the race as well in second position. Look, that number 88 car doesn't seem to be making any progress there. It's, I haven't seen any wheel spinning, he just doesn't seem to be able to fire it up, and that, of course, is bring out now the full course caution. Let's see what happened.
He was going for the lead of the race, and for a moment, he almost got ahead.
He wasn't the lead of the race, he was battling.
Sorry, no, he was with the 22. Sorry, no, he was further back down the field. Yeah, he was battling with Daniel Goldberg.
But the other United car,
position.
The other United car, however, has taken the lead. Ben Keating has got past Nick Poole a couple of laps ago, so now leads in LMP2 in car number 2.
Yeah, we did. That's what threw me out. Goldberg, having weathered that storm, then got into the side of the number 66 Sheena Monk-driven Gradient Racing. That's absolutely nothing to do with Sheena's driving there. It's a little bit ambitious. As the responsible adult would say, that is a low percentage lunge, and that actually caught out a lot of cars further back down the field. We're in full course yellow, race controller asking all the cars to pack up. Tony on the starter stand has eschewed the raincoat at the moment, so it can't be raining that hard. And finally, Shea Adam, you saw the problem with the number 19 Iron Lynx Rampage.
I told them, and they still didn't listen or believe me, and the 3 mechanics were busy working on the steering arm at the front of the car, and then they finished that, dropped it off the air jacks, and went, ew. That was a weird bounce. Put it back up on the air jacks, on the dolly jacks, and now it's back in the garage. So the 19 Iron Lynx car, that's the green one that owes us a penalty for the contact with the 65 Ford, that is now back in the garage area. So at least those mechanics won't be getting wet out here on pit lane. It's not currently raining, but I have my rain jacket on because according to my radar, the app, not just my radar, it's supposed to get here within about 5 minutes. So we could have a very interesting pit cycle whereby the first cars who come in, i.e. the prototypes, go back out on slicks, and the second cars who come in decide to switch to wets.
Weather playing its part early here at Indianapolis for the TireRack.com battle on the brick. Sprinkles from just before the time that we rolled up. Hello to Jerry Z. More rain coming in the Speedway, Indiana. Light rain with a nasty looking front further back to the west. The drivers, the teams, drivers won't know about that, the teams will, and they'll be looking at it. If you're looking for live timing, by the way, all you have to do is punch in your favorite search engine, IMSA Al Kamel, and that will give you what we're seeing here in the booth, which includes the tracker. You can have the race control messages, or you can have just the standard timing. Also, by the way, new this year, we have the energy usage of the GTP cars. And this has been brilliant for us to watch, and you can watch it too thanks to IMSA. www.imsa.com/GTP-. So IMSA.com/GTP dash. Telemetry, T-L-E-M-E-T-R-Y. And at the moment, Felipe Nasr is 75% of his energy remaining with 255 miles an hour in third gear behind the safety car. Jack Aiken is in fourth gear as he tills around behind. Matthew Jamin is also in fourth, but Sebastian Bourdais is only in third. Oh, Ricky Taylor is in second, so is Jimmy Bruni. All of that information on IMSA.com/GTP-telemetry, bringing it closer to the action. IMSA mobilising those online resources for those of you perhaps who want to have a multi-screen experience. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, keeping an eye on that here. Hello to Crizzle at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, listening to us on 103.9 FM. Shea Adam down in the pit lane, getting ready to... I think we'll probably see some callers here from GTP. Who's standing on the wall?
A lot of them. Actually, most of them are up on the wall, to be perfectly honest. We are going to get a lot of callers down the pit lane. And hello also to our friends in the Chase 3 truck sitting out along the circuit, keeping us safe and helping. I was chatting with them before the race began, and they were very optimistic about the odds of the car count staying high throughout the entirety of the race. So far, you guys are right. I'm going to give that to you. All right, who's come in and who stayed out? Well, Felipe Nasr has stayed out. Jack Aiken has stayed out. Sebastian Bourdais has stayed out. And the Lamborghini has stayed out. Roman Grosjean, which means that we have Mathieu Jaminet into the pits in the number 6. Signboard is already swinging for Tymon Vanderhelm in that number 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963. We've got the number 5 for Jimmy Bruni in Proton Competition in the pits. All these cars, by the way, fuel only. It will be fuel only for both of the BMWs, as well as Philip Bang and Connor D. Felipe are staying aboard the 24 and the 25 respectively. Fuel only for Ricky Taylor, who goes slightly long in his pit box, which is a problem because Louis Delatraz is also coming in for a splash of fuel and a replenishment of energy. First car to get down and rolling once again was actually Jimmy Bruni, so managing to do a really good stop there. Jumps ahead. No, the Penske Porsche got ahead of him toward the pit exit, but came in further back, leaves P2. That was a good stop. We've got LMP2 cars into the pits, fuel, and it looks like tires are going on for Gar Robinson again. And we've got, let's see, that's Ben Keating came in for what looks like fuel only. Yep, those tires are still very, very dirty, so those would be the qualifying. We've got Dan Goldberg into the pit lane as well, and Stephen Thomas. No driver changes as of yet, as the spots of rain are starting to get a little more persistent. Let's see what it's like when the GTs come in.
Remember, this is a 6-hour race. Shea Adam, eyes and ears in the pit lane. Porsche keys to the race. They'll be there after 6 hours. We still haven't had this declared a wet race. So right now, Jeremy, even if you wanted to change Michelin tyres, the choice is still slicks. And if you change them, it would be colder slicks. So I'm not sure anybody might want to do that, but you've only got to look at what's going on in the bleachers and on the grass banks to see that with people putting on their rain gear, the rain is getting worse.
It only has to be declared at the start, doesn't it? It doesn't have to be declared wet during a race, I don't think, does it? I think yeah, once the race has started.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so once the race has started, it's up to you can put whatever tires you want on. It's only if before the race, if it's declared a wet race, you have to start on wets. But here we now wholesale changes among GTD, and so of the prototype cars, the only cars that did not come into the pits were what are now the 4 leaders, number 7, 31, 01, and 63. Everybody else did stops. In LMP2, the 2 cars that did not stop were the 52 and 99, which were running second and third. Shea.
I've got some cars going on to wet weather tires. We've got a suspension change for the number 55 Ford Mustang. That will not be a tire change. Number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus comes into its box very narrowly, avoids the leaving number 3 Corvette. They have gone on to wet weather tires for Alexander Sims. Very interesting move. It's new slicks going on to the 12 Lexus. Did my eyes just deceive me? No, new slicks, sticker slicks going on to the Lexus. Wow, I'm shocked on that. Windward came in, they did fuel and tires. We've got 3 Porsches leaving for Andretti, 70K, and Wright Motorsport, the Corvette for AWA was in. Also in the number 70 Inception for Ferrari. Haha, I said it right for the first time. We've got the number 80 in as well. That's Lone Star with their Mercedes. The 21A, of course, Ferrari is leaving on wet weather tires. The number 75, that was Sun Energy 1. I think they went back out on slicks as well. So we've got the best car to watch for an indicator right now, John, will be that number 3 Corvette by my money. Let's see, the number 55, they did go on to wet weather tires for Gianmarco Lavorato.
So the teams have made the decision, Jeremy, and this changes the complex of the race. It wasn't a tyre tight race in terms of how many tyres you had for qualifying and the race, but putting a set of wet weather tyres on means, of course, you have even more. And back into the pit lane, Shay, Adam, stand by. It is too wet now for the cars on the circuit. So, Shay, you're going to have some more callers. The top 3 have come back into the pits. Roman Grosjean is testing his skill. He's stayed out and takes the lead for Lamborghini.
I'm impressed by that because the rain is only going to get harder and it's only going to stay here for quite some time. The first 3 cars into the pit lane did not come in the last time around. That was the number 7 for Felipe Nasser, the number 31 for Jack Aiken, and the number 01 for Sebastian Bourdais. It is definitely wet weather tire conditions at this stage, but for the GTP cars, it is a more difficult wet tire to switch on, so that will be the challenge for all of them to watch. It's wet weather tires going on to the number 4 Corvette that started the race from the pole position. That's Nick Katzberg staying aboard. Nick, he's pretty good in the rain, so let's keep an eye on him. The number 9, Faf McLaren, they are also going on to wet weather tires. This is the 64. Back into the pit lane is the number 6 Penske Porsche. They came in and did fuel only the last time around. They're now putting the wets on. So too are both of the Wayne Taylor Racing Andretti Acuras and the 25 BMW, but I do not see the 24 BMW from M Team RLL. Very interesting maneuver there. We've now got the 63 Iyer Gameson. They put on the wet weather tires, as has PR1. With Inter Europol, we've got Sheena Monk leaving the pit lane on wet weather tires. I bet Stephen McAleer is angry he's not in the car right now. He loves these kinds of conditions. So I'm very surprised by the lack of the number 24 BMW and, of course, Roman Grosjean staying out. Very busy pit lane. This was the time that the pits are open for everybody. They're going to have to go around at full speed because the next time we come back, it will be to the green flag.
Apologies for those of you on the international TV feed. Know there's some audio issues at the moment. We're working through that. Our hard-working team at Concord. You're getting a bit of the NBC Peacock background music going on there. That we're aware of it. We'll get that fixed as quickly as possible. And as ever, thank you to all of our technicians. They're working on the NBC Peacock feed this weekend up in Charlotte, North Carolina for the international global TV feed, or up in London for our radio feed as well. So we still have to have RS2, by the way. If you go to IMSARadio.com, click listen live, RS2, you'll get exactly the same sound as is going to the TV feed without any music at the moment. We still have to have the drive-through by the Iron Lynx Lamborghini for that attack on the Ford Mustang number 65 Mustang, which is still in its garage. Driver out of the car at the moment, so that car is losing ground. Championship contender for Heart of Racing, the number 23 Aston Martin. Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got a lot more callers this time around. Paul Muller BMW is in. They have now decided to go to wet weather tires. As has Spike the Dragon, that's the number 99 LMP2 car. PJ Hyatt, we've got the 23 in, and a very close exit for the Whalen Engineering Cadillac as they get into the transition lane. They came in the last time around. This was just to top off with fuel. They had already put on the wet weather tires when the pits were open the last lap by. The 24 BMW did come in this time around. So interesting that Ray Hall choosing to split the 2 cars between the 2 different strategies. and pit them on the separate laps so that they wouldn't trip over each other on the pit stops. All three of the GT Porsches that I had seen in the pit lane that first go around that they were able to come in, they have now all been back down the pit lane and put on wet weather tires as well. So very few cars remaining in the field not on wet weather tires. I'm pretty sure the 14 Lexus leading the entire field right now is one of them.
Under full course yellow for that incident earlier, and you might see some cars overtaking under yellow, which of course you wouldn't normally. The GTPs come to the front of the field and will restart at the front of the field. There was a lot more damage to that number 65 Ford Mustang GT than I thought, because they've got all of the front end of that car. Now remember, there's been a second set of pit stops for some of the GTP cars. Philip Eng, Jack Aitken, Jimmy Bruni are all back into the pit lane. That means PJ Hyatt was scored in third position last time when he went through. So does that mean Felipe Nasser then, Jeremy, is still on slick tyres because he's only made one pit stop? I reckon Jimmy Bruni's the first person who came in the second time for the Michelin Wets.
No, number 7 car came in on the second time of asking, so to speak, on lap 16. The three cars that had stayed out initially, so you did. All the cars that came in initially stayed on slick tyres. The 3 cars that did not come in initially, the 7, 31 and 01, they came in on lap 69 a couple of laps ago and changed onto wets. So I think now everybody should be on wets in GTP. And a couple of cars the ones that didn't, well, the Lamborghini, which had just been in last time around, so it now goes on to wets, as does that number 99 car that you were talking about. That had not come in previously, but it has now switched presumably to wets. So I think all the GTP cars and LMP2s now should be on wet weather tyres. The only question mark is number 24, unless they switch to wets on that very first stop.
Adam could possibly shed some light on that. Which of the GTP, do we think all of the GTPs are on wet weather tyres now, Shed?
All the GTPs are on wet weather tires. As far as I can tell, I'm trying to figure out which GTD cars are still on slick tires. I believe both of the Vassar Sullivan Lexuses are still on these slick tires. Well, I know that the 14 is for sure. I believe the 12 is as well.
Okay. That's a bit of a gamble. This sort of situation, the top surface will be very, very greasy indeed, and when you've got windscreen wipers going, now that is an action of last resort, Jeremy, for racing drivers. They never want to put the windscreen wipers on. Now in fairness, they are going slowly at the moment, and as they pick up the speed, the coating that they put on the windscreen and on the plastic film, the tear-off film, that will help dissipate the water. That looks quite tricky out there at the moment.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And yeah, I mean it's pretty much full wet at the moment, isn't it? I mean, if you had intermediate tyres, that would be what you would probably want right now, but they don't. So you just got to make your choice and kind of live with it. But it'd be awfully tricky on slick tyres right now, no question about it.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch, RS2 via IMSA-radio.com, 103.9 FM around the circuit. It's 6 hours of racing. Where are we? 33 minutes gone. Let's take a VP racing update here. So Felipe Nasser, the man who has made the best of all of the conditions, slightly wet and wet, been into the pits, 95% virtual fuel tank energy level, and he leads from Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac number 01. That's the gold-fronted car in second. Unless I'm saying that That's not quite what I'm saying as the cars do go down the Ullman straight, but I'll just make sure that is the case. Jimmy Bruni in third in the number 5 Proton car. That's the Mustang sampling car. Yeah, and then behind him, Mathieu Jaminet in the white pinstripe number 6 Porsche Pension Motorsport. Timon van der Helm in the bright yellow 85 JDC. 963 BMWs. Number 25 Conor De Filippi in 6th. 7th Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing with his teammate Ricky Taylor in the 10 car, sitting right behind him in the line behind. The safety car, Jack Aitken, Whelen Cadillac, the red front car for 31. Then Philip Egg in 10th position. Romain Grosjean, who tried to stay out and actually was scored as the leader for one lap. He's slipped back down the field. Green flag is back in the air with 5 hours and 25 minutes still to go in a rapidly deteriorating weather pocket here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and down the inside to retake the lead, Sebastian Bourdais at turn 1. Felipe Nasser gave him the room. Bourdais goes wide, but there's very little grip. They're on wets now from Michelin. Heading through onto the chicane, and Bourdais slips wide again. You know what? There's already a drying line there around the far side of the circuit, and another spin for Dan Goldberg in the Terra-sponsored number 22 United Autosport. That's the second time, actually the third incident he's been involved in. Second time he's been left not facing the direction of travel. Jimmy Bruni is in third position and looking menacing. The Italian not been up this sharp end of the field for a little while. Cadillac, Porsche down the inside. That's a huge move from Nasser, who goes back to the lead as he went round the right-hander at turn 12. So he's now getting temperature and pressure into the tyres. It is getting quite dark out there. There will be no floodlights on here at Indianapolis. So this is the conditions we're going to have for the next just under 5 hours and 25 minutes. Bourdais swings wide, tries to do the cutback. Here comes Mathieu Jaminet. This is brilliant stuff. We talk about this being a platinum age of sports car racing in terms of the manufacturers and the cars and the closeness of the racing. Well, let's just doff our cap and give a little golf clap to the men and women who are driving the cars in all these classes, because this is top quality stuff, Jeremy.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? I mean, they're really working, earning their money right at the moment. It was really interesting at that restart. The Cadillac, very, very good for the first couple of corners. And then, as we saw at the beginning of the race, of course, on different tyres, the Porsche came in towards the end of the lap and able to make out a whole bunch of moves. So really interesting to see how the cars are kind of reacting differently to these different conditions, and very, very slippery. It's, you know, it's wet tyres is certainly, I mean, for some of the drivers, they'll be happy to be on wet weather tyres, because it was a real struggle even in the dry on the slicks.
So back to position 1 for Felipe Nasser. Battle for third. That is still being fought out over in the gloom behind the first two. You can see the leader because there's no spray. You can see second place because Sebastian Bourdais has got a bright gold front end on that machine. And then behind them, when we're going down the front straight, everybody else is in a little bit of spray. Into Europol, down the inside. Nick Bull goes for the lead on Ben Keating, the side-to-side contact. And the number 2, United Autosport, the formerly leading car. Nick Bull, of course, led early on. Then Ben Keating went through. And here comes the number 99 into the pit lane. This is a drive-through penalty for leaving equipment unattended for Spike and the AO LMP2 car. Penalty's going to hurt you here, Jeremy. We talked about it in the countdown to green, the Michelin countdown to green, and Porsche keys to the race. This is a long pit lane. It slows you down. You lose a lot of ground.
It is, and some side-by-side action here. Those Lexus, both of the Lexus are still on slick tyres. So interesting that he was able to make a move going into turn 3 on that Ferrari, the Inception Ferrari. Yeah, Inception Ferrari, not a McLaren anymore. And it looks now that the track seems to be drying just a little bit, and those slicks are working well for the Lexus. It's really interesting to see how things are changing here, lap by lap.
Track starting with 56 cars, you would expect them to do their job and dry the racing line, but Shea Adams just told me that it is starting to rain heavier around the circuit 40 minutes into the race, and what a 40 minutes we have had. Side-by-side action, Porsche and Lexus. That was well down the field as well. Jake Pedersen fighting off Frankie Montecalvo. Pedersen in the number 90, Kelly Moss with Riley Carr. Blue on one side but not on the other. Now hearing that Alexander Sims in GTD Pro is still on slicks. That was a brave call. But I'm not even certain how he's managing to keep that car on the track at the moment, because that is very slippery indeed.
So is the Lexus that leads and pulling away.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So they haven't stopped, of course. Hawksworth hasn't been down the pit lane, whereas everybody else, apart from the Forte Racing Devlin Di Francesco Lamborghini, which leads to GDD, they haven't been into the pit lane either.
Right. So they're in second position in GT.
Problem for Gradient out on the circuit. That's Sheena Monk and the NSX with just 2 races to go for Gradient before they move to Ford Mustang GT3. That car is up on the banking at turn 1 in the runoff. Now, depends how far round that car is, and also the Tower Motorsports number 8 car has rotated as well. That's John Ferrano, but he's got onto the grass. There's a little bit of damage to the right rear there, and he's missing one of the brake lights. It's actually still there, it's just hanging on by its wire. Now, looking at those tyres, is he on slicks as well? I can't believe. Put back out on slicks there.
Oh, I mean,
that is
last
at
time
turn
around,
12, by the way.
For the GT cars, John, last time around, Jack Hawksworth turned a 130.2. Devlin Di Francesco in second position, leading GTD, 133.7. Everybody else is in the 34s, 5s or 6s.
Yeah, so it's dry. It's dry enough for slicks if you're on the dry line at the front of the field.
And if you're brave enough.
Felipe Nasser went back to the lead for a moment, but on the right-hand side, Bourdais with his tyres in the wet part, that'll be cooling them down. Also, that car's running very low. He was still sparking there as he went over the bumps towards the pit wall on the start-finish line. So Bourdais was leading, lost the lead at the line, now leads again from Nasser and Jimmy Bruni and Mathieu Jaminet. Well, we often say with Porsche 911s that sticky conditions, slippery conditions are what they work well in. That's because they've got the engine quite far back and plenty of traction at the back end. All of these GTP cars, mid-engined of course. The Cadillac, non-turbocharged and a big capacity. Lots of torque in that car. Trying to work out where Conor De Filippi has he got through. Full course yellow. This is for Sheena Monk in the runoff. They can't get that car moved. JG went with green and white, actually more white and green now, isn't it? AO Racing tweeting, definitely not dry enough for slicks. Well, tell Jack Hawksworth that. I don't think that was contact, Jeremy, with the Acura NSX of Sheena Monk. Looks like she's turned it on and off a few times trying to cycle it through. I think that looks like that might be a dreaded electrical problem.
Yeah, how annoying. Gosh, this was really boiling up nicely, wasn't it? And how things are going to change now with, well, you know, is Alexa's going to come in and change onto wet weather tyres? I mean, goodness gracious, he's turning fantastic laps, significantly faster than everybody else. I mean, 4 or 5 seconds faster, or even 6. Patrick Gallagher, 1:36.6. He's running in the 6th position overall of the GT cars. So incredible pace by Jack Hawksworth there in those really tricky conditions. And Frankie Montecalvo too, he was working his way up the order.
Yeah.
Number 12 car.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest movers so far. This will be a short yellow, which means we won't go through the whole procedure and the pits will not open. So race control asking all the cars to pack up. I've got a feeling that this one might take a wee while to settle down. The rain is still falling. And we did the GTPs before the last restart on our VP in-race update. Let's do P2s where Nick Bull is ahead of Ben Keating, although I think race controller looking at the way he took the lead because there was side-to-side contact between the Inter-Europol 52 and the United Automotive 52. Position. That is Stephen Thomas in the grey and highlighter yellow car. Dennis Anderson in the red, white and black number 20 MDK by High Class Orica is in 5th in LMP2 from Dan Goldberg, who's had an eventful race to say the least so far in the number 22 red, white and blue United Autosports USA machine. PJ Hyatt, who's been down the pit lane for a drive-through unattended equipment, and that is the 99 car in 7th, 8th John Ferrano for Tower Motorsport, 9th Dwight Merriman for Era Motorsport, and in 10th position Luis Perez Compank is running. There's a couple of laps down. In GTD Pro, Jack Hawksworth leads from Devon Di Francesco. Devon Di Francesco and Jack are both not stopped, and they're both still on slicks. GTD Pro and GTD there, ahead of 2 more GTD Pro cars, Corvette for Alex Sims and Nicky Katzberg in the team car. That's your update from VP Racing here on IMSA Radio. Well, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been action-packed, hasn't it? The opening 45 minutes of this race, but not quite really, perhaps, in the way we expected. There've been relatively few on-track incidents. Let's hope it stays that way. There's number 8 car coming into the pits. We saw a replay while you were doing that update of the number 8 car spinning at turn 1. Looked like he got help from one of the Corvettes. I didn't actually see which one it was, but he certainly got some help there in turn 1 to turn that car around, and he's going to make that pit stop. That'll be emergency service, of course, because, as you say, the pits have not been opened, with this being a short yellow, quote-unquote, as a result of the fact it was within 15 minutes of the previous restart.
It's proper rain now. This is big ploppy drops. How I never got a job as a meteorologist, I will never know. But this is big ploppy drops. I'm very impressed at the preparation levels from the fans at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, always. Now, there's plenty of covered grandstands, but those out on the bank sides have brought easy ups, they've brought little igloos. The IMS shop has been doing a brisk trade in umbrellas. Listen carefully, you might just be able to hear raindrops on our effects mics, as well as the Tower Motorsport number 8 car has been into the pit lane. That was a closed pit. Oh, contact from one of the Corvettes. That was the second of the Corvettes there.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Before car. Yeah. I tell you what, the Tower car, Jeremy's very lucky not to have rear suspension damage there. Now, car 8 reported for entering a closed pit, but of course, if they only did emergency service, i.e. a small amount of fuel, or fix the issue, they will be fine on that. Air temperature still 75 Fahrenheit. Track temperature has dropped to 79. That is 26 on the track, 24 in the air. And we have Sebastian Bourdais leading the race. Those of you watching on YouTube and the world feed, again, apologies for the random blasts of music. As you know, we are interruption free on our international feed and also on IMSA radio and also on Sirius XM 206. We've been helping out our friends at Peacock by playing their incidental music as they were going into the break. A little bit of a party line, cross line type thing going on. And thanks to the hard working team at Concord and NASCAR Productions, that has now been sorted. So I accept our apologies. Many moving parts on a multifaceted, multi-platform live broadcast today. Let's go down to Shea Adam whilst we have time. She likes to bring us some little factoids. What have you got for us, Shea?
Well, just as the cars were circulating behind the safety car, spraying us on the pit lane with that wonderful spray from the Michelin slicks, because they are very good at Michelin wet weather tires. They're very good at moving the water. We have 5 drivers in the GTP cars right now who have F1 experience, and 3 of them are in their first 3 cars, so that's pretty neat.
Hello to Ben at Turn 10 at IMSA Radio. He's been tweeting in. It's just a logistics question whilst we're under yellow. Do the IMSA safety cars and AMR intervention cars, AMR safety team, do they drive to the track or are they trailered? There are, I think, 2 or 3 car transporters that have the majority of the cars on, so the Porsche intervention vehicles and fast response vehicles. Some of the safety trucks do double duty and actually tow some of the, that's the Chevy safety trucks, some of them actually tow some of the trailers and portable buildings track to track. So 5 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Sebastian Bourdais will see the green flag in full wet conditions, no doubt about that, as they come back to green flag. And all of the officials have their rain gear on. Big shout out to our camera operators who have had every single bit of weather. And down the inside, a mistake there from Felipe Nasser. Somehow he gets it stopped with cadence braking on and off the brake pedal. He lost that very early on. He hasn't lost second position. Sebastian Bourdais saw him coming and somehow managed to avoid him. That was aquaplaning in the braking area for turn 1. And also another couple of cars done that. The MTK high-class car, also the AO Racing Machine, the 2 LMP2 cars, Dennis Anderson and PJ Hyatt. The cars that remained on slicks are into the pit lane as we go back to full course yellow, but they got in before that happened. So the Lexus number 14 is into the pit lane, and Devin Di Francesco as well. Shea Adam is watching it. Oh, we've got one of the Lexus stopped on the track as well. Shea, I'll sort that out. You tell me what's going on in the pit lane.
Fuel and 4 tires for the 14 Lexus. I was actually wondering where the 12 was because they're up on the wall for him as well. So that would be the reasoning behind this full course caution. Number 78 of Devin Di Francesco also making it into the pit lane. No driver change that I could see on either of those cars. Couldn't see a lot through the mist that was out there, and now I do see the number 12 Lexus, Parker Thompson, starting that car and still aboard it. The 78 does look like it is still Devlin as well, and now full wet weather tires.
Yeah, it looked like coming out of turn 14 on the restart, Parker Thompson got sideways. The Kenny Habul, or at least the Team 75 Sun Energy One Racing car, yeah, there's debris on the exit of turn 14. That started way further back from where Parker Thompson has ended up. The 75 Sun Energy One car running without any front headlights. I think that will have to be seen to by the team. almost impossible to see. We've also got a penalty as well, and again, a fairly easy decision. Nicky Katzberg has been called for the contact and incident responsibility with the Tower Motorsport car that happened a wee bit earlier on. Oh my goodness, this is very, very difficult now with the rain. And it's not just the rain, Jeremy. In fact, it's not even there. It's the standing water on the track and the puddles of water. And as good as the Michelin rain tyres are, if they're not in contact with the track, and that's what happened with Felipe Nasser, he realised he wasn't getting slowed down at turn 1. He went across the grass and still barely got it stopped. Really heads-up driving by Sebastian Bourdais. Not sure if his spotter told him or he saw him in the wing mirror. But my goodness me, that's tough out there right now.
Yes, golly, that was, I mean, he was really lucky there, was Nasser. I mean, he did a great decision to effectively turn right way too soon there. He took a shortcut, of course, as a result of that. So that's something the officials are going to look at, particularly the fact he didn't even lose position. I think that might be a problem for him. But the bigger problem is the fact that it was avoided by Sebastian Bourdais there. He wouldn't have seen that car until absolutely the last minute. Thankfully, it was just far enough in front of him that he might have had to lift off a little bit to get it back on the throttle coming out of turn 1. But that was a scary, scary moment there for both of those two drivers, and they both did an excellent job to prevent it from being worse. Really unfortunate there for number 12 car. I'm sure that was probably trying to make his way to the pit lane. Still on slicks, of course. Let's see. Yeah, it just swapped around there. We can see from on board the 57, the car, 12 car just swapped ends. I think that's at the restart, wasn't it?
Correct. That was Parker Thompson in the RCF. He decided not to come in to the pit lane.
No, that was at the restart. No.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been able to follow the safety car in. Yeah, absolutely. The gaggle of cars behind him, including the Winwood car, just seeing red lights, white lights, red lights, white lights, and a bit of debris on the circuit. I said earlier on, when Sebastian Bourdais went back to the lead, that even though he was on the wet side of the track, there were still sparks coming from underneath the car. That's because the bottom of the car, the plank as it's called, is hitting the ground, and there's little titanium screws that hit the ground there. That tells you how low they are running the car. The problem then becomes not just with the tyres in the puddles of standing water around the track, but effectively, because they're running the cars so low, what you can get is an effect where that plank down the middle of the car becomes like a boogie board, and it is riding on top of the water and will actually lift the tyres off the ground, because the suspension is so taut, and all these cars have been set up for dry weather conditions. There's very little droop. When you lift these cars up on the jacks, on the air jacks, you'll notice the tyres don't drop down like they would on your street car. You know how far you've got to crank that jack up because you get the tyre dropping down. That doesn't happen on a race car. So as soon as you get that water underneath the plank, effectively you become a very, very expensive sledge or boogie board on the top of that water that is sitting on the surface of the track, and the tyres either aren't touching the track enough or sometimes not even at all. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, hello to Jerry Z. He says these onboards are wild, going full tilt down the front steer, can't see anything. Meantime, into the pit lane in a closed pit for the number 34 Conquest Ferrari. Shea had Adam, that's a closed pit entry, and they're also missing the rear end. No, they're not. No, that's fine. But they were missing the engine cover at the back of that car. Into a closed pit, but that's going to be okay because
they changed just the left front tire. Let's see if Manny Franco manages to actually stop for the pit closed light. Yes, he does. Huge puddle, by the way, basically across from the 0-1. So that's the Cadillac Racing pit box. And when Manny Franco went through it, there was a splash of water like an orca that was breaching. Very impressive display there. But yeah, that should not be a penalty for Conquest Racing. So that's their good news, is that they had a little bit of misfortune, and at least they were able to change a single tire during the yellow. They will have to come back through the pit lane once we go back to green. But speaking of misfortune, and perhaps a little bit of good news for fans all around the world, I see a Ford. I see a Ford Mustang, and it's the 65. It lives once again, so a great job by Ford Multimatic Racing to get that car repaired.
Yeah, that was from the contact for which the Iron Lynx number 19 car was penalised. Dirk Muller has dropped some 27 laps to the GTD Pro leader. Plenty of cars entering closed pits at the moment, but just thought I saw a pit open prototype.
Yeah, that's right, John, because the
Yeah.
previous caution was a short caution because that had been within 15 minutes of the previous one. But even though this one came right afterwards, we never have two short cautions in a row. So yeah, we'll go through the regular pit stop sequences now. The pits will be open for, first of all, for prototypes and then for GTs.
Race control saying that the number 65 Mustang entered a closed pit. Actually, it didn't. It's coming back from behind the wall. Meantime, the number 40 Louis Delatraz, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura is back on the pit lane. Shea Adams is watching the pit stop of the Dex Imaging car.
Fuel, new wet weather tires, and a driver change. Jordan Taylor has climbed aboard. They made sure his feet were nice and dry. That was very kind of the crew. As into the pit lane, we had a couple of LMP2 callers. The number 11 TDS Racing. That car has come in and had service, as had Gar Robinson. It looks like another set of wet weather tires going on to the 74 for the car's second in the championship. And also into the pits, it is Spike. Once again, this time they are not changing tires. They are only adding fuel to the number 99. Let's see if everybody remembers to stop at the pit exit light. Jordan Taylor's a smart boy. Of course he remembered, and he'll back everyone else up as a result of that.
Just errors and amendments from us on the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus on the front straight. It wasn't Parker Thompson. Both Shea and I said that it was Frankie Montecalvo behind the wheel of that number 12 car. So they must have swapped drivers in the first pit stop because Parker was down to start the car. Apologies for that.
Yeah, they switched on the previous stop.
On their one and only stop before that incident, yeah, absolutely. So apologies to Parker, bad luck to Frankie Montecalvo. So pit's now up for GTs. Interesting that the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura came in. John Taylor's got into that. They've slammed a new set of wet weather tyres on. Wet weather tyres have no limit on how many you put on. I would suggest, Jeremy, what they want there is an absolutely brand new set because it is so bad now. And it was dry enough for the dry wet shod tyres, slick shod tyres, tyre shod cars to be quick before this downpour, and that'll have taken the edges off the tread blocks of the teams that were out there on slicks at that point. I think that's a smart move by Wayne Taylor Racing.
Yeah, you know, if that's the reason, which sounds certainly plausible to me, absolutely right, because it was certainly dry enough for slicks out there previously, and that will absolutely damage those wet weather tyres. They are pretty, not as robust as they would be, like I say, if they'd been intermediate tyres. I mean, these are full wet tyres, and if you run those in on a pretty much dry track, they're going to deteriorate pretty quickly. So smart move by that team, and lose track position, but he'll be able to take up position at the tail end of the pack of GTP when we get ready for the restart.
Hello to all of you on the RX and Discord feed. Watching in the UK is Cass. At Cass posting, saying it looks rainier in Speedway than it even is over here. So go back down to Shea Adam for more from the pit lane. I had a tweet, Shea, from Gareth Evans reacting to you saying, I can see a Ford. And he said, at first thought, I thought you meant the place to cross over the river in the pit lane. And he's pretty damp there.
It's very damp. Lots of big puddles on the pit lane, especially in the fast lane. We've got 2 GTD Pro cars in for the pit exit end of things. The number 4 Corvette of Nick Katzberg came in fuel and new wet weather tires. It is also full service for Neil Verhagen and the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. We've got the 14 Lexus back in again. This should be a splash of fuel only because they recently put on those wet weather tires. That was new wet weather tires for the number 55 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. The number 55, no driver change there as they go splashing off through the puddles. And into the pits for the first time today, well, first time for a pit stop, the number 65. This is Dirk Mueller coming back in. He's done the shakedown lap. They're going to add some fuel to him, and he's reported that everything feels all right because the mechanics are not looking at the car, and they're proud of the work that they did. I'm really impressed by the fortitude that we have seen from Ford and all of the mechanics to get that car, to be able to do that once again.
Just to recap, we did get a penalty assessed on Nicky Katzberg in the number 4 Corvette Racing. I'm absolutely certain they've not had that before the yellow came out. That was for turning around the Town Motorsport car. They also lost the left front winglet on that car as well, and you'll want downforce in this weather condition as well. Behind the safety car, the Corvette TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks safety car out on the circuit at the moment. It is still Sebastian Bourdais who leads from Felipe Nasser in second. They have been down the pit lane just the once. Then it's Proton Competition Porsche number 5 from Jimmy Bruni, the Mustang sampling car. Matt Jaminet in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, leader of the championship at the moment. Connor De Filippi for BMW RLL, BMW V Hybrid V8. And Shea Adam, we've got a few people coming into the pit lane to splash.
Well, they were splashing me, but they've decided to do a little more service. I thought it was just going to be a splash of fuel for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. No, they've decided to put Pippa Durrani aboard. It's new wet weather tires for Philip Ang aboard the number 24 BMW M Team RLL. And new wet weather tires as well for Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. So they have done full service for 2 of the car, well, for the 1 car for Pippo. Pippa, are you going to stop at pit out? I can't tell if he did, John, because I see the light still flashing. No, I think he did. All right, all the cars stopped at the pit exit. Nobody blew the light. Woo, that was a close one.
BMW from the 31 Cadillac from the number 10 Acura, which has actually switched its engine off by the look of it, as they went down there. Jakub Fröhlich from the Czech Republic. Hello, Jakub. Can the race be red flagged if the conditions get even worse? If track conditions are dangerous in any way, shape or form, yes, of course. At the moment we're in behind the safety car, race control will be assessing whether it is all right to go racing and back to speed, and they'll be talking to the teams and the drivers as well. If that does happen, we had another question earlier on at IMSA Radio. If the red flag comes out, does the clock stop? No, it does not. It keeps running. At the moment we're down to 4 hours, 52 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock, and that will continue to go. Hello to Carol Brink, who is having very different weather conditions in Monterey. Oh, it's not sunny in Monterey from that picture. Hello, Carol. Down at Monterey Bay, very envious of that. Phil Gaynor is listening in on 103.9 FM at the circuit, and Philip says, I was on the outside of the road course first corner, headed to the start finish just before the heavier rain started, so he's undercover there at the moment. Smart move. Calling pit strategy, Philip. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Moving towards the final race of the season, of course, for all of the categories at Motul Petit Le Mans, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Remind yourselves of that, put that in your diary. It is just a few weeks away, 1,000 miles. Actually, I tell a lie now, it's straight 10 hours, isn't it? time certain. Our usual extended coverage of that, as we, I think, are still assessing the track condition. I realise this has been a long yellow, Jeremy, and they have opened the pit, so we've gone through the pit lane sequence, but I don't think this is necessarily the worst situation, because it is giving race control an opportunity just to assess the conditions. They'll be talking to the safety car driver out there as well.
They will, and yeah, it's certainly pretty slick out there right now, and not a heat drainage perhaps, particularly on the front straightaway here, is not the best. I think so. Yeah, there is a propensity here for standing water, and this is a lot heavier rain. I think a lot of people had anticipated what the weather forecasters were saying prior to the start. So don't change your job just yet, John. But here's the number 65 car. This car is way out of contention, of course, having had that long pit stop. But as Shay was saying, great job to get it back into the fray, albeit many laps down.
Always learning, though. If you're turning Michelin tyres on the track, if you're running revs on the V8 engine, which is the M Sport Martin Wilson tuned engine based on the Coyote block, if you're turning laps, you are learning. If the wheels are turning, then you're still learning, as I once heard someone say it. That is pretty difficult at the moment, even in safety car speeds. The spray, Jeremy, at the moment, I think is probably excessive.
Yeah, I think there's so much standing water out there. Look at the cars coming into turn 12 here. I mean, yeah, they're carving huge plumes out of the water that's on the racetrack here, and it's really treacherous. There's no way you can race, I think, in these conditions as we stand right now. So hopefully the rain will ease off somewhat, pretty quickly, so we can get back to some proper motor racing here, because this is certainly impractical to go racing out at the moment.
Yeah, and in fact, just heard from race control that we are going to continue under yellow whilst they use blowers and sweepers to try and move some of the standing water. There's an awful lot of it in pit lane, actually, as we've got some good news for NSX fans. The Acura is back out from behind the wall after an incident that took Sheena Monk out down at turn 1. That car dead stick down there, and she is back on the pit lane. We'll have to pause before the light turns green. I thought that she was done for the day. Let's head down to the pit lane. We'll take the opportunity to speak to some drivers. Shea Adam is undercover with Louis Delatraz, who had an interesting start to the race, Shea. Go ahead, Shea. Hello, Shea. I think we have lost our connection to Shea down in the pit lane. We'll get that back as quickly as we can. Let's try Shea Adam again down in the pit lane with Louis Delatraz, hopefully undercover Shea.
Able to? There we go. Haha. It depends on where I stand, I suppose. Louis went back up the pit box because it is raining so heavily, but I will chase him up there because it's relevant to speak to a driver who's actually been out on the track and battling to try and keep the car going. So let me climb up on the pit box and grab Louis because he was just given some lunch. All right, we got it working now, Louis. How crazy is it out there trying to keep your race car on the track?
It was tough. I mean, there's a lot of traffic, and I got hit on the drive by a GT. I think he outbraked himself, and things happen, but not great for start of the race. And then there's so much water. One day we started the race, we just had massive aquaplaning on the front stretch, and couldn't even be full throttle, which I think IMSA did not expect the rain to be so hard at that moment. So yeah, unlucky, a few cars crashed out, but I hope it dries quick enough so we can race soon again.
Do you feel like you guys learned anything at Watkins Glen that's relevant for this kind of rain?
Sorry?
Do you feel like you guys learned anything at Watkins Glen when we last had heavy rain that's relevant for this?
I mean, in Watkins, it wasn't much wet driving in the end because it was very quickly red and safety cars. But for sure, we're learning every time we're out. And I feel like we do struggle a little bit here in the rain, so hopefully it dries quickly. But for sure, we know what to do with our tools, and we will be as competitive as possible.
Refuel now yourself, take a little bit of a break before getting back out there?
Yeah, we wanted to put Jonah in the car so he can also have an idea of the weather. We don't know how it is going to be at the end of the race. And also for the driving time. Make sure we both get our driving time done and can race to the end, because with the weather like this, a lot of unexpected things can happen.
Good luck, Louis.
Thank you.
Uncle Kevin has just tweeted at IMSA Radio, this isn't endurance racing anymore, just red flag it for weather at this point. I'm in two minds about that. I actually said that at Le Mans this year, and it was Johnny Palmer who threw something into the mix that made me think twice, and now I really don't know. The weather looks like it's coming over in bands at Speedway, Indiana here. And he explained, this was his explanation for it, not the ACO's, and certainly not IMSA's here, as we're doing the class split very carefully at the moment. He said, look, it's an endurance race. You've got to be out there and going around to make it an endurance race. If you stop it when things get difficult, then it ceases to become endurance. And being behind the safety car is still running, and the cars have still got to be running. It's endurance for the cars and the drivers and the teams, and therefore you have to keep running. And that did give me pause, to be honest. If it isn't safe at safety car speed, then obviously you park people, Jeremy. But right now, the Michelin rain tyres are doing their job, and in fact, if you park the cars, all that's going to happen is less water will be moved from the track, and it will take us longer to get back to racing.
That's the point. There's nothing more efficient in terms of clearing the racetrack of excess water than having cars run across it. Now they're Michelin tyres, you draw up that water and dissipate it. If the cars were just sitting in the pit lane, it would just collect all the way around the racetrack, and you might have 10 or even 15 safety vehicles out there, but they're not going to clear anything like as much water as do these racing cars. So it's definitely the best thing to do, I think, right now. It's not, I mean, it's not, the weather isn't, the rain isn't coming down hard enough that you can't drive on the wet weather tyres, like it could be, conceivably. It's not that bad, it's just really, really bad, but not really, 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 really bad, if you see what I mean. And I think having the cars running around there is definitely the right thing to do at the moment. It's, it's, plus, for the fans out there, it's miserable conditions right now. I feel bad for everybody who's having to sit out there, but at least they see cars go past every now and again, rather than just sitting there with just the rain coming down. So there are benefits to running around under yellow rather than having a red flag, no question in my mind.
And because we have such a big field, whilst the safety car and Sebastian Bourdais is coming into turn 10, the back of the field, which is Sheena Monk, having just come out of the pits after the red light went out, she is 2/3 of the way down the front straight. So, in fact, she was just crossing the start-finish line when I started that sentence. So you are getting a lot of cars going across the surface of the track, one after another. And there's only about 1/3 of the lap that's got nothing on it. In fact, we've got a couple of the emergency vehicles out as well. Back into the pit lane for Ford Mustang GT number 65, already been stationary for 35 seconds. This is the Ford Multimatic of Dirk Müller. Dirk had a problem early on when he was rather attacked by the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. They're checking some quick connectors in the engine bay alongside the V8 engine. At least it'll be warm in there for the hands of the mechanics. Be careful of those exhaust manifolds, the headers. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking at the moment, looking at the windscreen wipers from the cars, and we've got access to the onboards as the sweepers are doing their job as well in vacuuming up the water. It's patchy around the track. Now, the spray is going to be awful if we do get back to racing, but the actual rain that's falling on the windscreen of the leader, Sebastian Bourdais, now he's in behind the Corvette safety car, which is, he's well back. There's actually not as much rain falling on that 01 yellow-fronted, gold-fronted Cadillac as I would have expected.
And as there was a few minutes ago, I think you're right.
Yes, in the pack, obviously, you've got more spray to deal with, but even in the Pfaff McLaren, as soon as you drop away a little bit from the car in front, that spray isn't there. Now, they are going very slowly. It is dark. If you're watching on YouTube or on the global feed at IMSA-radio.com, it is much darker than our cameras make it look. And the rain, you know what, on the pit lane, though, the rain is still falling. I can see that in the headlights of the Mustang. Let's go down to the pit lane. Shea Adam has Stephen McAleer. You might just have to move your position, Shea, to pick us up, because I didn't hear you on the talk back. The rain is causing some problems, but I think I'm hearing it on air. Fire away. Hello, Shea. No. I hear a crackle. The water is getting.
Do you have me now? There we go.
Electric. Yes, we do. There you go. Well done.
All right.
Have you twirled around 3 times and jumped up and down?
Basically, I moved some of the little antennas. Stephen, you stay in the dry because, well, it's wet, and we know how you feel when you get in a wet race car. It just makes you happier. What was the issue with the 66 Gradient Racing Acura? Because we saw Sheena come to a stop at the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, it's a bummer. 30 minutes into the race, you know, we've had an issue. Looks like a loose ground wire or something on one of the kill switches. The guys did their best job to get it back on the road. We're 14 laps down at this point. You know, we've seen some crazy things happen. I think it's unrealistic to think that we could get that back. So we're just going to learn the car in the rain. There's a lot of accidents out there, a lot of driving that's you know, crazy. And again, it's such a bummer that we're not even going to get a shot at this. I think we had a good car in the dry. I heard this thing's pretty good in the rain, and you know, if we get some laps, that's great. But bummed not to be in contention at the moment.
How much does this redirect the focus to Moto Petit Le Mans, which will be the final race of the season? And was the victory the team's last victory and the set of an Acura last win in GTD as well?
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest. Of course, we'd love to win Petit with Gradient. As a driver, like, I know that they've done that already. I wanted to win Indianapolis for them. So, yeah, we'll go there. We'll give it our best shot. The car's obviously good, and we'll try our best.
Better luck there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shea.
For that.
And thank you for moving around a little bit. It was that standing on one leg with the left hand stuck up in the air, I think, that just did that. Remember when you used to go on holiday and take your portable television and take a bit of coaxial cable with you and loop it out of a window onto a tree or something like that, or an old coat hanger to get the best out of it? In the pit lane. What, no, just me? Okay. The Sun Energy One, number 75, Jordan Love in the pit lane from 11th in GT Pro. This is the copper-coloured car with the flames on the front. And they are looking at the right front of that car. It is on the ground. They are changing the tyre pressures. So they are letting the tyre pressures down, it would appear to me, on that car. Three of the four have been done, I think. Oh, no, just the fronts, maybe. Okay. Whilst we have time, let's discuss some of the bits and pieces coming in on at IMSA Radio. Tian Erasmus says, I'd like to know if you think that WTR Andretti and Whelen Engineering will take their Cadillac V-Series Rs to Le Mans. Well, of course, there's 2 Cadillacs in the WEC full-time next year, with Hertz Team Jotner taking up that, so that will definitely be 2. I think it's going to be a question of space, to be honest, Tian, because there are not enough places at Le Mans for everyone who wants to go there. There's not enough people, Le Mans places at the moment for in the WEC for everybody who wants. There are going to be 40 cars in the WEC next year. There are some guaranteed spots for winners of the Asian Le Mans Series, the ELMS, etc., that take it up. Also, some couple of entries from here in IMSA as well for the Gentleman Drivers Trophy. It will come down to how many cars there are in the field as a whole, as well as how many Le Mans entries there are. I think that is an imponderable at the moment. I think they would like to into the pit lane. The 027, this is the new GTD Pro car for Heart of Racing. They've added a 0 and moved up a class, put red behind their numbers, helping their team car hopefully to the championship in GTD Pro, trying to get between them and some of their competitors. Hello to Spirit and Wood. Hello, Alistair. Glad I brought my FM radio with me. Oh, so you tuned in on 103.9 at the track. Excellent. Currently undercover at the grandstand across from the pagoda, but pretty drenched from walking around. Still 23 Celsius. So, I mean, in UK terms, that's not cold, but if you are wet, I can imagine that it's pretty uncomfortable at the moment. Look at James Demare. Looking at the grandstands, reckoning there's a good 35 to 40,000 people here. That's a decent crowd for a sports car race here. Hello, James. Thank you. Still a lot of water on pit road. Steve Tadman's been looking at the forecast. He's mentioned the L word, the word that goes before McQueen. And I am not even going to say it. And he says, if that comes close, will it happen? There is a radius whereby, for safety reasons, the race has to be stopped, and then there's a 30-minute period of grace between the last strike within that radius and when we can go back to racing again. I've not mentioned the word that he has used in his tweet. Steve, you know better than that. Well, Jeremy, I don't think it's getting much worse. I don't think it's getting much better either, but the cars are still cruising around, and no changes other than those people who've come into the pit lane. So I'll quickly run through the top in each classes. So it's Cadillac on 1 from Porsche Penske 963.7, Proton Competition 963.63, number 5 from the 6, another Porsche 963 from the BMW number 25. The top 6 made up by JDC's bright yellow 963.85. Some very seasoned golfers, still with their shorts on, playing on the golf course. Expect the greens will be pretty slow in this weather. In LMP2, into Europol by PR1. Nick Bull leads from Ben Keating in United Autosports, 52 from 2 from 22. Dan Goldberg back up to 3rd now after his trials and tribulations for United Autosports. Gar Robinson in the 74, blue and orange. Riley in 4th. Stephen Thomas for TDS, the 11 car is grey and bright yellow. And PJ Hyatt, after a penalty earlier on, back up to 6th in the purple Spike the Dragon. GTD Pro, top 4. Sit 21st, 22nd, 23rd and 24th. Corvette number 3. Ford Multimatic Mustang number 64. Ford versus Corvette, that has a ring to it. McLaren GT3 from Pfaffen for 3rd, and Lauren Heinrich for EO Racing. That's the green Porsche number 77. He's just come in the pits actually. Pat Gallagher leads in GTD for BMW. Turner Motorsport number 96 from Mick Grenier for Courtnall Preston. Mercedes number 32, Jake Pedersen for Kelly Moses Riley number 90, Brendan Arame for Inception Ferrari number 70, Adam Adelson in the dark grey and yellow striped Wright Motorsport number 120 in 5th, and 6th is Russell Ward for Wimborne Racing. And as I mentioned his name, Rexy comes into the pits, presumably for another set of new wet tyres. I'm not going to ask Shea to run down there. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. Yeah, and that is a sticker set of Michelin slicks and a bit more fuel, Jeremy. This is teams looking at how long they've been out there, and with no upper limit on how many wet tyres you can do, changing the driver, who's probably getting a bit bored from driving around there, and putting a new set of wet tyres on. Not the worst thing you could do right now.
No, absolutely right. And as we heard Louis Delatraz talk about a little bit earlier on, change drivers so you don't get messed up on the minimum drive time during this race. It's easy to get carried away and forget about things when you're running under yellow for such a long time. Really unfortunate, but I mean, there is no option to this, and there's another reason for staying out there under green flag conditions rather than going to red, because we've seen how many fiascos in the past when the minimum drive time gets all messed up by red flag periods. So that's something that the teams, another thing for the teams to rely upon. If it had been dry the whole way, it's much more easy to manage it, but when it's wet for long periods, it's very tricky to get that underway. And certainly for all the LMP2 cars, they want to get their bronze driver time completed as early as they possibly can, so they can get the pros in for the majority of the race. And the minimum drive time for LMP2 and for GTD is 1 hour 30 minutes, which actually we've just met. So
that might be another reason for that car coming in. Yeah.
Well, not for that car, because that's a pro car. In fact, but for the pro-am classes, i.e. LMP2 and GTD, that is certainly a factor.
And for those like Uncle Kevin, who was watching and listening as they were vacuuming, we are still under yellow for weather at the moment, track conditions. Right Turn Lover has just asked that question as Jeremy was answering it. Bronze drivers now, if they've been in from the start, take out any time down the pit lane. 1 hour and 30 minutes is the bronze driver minimum drive time in this race, so we are close to it now. Barry Koshiner. F1 couldn't run the oval turn 1 because of safety concerns, and can't run the chicane inside turn 1 safety concerns. I think that's true, Barry, to be honest. I think it's just the general condition of the whole track with standing water. It's not just down at turn 1. The situation around the track at the moment with 56 cars on the track, race control have to be absolutely certain that it's going to be safe on the restart. In and out with just a splash of VP Racing fuel, or a top up of VP Racing fuel for the number 1 BMW.
Yeah, and that's another thing for the teams to consider, John, is the Michelin Endurance Cup, of course, this weekend. This is the 4th out of 5th rounds. Generally, we only have 4 rounds for the Michelin Endurance Cup. We have Daytona and Sebring, and then Watkins Glen 6 hours, which was in June, and then Petit Le Mans, the final race next month. But of course, this year, for the first time, we've got the 5th here in Indianapolis, and points for that Michelin Endurance Cup will be awarded at the 3-hour mark and at the 6-hour mark. So that's something the teams have got to factor in now as well. Obviously, they can go a lot longer on when it's wet and running at safety car speeds on a tank of fuel than they could if it was dry. So with an hour and a half remaining, that's certainly a factor that's going to come into effect pretty soon for these teams that are chasing the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Official retirement now. Yeah, official retirement as we expected, I think, for the 12 car, Jeremy. Just the Lexus, as we.
Of course, they've had no luck this season.
None. None. Well, no. Only bad luck.
Only bad luck, yeah, exactly right. And as Shay was saying yesterday, that car, the number 12 Lexus, that scored more qualifying points than any other team in GTD this season by well, actually not that many now. It was reduced yesterday because of the penalty for the number 32 car, for the number 14 car. That's one of two cars that was put to the back. Excuse me, number 12 car. One of two cars that were put to the back after failing the minimum ride height in qualifying. Let's go back to the Michelin Endurance Cup, however. In GTP coming into this weekend, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsports 963 has 33 points to the 28 of the Whelen Engineering Cadillac Racing number 31 car. So 5-point edge there. And then 2 points behind them is the Cadillac Racing 01 and the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsports cars. There are 5 points awarded to the leader at each of the junctures during this race, which is 3 hours and then 6 hours. So that 5-point margin is what is the case there. In LMP2, number 52 into Europol with PL1 Matheson Motorsports entry has 29 points to the 28 of both Era Motorsports car number 18 and the car that isn't here this weekend, the CrowdStrike Racing by APR. In the GCD Pro category, Paul Miller Racing, that number 1 BMW was just into the pits a moment or two ago, leads on 30 points to the 28 of the Risi Competizione Ferrari car number 62. In third position, 3 points further back is the Corvette Racing with Packard Motorsports number 3 on 25. And finally, GTD, the overall championship leaders, of course, are leading this because they won all 3 races. 31 points for Winward Racing's number 57 Mercedes, but they've been kept honest by Inception Racing number 70 car, switching of course from McLaren to Ferrari this weekend. They're on 28, so only 3 behind, and 2 points behind them is the Corton Preston Motorsports number 32 Mercedes.
And just 134 points between the first and second in the overall as they stand at the moment, with 10 points further back to third in the prototype. So still plenty to play for in the overall as well. I can't see anybody being crowned before we get to the closing stages of Petit Le Mans, certainly not in GTP. Now track services are working in pit lane as Dirk Muller is back on the pit lane and goes behind the wall again for that car. It's not been a happy day for them in Gasoline Alley now, where there are people wandering around in t-shirts and shorts without umbrellas, and there is very little rainfall on the windscreen of the Multimanti Motorsport Ford Mustang GT3. This is encouraging, to say the least. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff, Shea Adam, our pit lane reporter. And remembering that we have only had just under 100 minutes of the 6 hours. Engine shut off for the Multimatic car. Joey Hahn, Dirk Muller, Fred Vervies joining the 2 regulars in that car this weekend, the Belgian. And Dirk Muller
Is he?
not a happy buddy.
Just
No,
2 cars,
he's,
just 2 drivers, isn't it?
Ah, that's interesting. His name's on the inside of the car, Jeremy. So I may have read too much into reading.
Yeah, I think it's just the regular twosome.
Matt Campbell is here this weekend, the man who holds the race lap record, but of course he's only here in the capacity of a spare driver. He won't be getting used now. That he would have had to have been subbed in before the race started. I think we might see, if race control feel that pit lane is safe, as track services has finished working there. I just wonder if we might see the safety car speed up a little bit and see what the spray is like.
Yeah, looking, from my perspective here, it's certainly better than it was. It's certainly interesting with these onboard cameras that we can see. You can see from the onboards how much water is dissipated by the car in front. It's amazing. So it's certainly helping to have all these cars on the racetrack. You're coming down Holman Boulevard now towards turn 7, and there's a lot of water on the left-hand side of the racetrack, which is where most of the cars are, actually, curiously. But it's certainly a lot better than it was, no question about that. And looking at the track. Sorry, John.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jeremy, and the track sweepers aren't just moving water, of course. They are, they've got a big vacuum in there as well, so they are taking some of that water off the track, and then they'll drive out and dump it and pump it back out, and then they'll come back on again. That's what they're doing in pit lane at the moment, actually trying to get rid of the worst of the standing water. And I'm looking at the puddles, and there are far fewer drops hitting the puddles. There's still rain falling. It's not as big or as ploppy as it was, but there are parts of the track that are stubbornly refusing to dry. And bizarrely, some of that is on the oval, where you'd think the water would run down. But for example, coming through turn 11 into turn 12, that is still very, very wet indeed. So that's the short chute coming from turn 1 to turn 2, but we run it in the opposite direction. Into the pit lane for a new set of wet tyres. The Porsche, the JDC bright yellow car, change of driver as well. And that is then the starting driver, Tijmen van der Helm, getting out of that car. He's departed the scene. There's a new set of tyres on that car. Top up of fuel, and indeed we're getting now. I think that the teams have been told we're going to go back to green shortly, because we are very, very busy in pit lane all of a sudden, with people topping up. All of the LMP2s have come in. The back end of the GTD field from about 8th on down have come in as well. Try and go down to Shea Adam here, accept that the weather conditions are making things difficult. It's all of a sudden Shea got very busy indeed on pit lane.
It has. All of the bronze drivers have gotten out of the LMP2 cars with their platinum, for the most part, counterparts taking over. Paul-Loup Chaton has gotten aboard Spike the Dragon in the number 99 AO. That was the only one of the LMP2 stops that I could watch. 14 Lexus came in, fuel and new wet weather tires. It's fuel and new wet weather tires as well for the number 4 Corvette, but that's no longer Nick Katzberg. That is now Tommy Milner. A last-minute driver change decision was made by the 45 Lamborghini. That's the WTR Andretti crew. They were going to put Graham Doyle in, but they have decided instead to put Kyle Marcelli aboard the car. Now that Danny Formal has completed the minimum 1 hour and 30-minute drive time that all GTD drivers must complete. We had also that 85 that you mentioned, John. That was Richard Westbrook getting aboard, and watching where the safety car is versus where cars are on the pit lane, we've got a few that are going to be held because the pit close lane will turn on now, meaning that the first car that should stop at the pit exit should be the Ferrari of Inception. It kept rolling. Did it jam on the brakes? Yes, finally it did. So 2 cars held at the pit exit. It's a very lenient process that IMSA has with this pit exit when we are under caution and need to close the pits again, because they don't turn the pit close light on until the final pit box. The safety car has crossed the final pit box, so they give everybody a lot of time. Making it into the pits this time around, the 64 Ford Mustang. This is the car that Mike Rockefeller started. It was in 2nd place. Now it's going to be Tinks taking over, and he tiptoes around the side of the car because the pit lane, even though they swept off the fast lane, it's still slippery in those boxes.
Shea Adam, eyes and ears in the pit lane. I'm indebted to Grant Westman, who's at the circuit, who tells me the safety car speed has significantly increased. And I like this kind of sideways thinking that we get when we have some time to think amongst ourselves. Turner Motorsport have just tweeted at IMSA Radio. So you're playing a round of golf at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway course in the middle of an IMSA race. You slice it with your shot headed towards your fellow golfers. When you shout 4, who's going to hear you? It's a fair point, well made. I like that kind of thinking when we've got time to fill. Now, also got to tell you, when we go back green, that we have got an investigation going on for Spike the Dragon, the number 99 car, for passing under yellow before this full course yellow came out. So that's the AO 99 car. We've Paul Chaton behind the wheel now, sitting in fourth, overtaken under yellow just before the FCY, the full course yellow of the safety car, came out. Professor Hobbs, a little late to the party. Hello, Prof. So many cars, so little track. I'm catching up, re-watching the start. Well, you'll be able to miss a bit out, Prof. Shea in the pitch, Jeremy in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. LMP2 strategy, Jeremy, what can you tell us?
Yeah, as you say there, yeah, all of the minimum drive time has now been met, so the bronze drivers are out of the cars. The interesting thing to me, though, is that there were two cars that lapped down, number 18 and number 8. They both came in there as well. That should have given them the opportunity, if they hadn't pitted, to get back onto the lead lap. But they didn't pit because I think the only car on the lead lap that did not pit was Dennis Anderson in the MDK by High Class Racing, car number 20. And unfortunately, I couldn't see whether he was ahead of the number 18 and 8, because if he wasn't, they missed an opportunity there to get back onto the lead lap.
We are definitely going to try and restart shortly, because we've done the GTP CLAT split. So race control seeing probably far more than we can from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and beginning to get the cars in line. The fastest cars at the front of the field. Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac 01, the gold-fronted car. The black pinstripes over the bonnet and the roof of Felipe Nasr, Porsche Penske Motorsport. Been in since the start, those two drivers, as has Jimmy Bruni in the Proton competition. Mustang sampling 963 in third, the number 5. Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 with the white pinstripes on that Porsche 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport. In LMP2, Dennis Anderson for MDK by High Class Racing in 11th is the best of the the LMP2 cars. Actually, Westy should be able to get past him on the class split for JDC Millet in the bright yellow number 85. He'll have Kubas Mirkovsky for Inter Europol in the number 52 car to contend with on the line astern single file restart, with United Autosports and Nico Pino in the number 2 car in third, and Paul Chaton with that potential penalty looming over that Hill Racing number 99. In GTs, it's the Corvette number 3, Alexander Sims, back in the lead from Pfaff Motorsports McLaren number 9. Then Patrick Gallagher is the 3rd in the line. That is the Turner Motorsport BMW number 96, and leads GTD ahead of Russell Ward for Winwood Racing in the 57. No further procedures now before the restart, so if you haven't made the class split, you won't be able to do it. Let's go down to Shea Adam for a weather report from the pit lane. It looks like the pit lane puddles in the transition, the accelerating lane were a lot better, but how's the rainfall itself, Shea?
It's starting to pick up a little bit more once again, but it is definitely raceable at these conditions. The pit boxes are very, very slick, but the pace car lights have just gone out. The safety car lights have just gone out, meaning we will be going back to green this time around, so grab your popcorn.
Where's the number 5 car then?
It spun on its own, Jeremy, on that lap.
Jimmy Bruni has lost positions,
right.
Jeremy.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and did he make another stop? I don't think so.
No, I don't think he did.
So
no,
maybe
he rejoined at the back, almost.
So maybe he had a little off there. I'm just scanning
yes,
through.
yeah.
Spun on his own that lap is what I'm hearing. Yeah. So, the Italian will be very unhappy with himself by that. Fastest car when it was dry was a 1:17.2. That was the 31 Whelen Cadillac Racing V-Series R. Toronto's been happy with that car. He will restart in 8th position, and on to the loud pedal for Sebastian Bourdais. He's got a great jump out of 13. Yes, the spray, but there was grip there. He accelerated all the way through turn 14, very confidently indeed. I can see the second place car, can't see the third place car until Mathieu Jaminet actually pulls out the spray from his teammate Felipe Nasser. Now down into the first corner. Here comes the Lamborghini. Romain Grosjean comes from a long way back, but that was very confident. He's side by side with Conor De Philippe in the battle for fourth position. He's on the inside, the right-hand side for turn number 3. De Philippe's toughing it out on the outside. Marvellous stuff in tough conditions. This is the best of the best in the worst of the worst conditions. Magnificent stuff. I bow before the skill of and the confidence and the trust and respect of these drivers. Fabulous stuff on the restart. They got bored behind the safety car, Jeremy, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, so really tricky right now, and this is where the drivers really can shine.
Confirmation of that pass under yellow, the drive-through for the number 99 AO car. I've also heard from Jake Parrott, thank you Jake, that Jimmy Bruni spun in the final complex, that's why he dropped down, and he will also have to take a penalty, pass under yellow, as will the second place car of Felipe Nasser. Pass under yellow. Nasser already coming into the pits at the first opportunity. This is a drive-through for this car. Pass under yellow before that extended safety car period. Oh, that pit lane is much, much better now. There's still some standing water, but at least we don't have a bow wave in front of the car. Just had a little flicker of the lights here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre in sympathy with the conditions at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So, oh, that's painful, Jeremy, isn't it, driving down that pit lane? What did you say it was, 52 seconds just to drive down the pit lane?
Yeah, a year and a half.
Now he's going to come out right into the battle of GTD. So what has he lost? The leader, he was right on the tail of Bourdais, and he now comes out in turn 2 as the leader is going into turn 11. So that's over half a lap. He's dropped there, 52 seconds, yes, in the pit lane, but of course it's not at racing speed, which everybody is on the front straight. The two Heart of Racing Astons are together. It's the 23 from the 027. If you're just joining us, we've had an extended period. Sorry, Jeremy, if you're just joining us, we've had an extended period of yellow flag for track conditions after very, very heavy rain. And you might not know that we've got two Heart of Racing GTD pros this weekend. Had a little spin, I think, for Dennis Anderson as well. He's just come out of the pits, not up to speed yet, as he's being passed by the Pfaff McLaren there. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the two Astons, that's the way they want to keep it. There's number 90 car off the road along with number 50. Is it number 56? Yes, it is, number 56, Dragon Speed Ferrari off that pair off the road.
Yeah, and that is at turn 7 and 8. The Porsche number 90. That's a multicoloured car for Riley Dickinson. And the Ferrari now also close. Oh no, that Dennis Anderson spun on his own. Oh my goodness, very close indeed to the Tower Motorsport number 8. That was masterful avoidance by Charlie Eastwood. The Porsche and the Ferrari from Riley Dickinson, and who was in the Dragon Speed car. They were just too close together on a wet track. It was Henrik Hedman in that 296. We're going to have eyes in the back of our head here. Hello to Thomas Pitts, who's got all the sports on, including the red zone, City versus Arsenal, but he says it's the battle on the bricks, the only one I feel like I have to be watching at the moment. Damage for one of the Heart of Racing cars. Rexy's taken a bite out of the number 23, I think, and that is the better placed of the two cars in the championship. That's championship implications right there. The two cars battling for the championship. Remember, Rexy, the AO car, was on pole position but failed the ride height test and was put to the back of the grid, which means they lost their qualifying points. And that is more championship implications as they are battling on track for the championship lead. And right alongside the Porsche, the green Porsche, is the second of the partner racing cars. Looks like Rexy's going through. A battle for position, but more importantly, a battle for the championship lead.
Whoops.
Michael Christensen was scored in the lead across the line, and an error there by the driver Alex Riberas in the 23 car. Roman De Angelis is in the 027. Riberas just running long at turn 1. He's been passed by the Wright Motorsport Porsche and by the number 1 Jan Helen, now leading, number 1 Neil Verhagen in the Paul Miller Racing. Jan Helen is leading in that green and yellow striped 120 Wright Motorsport car, if you can see that through the gloom, leading in GTD ahead of Pat Gallagher.
Yeah, so Jan Halen made that move there for Wright Motorsports, the number 120 car, the green and yellow car, was kind of Lotus liveried car. A brilliant charge by him in these conditions. Meanwhile, Sebastian Bourdais got his hands full. He had a pretty handy lead a couple of seconds, a couple of laps ago, no more. Number 0 kind of has Matthew Jaminet right behind him as they head their way through traffic. Going to pass that number 13 AWA Corvette, and the Porsche has a great run coming off turn 10.
Gets down the inside through the kink, and a drying line, but still plenty of spray. And very interesting to see how Jaminet is driving that number 6 car. By the way, it was Seth Lucas who spun the MD High Class car. There was a driver change there. Well, the guys are working for their money now, Jeremy. We saw some great stuff on the restart as the rain is falling heavier now. You can see it on the windscreens, and that middle straight looks really bad. Hello to Jan 0077 tweeting at IMSA Radio. The spray beginning to kick up. I think everybody who was assessed the drive-throughs have done them already. Jimmy Bruni was the last to do it, and he did it last time around. Jaminet then, he's out there somewhere, I'm not sure. I have no clue in these conditions how racing drivers do this. The vision from Sebastian Bourdais, he's going past the legion of GT cars on that Holman Boulevard towards turn 7, which is where he is now. I can see he's behind now the number 90 car, but only for a moment, because the Porsche was right in front of him. He jinks to the right to try and go through, and there's a ball of spray in front. Now for a moment it clears up, and he has to just accelerate, just about see the red flashing rain light of, that was the Andretti car that he went through, the 43, and now in there as well is the Dex Imaging Lamborghini, and the leader of the race now right ahead of him, going side by side with EO's Spike LMP2 car. The confidence that these drivers are putting the power down, Jeremy, through particularly turn 14 onto the front straight, it is mind-blowing, totally mind-blowing. I cannot actually compute what is going on here.
No, it is pretty impressive, isn't it? And the guy who's also impressive right now is Romain Grosjean in that number 63 Lamborghini, up into 3rd position overall now as he works his way through some GT traffic, coming through his turn 2 and then around the outside of turn 3. He's charging hard. Last lap around he was quicker than, or the previous lap he was quicker than everybody, and up into 3rd place, having got past Colin De Filippi in the number 25 BMW. It's a pit stop for the car that was leading in LMP2.
No. Don't panic.
Is that a penalty?
Because this is something I've never seen this before. There's a penalty for the leader in LMP2. Kuba Smirkovsky comes in straight away. But it's not a problem because another 8 cars have got the same penalty. the 52 that was leading, the United Autosports number 2, the number 99, another penalty for the EO car, the number 74 Riley car that was in third, the 22 Pichot Garg driven United Autosports car that was in fourth, the 11 of Hunter McElrea, which is in third position for TDS, the number 8 Tower Motorsport car, which was in 8th of Charlie Eastwood, and the number 18, all taking a drive-through penalty. That's the whole of the leading group of LMP2 cars. Shmerkovsky got in early and he's out again, and so he served his. If there's any further interruption or neutralisation of the race, they are in good shape. And I'm hearing now from race control, overtaking as a pass under yellow. It was an unauthorised class split. They went and did a class split when it was only the GTPs that should have done it. So there is your answer. We've also got a drive-through, which I haven't seen yet. Let's see when they come down the pit lane. This is for incident responsibility. Brendan Leach will have to serve a penalty in the MDK Motorsports number 86. Remember, that car had contact earlier on with the Henrik Hedman Dragon Speed Ferrari, wasn't it? Yes, it was, the 56 car.
So easier, therefore, to say which cars have not had penalties, which is not very many. The number 2 car certainly is one of them, however.
Everybody in that lead pack, Jeremy, of LMP2 cars. So
except for the number 2 car.
No, it's got a penalty.
Oh, it has.
52's got,
sorry.
Yeah. Has got a penalty. Triassi off the 023 car. I don't think Seth Lucas in the MDK car got a penalty. He's running in 9th at the moment. So if he can keep it pointing in the right direction, the Andretti car helped. The Andretti Porsche number 43 helped off the Triassi machine. And they were battling for position as well. Down at the 13th, 14th position. Scott Hardrove's come back in the pits for Andretti Motorsports. Triassi car also into the pit lane for Onofrio Triassi, and off for the number 11 TDS LMP2. That's Hunter McElrea. That was on his outlap after he had served his drive-through. The quick Antipodean is dropping the car, going through turn 3 into turn 4. I mean, let's be brutally honest about this. These are incredibly difficult conditions. I do want to point out that the Michelin tyres are clearing the water very, very well. And there's a couple of cars wide line, Jeremy, around the circuit. But when you're in behind someone, the visibility is awful. Another spin from another LMP2 contender, that's Kuba Shmerkovsky. Now, he did his penalty early, and where's that he's fallen off the circuit? That will be, I think, just coming through onto the start-finish straight. Yes, it was. So it was just in front of the pit lane at turn 13. At the front of the field, Mathieu Jaminet, Jeremy, has cleared off.
Yeah.
It might be difficult for everybody else. He's settled into a nice pace, but he's 6.5 seconds up the road from Sebastian Bourdais. You mentioned Grosjean. Grosjean now only 1.6 seconds behind Sebastian Bourdais. Those three it's Conor de Filippi, isn't it, who's next up also.
Yes.
But that's been a brilliant restart for Matt Jaminet.
Yeah, and Conor de Filippi was faster than all the leaders on that last lap, except farther back down the field. Felipe Nasso is now in 10th position in car number 7 after restart. That was a penalty, I think, for the number 7 car, wasn't it? Yeah. So after that, he was the quickest car on track last time. It did a 28.6 to the 1 minute 30.9, so 2 seconds quicker than the race leader Mathieu Jaminet.
Not surprised that the Triassi Ferrari has been penalised, so that will be a drive-through for the that one again. Oh yes, it was Scott Hargrove on the behind the wheel of the Andretti 43 Porsche. He's already come into that as well. They had damage to the air dam. I think he already came in for that. But he's now doing his drive-through as well. Sadly, the 023 Ferrari has gone behind the wall and needs further investigation on the damage after that issue. At the front of the field, I'm watching an incredible display. We are watching an incredible display at the moment by Mathieu Jaminet. He is driving it away from a quality field. Another half a second to the good last time around over Romain Grosjean, who's now in second place. So Grosjean in the Lamborghini. Oh, Santagata will be absolutely enraptured about this. They made the hyperpole session in Japan last weekend for the first time of the SC63, and now Romain Grosjean brought back into the Lamborghini Iron Lynx team for the longer race. He's up into second place, 6.7 seconds. It was a slow lap last time around, 1:31 for Sebastian Bourdais, a 28.9 again there for Jaminet as the 34 Ferrari, the red, white and black Conquest car, is off the circuit. Again, that is at turns 7 and 8 in the braking areas, and Grosjean's just gone long as well at turn 1, and we've got the 20 car in trouble as well for Seth Lucas. He's having to do a little restart. Now, did Bourdais get back through? No, he didn't. He did not. He's right there though. So a long, slightly long run into the turn 1 runoff, but Grosjean pulled it back. We've still got the number 2 behind him. So he's got a car between him. Shea Adam has an update on the Triarci 023 whilst we have a break in the action. Shea?
Just really quickly, the Triarci car, they don't know what it broke yet, but the contact from the 43 did make the car undrivable, so they're going back to the garage. They are super disappointed because in the dry, they felt like they had a real rocket ship. And just a quick addendum, remember that most of the cars at the front of the field came in and put on new wet weather tires during that long cessation of activities. The 01 did not. That's Bourdais still on those original wet weather tires that they put on a long time ago.
But so is Romain Grosjean, Shea. That's, I mean, it's a good point, but Grosjean's only been down the pit lane once as well, and that was incredibly 46 laps ago. But of course, for all bar, what, half a dozen of the laps before we went back to green, we were behind the safety car. Grosjean coming very, very well through the field, and now Sebastian Bourdais, Jeremy Shaw, is battling against Connor De Filippi in the number 25 BMW.
Yeah, side by side into turn 1. It looked like De Filippi might have been able to make that pass on the outside line, but Bourdais just about able to hold off that challenge. Very brave around the outside into turn 2, the left-hander, and keeps that position at least for now, but he's losing quite a bit of ground to that Lamborghini up into second position. And last time around for Grosjean, despite that mistake that he made, he only lost about 3/4 of a second to the race leader.
8 positions made up by Romain Grosjean. He is relishing these conditions and absolutely repaying the confidence shown in him by Lamborghini and Iron Lynx, bring him into the squad. Rogro doing what Rogro does. He's just gaining a tiny little bit. He's brought down the gap to Jaminet by about half a second. Oh, now a little bit more actually. 5.6 seconds at the front of the field as the leader is right in amongst the lapped traffic, and the next car to go by is the era number 18 of Connor Zilic. 7th position in LMP2. Congratulations to Connor for a couple of brilliant results in the other part of his career, which is on the stock car and truck driving side of things. He's proving himself to be a very, very versatile driver. in 7th at the moment, as I say. Alex Sims still leads for Corvette in GTD Pro. From Pfaff Motorsports, number 9 McLaren, and Daniel Surra in Racing, number 62 Ferrari. AO Racing's Porsche, Michael Christensen in 4th, 5th Roman De Angelis in the 027 Heart of Racing car. That's the wrong car really for them, isn't it? And in GTD, Jan Halen for Wright Motorsports, 120 Porsche leads from Ollie Milroy with a couple of GTD pros behind them for Inception Ferrari. Then it's Forte Racing and Misha Goikberg in the number 78 car. And in LMP2, United Autosports leads with Nico Pino behind the wheel of the number 2 car from Riley and Josh Burton. 14 seconds between those two, with Bishoy Garg in 3rd position for United Autosports. Then Kuba Shmerkovsky, that spin didn't help him, and another spin in LMP2, this time for, was that the number 88, I think it was, going around there. Yeah, the Richard Mille car. Just trying to see if the guys made up positions. Yeah, that hasn't helped them. And number 88 spinning further down the field. And the top 8 back together now in LMP, as we've got the Riley car spinning, and also the 31. This is down at turn 1. Check that. That is of the far side
12
of the track at turn 12. But at least he's got some tarmac to drive on. That car doesn't look happy though for Pipo Durrani. I think he's headed to the pitch, Jeremy.
He's been really struggling. I was just about to try and tell you that he was really struggling, as was number 24 car, Philip Egg. They really were having a tough time over the last few laps, losing a lot of ground. And he's had a spin there. He's going to bring that car to pit line very, very slowly. Looks like a problem for number 31.
And Luis Perez Compagnon was behind the wheel of the Richard Mille car. He's dropped away from the rest of the field. Now, was this a technical issue? Down through the gearbox. Oh, engine's just cut out on the downshift. So that will have sort of locked up the rear wheel. He's done well, actually, to get that car back. I presume then what he's done is found found neutral, and he's bringing that car back on electric power, Jeremy, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you might be right. What a shame.
Shea Adam is there.
It's silent. There is no sound of an internal combustion engine. That was full electric. You guys were correct. Engine cover is coming off. The tail section is also going to come off. The crew is going to go to work on this one, but this is huge. This car, 4th in the championship coming into today's race, and always within contention to the Michelin Endurance Cup. Pipo Durrani staying aboard. Waiting as the crew diagnoses. They're going to plug in the computers and see what we can find. But Peter Barron up on the wall, clearly communicating to his crew guys. Check this, check that. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. It's been a busy week for the Whelen Cadillac crew, and this is not something that they wanted to see.
Incredible from all the drivers out there at the moment. I know we've seen a lot of problems, but quite frankly, we've seen a lot more. Shea's just had a peer into the back of the car, wearing her red rain top over the top of her pack, trying to keep that dry. Hello, Shea. And don't like cars coming in dead stick. Shea, what are they looking at down there? Is there any particular part of the engine? There's people staying in the car, at least for the time being.
Well, the worst news is everything is plugged in where it should be. It doesn't smell particularly hot. That is something else. The exhaust appears to not have been run to a severe temperature, so it's hot. It's been running warm, but it's not overheated. There's no fluid dripping anywhere. There's no visible sign that there's anything wrong with this engine at all.
Meantime, at the front of the field, Romain Grosjean has caught Mathieu Jaminet as they go through turn 7. They're almost side by side. This is the battle for the lead as they run just 36. Oh, they touch each other. Grosjean and Jaminet, and Grosjean goes through. What a save that was by Jaminet. They were leading the championship by 36 points until they drop down into second place. That will change now ahead of their teammates. Grosjean forceful, but that Lamborghini has come alive. Now, was there a little slide by... Nah, it's just a misjudgment by Grosjean. He's got more grip. He has got a car that is handling much better in the wet than anything else out there. And trust me, Chamonix's car's handling pretty well, pretty much better than everybody else other than that green, white and red number 63. Only 19% energy left for... Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Lamborghini leads for the first time, isn't it? And he's been a fantastic run. I think it was a misjudgment there, and I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't give that position back again. And race control is going to look at it because he definitely made contact with the back of the Porsche, no question about that.
31 Cadillac from Whelen Engineering is being pushed behind the wall. That is again awful luck for the Whelen team. Well, Roman has decided that he's setting sail. I'll use those words advisedly in these conditions. I love the optimism of Jan 0077. TV pictures looks like it's getting a bit brighter. Your boyish enthusiasm is superb, Jan. Still raining, but it is getting a little brighter. We still have 3 3/4 hours to go here. 45 minutes before we dole out the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Whelen car being pushed, not allowed to drive it backwards, even if you had some power in it. Down the pit lane, that's instant disqualification. People's eyes looking in the camera. Just one driver, one crew member at the moment pushing now two from Whelen Cadillac. Shea Adam has been speaking to the team. The fact that they're taking it behind the wall, Shea, does not bode well.
They don't know what happened. They don't know why it just stopped, and they can't, like me, see anything visibly to indicate why the Cadillac would have stopped. So Pippo is going to be taking it back behind the wall. There were 2 crew members who pushed the car back down the pit lane. A third just scrambled down to join them. As out from behind the wall, rejoining is the Triarci Competizione 023 Ferrari. So a really good job by that crew to get the car turned around so quickly, as Pippo, sadly, is driving his car behind the wall.
I didn't like the way it just cut out on the downshift, Jeremy. That was an instant engine cut. Now, when you select the downshift, there is meant to be a momentary cut of the revs, the same as when you shift the upshift. But that was clearly something much more than that. And then the car, of course, is left in gear, and it just stopped dead.
It did, didn't it? There's no sign of life there whatsoever, and that's just some sort of electrical cut there, breaking a line, or a complete loss of power there. Real great shame. It's going to be, well, you're not going to come back from that as competitive this field is. But look, a couple of things to notice here. Grosjean's still flying. The other guy who's flying still is Felipe Nasser in car number 7. The last couple of laps, he's made very quick work of both Richard Westbrook and Ricky Taylor, left them already way behind. And next in his sights will be Jordan Taylor in car number 40. So up to 7th place now in car number 7.
Did a 1:27 last time around. Even Roman Grosjean only did a 28.6. Crossed the line for Nasser. A little bit slower that time around. And, well, that was how he lost. We're seeing pictures now. Obviously, it doesn't work on radio. That is how I think he lost the positions in the first place. Going long at the final complex, as now he's gone down behind Ricky Taylor, back down into 9th. No, that's more recent than that. Sorry, I'll take that back.
Yeah, so he's thrown away all that good work.
All that good work has disappeared, and he's absolutely flinging the car around at the moment. Felipe Nasser comes up behind the 023 car, just been asked by Someone who's watching in South Africa, hello Tian. Is the 027 Aston the same GT as the 27 Aston in the FIA WEC? No, it's not. It's the car that has been in GTD all year over here in IMSA. They've bumped it up. It could still be running in that class, but they bumped it up to GTD to try GTD Pro to try and help their teammates and put some extra cars between themselves and the AO77 Porsche, with which their teammates in the 23 car are fighting for the championship. About to see some pit stops, including from the leader. Romain Grosjean has nearly gone through his energy. Is there a way to see race control messages? Yes, there is. There's a race control clicker on the bottom of the livetiming.alcamel.com. RC at the bottom will give you a pop-out screen for all the race control messages, and it also pops up on the bottom of the screen. Great. And I can see that the Aero Motorsport car is going to get a penalty for shortcutting turn 7, and the fire extinguisher wasn't properly manned for the Triazi car, which is back out, by the way, so they'll get a drive-through for that. And Seth Lucas has gone off in the number 20, I think. Again, I've just seen that on race control. Yes, he has, and that was at turn 12. You're up to date with IMSA Radio as we come to the end of a clock hour, but with 3 hours 40 minutes to go for Performance Global Broadcast Centre, bringing you live coverage from Indianapolis. Whew.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out
Jeremy?
there, that's for sure. There's a lot going on
absolutely.
right now, and Romain Grosjean doing a super job out front. Matthew Jaminet pretty much matching his pace now down into 27s. But 26, they won 26.6 for Conor Di Filippi. He's brought that gap 3 laps ago. It was 9 seconds between second and third. That's now halved. 4.6 as they came across the line to complete their 73rd lap, pulling away pretty rapidly from Sebastian Bourdais, who is pretty much keeping pace with Philippe Eng, who doesn't have the pace of the other front runners at the moment, nor does Jordan Taylor in the 6th position in caliber 40. Jimmy Bruni's the other guy who's been really struggling in that number 5 car. He was off had a problem earlier on, and since then he's made no ground in terms of catching the other cars on the lead lap in GTP.
Leader in the pit lane, one of 2 this point, 7 cars at 2 hours and 21 minutes in the race. 7 cars have only made 1 pit stop. It's now only 6 as Romain Grosjean brings the Lamborghini Iron Lynx SC63 in after its first laps leading in IMSA. Shea Adam is in the pit lane.
Fuel, tires, and a driver change. Matteo Cairoli taking over this car as Roman trips a little bit getting out. He will have been tired from that stint, most of the time being bored, and then be thrilling us all once we got back to green flag racing. So I am going to wander down and try and grab Roman for a quick word. But we've just had another significant, as far as the GTD Pro Championship is concerned, pit stop. The Heart of Racing number 23 has come in. New wet weather tires. Ross Gunn plugged in aboard that car.
What race this is, says Edmund Berry. Hello, Eddie, at IMSA Radio. Now we know why IMSA left the cars circulating. It would have took much, much longer if we'd red flagged this. The teams would have had to re-warm up the cars. Yes, we lost a lot of time, but we've still got 3 hours and 38 minutes to go, and this has been spellbinding. Absolutely unmissable in the first 6 hours. TireRack.com. Battle on the bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Shea Adam, John Hindhaugh, Jeremy Shaw. I literally, every time I think about sitting down in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, I have to stand up again because something happens, or I feel it might do. Matteo Cairoli is already out of the pit lane, so it's Jaminet back at the head of the field for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, Conor De Filippi. Those 2 cars, in fact, Sebastian Bourdais as well, all down on 20% or less of their energy allowance for the stint. Philippe Eng on 40%. Jordan Taylor for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti in 5th position on 40%. 55% for Richard Westbrook. and he's only 44 seconds away from the lead, so the JDC Miller car not out of this. None of those cars are out of it, as Caroli has rejoined just ahead of Jimmy Bruni in the number 5 car. He'll have to pit again in a minute, and he's going to lose the lead lap when he comes into the pit lane in that Mustang sampling Porsche. But Cairoli now taking up, Jeremy, exactly where Grosjean left off. He's already up to speed, and he's showing incredible confidence in these conditions, which he's experienced for the first time. Oh my goodness, he's going to have to come back down the pit lane. Too many crew off the wall for the 63 car. It'll be a drive-through, and what a shame, because Cairoli is going like the clappers.
Oh my goodness me, that's what a critical error for that Lamborghini team. We talked about earlier on, you want to minimise any penalties during this race because of that time it takes to go down pit lane. That's heartbreak for Ironlink's Lamborghini, or particularly for the driver.
Yeah, not Matteo's error there. The team will be kicking themselves. We talked about, as Jeremy rightly said, a Michelin countdown agreeing our Porsche keys to the race. Track limits, well, we haven't had any issues there. Nobody wants to be anywhere near it. The starts and restarts, be there at the end, and do not come down the pit lane more than you need to. I said Sebastian Bourdais needed to, and he is coming to the stop. Whilst he has the stop, let's hear from Romain Grosjean down in the pit lane, live on IMSA Radio with Shea Adam.
Roman, first laps of a Lamborghini leading overall in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship go to you. How badly did you want that?
I think for the boys and for Lamborghini and for everyone, so much effort was put into it that I'm proud of what we did today. Obviously, condition played in our favor. For some reason, it was very tricky out there, but the car behaved well, so I hope my teammate can carry on what I've built. But I must say, of course for me, but for everyone here, is fantastic.
Do you feel like the car had a bit of advantage in the wet since it has more weight to it?
At least we didn't have a disadvantage.
Well, hey, you made quick work of that. Good job out there.
Thank you. We keep an eye now.
Well, unfortunately, his car is coming back down the pit lane rather earlier than he might have expected. Cairoli comes in what are much better conditions in terms of the daylight. I thought Shea was very diplomatic not mentioning that to Romain as she was talking to him. One or two cars beginning to stray offline now to find the wetter parts of the circuit to keep the wet tyres working, Jeremy. We're nowhere near crossover right now, but that's the next big strategic decision that will have to be made. And teams like Philip Eng in the 24 BMW and Jordan Taylor in the number 40 Acura, they will be out there the longest before they come back in. Richard Westbrook as well actually has the most energy. Those guys, they can take their time making that decision, as Westbrook actually is just coming down to turn number 1, and that's the advantage of opening up that pit window. Back out on the track for Cairoli, the left-hand indicator working. Sure, he was aware of that, noticed that before. Aero Motorsport with a spin. That is at turn 12 and 13. Connor Silic behind the wheel. Number 18 car in P2 era, sitting in 8th position. He's managed to find his way back to somewhere that has grip. A number of people, including James O'Donnell, saying the driver skills on display here exceptional. I've just driven to collect my Sunday night takeaway in heavy rain at slow speed. I can't comprehend how they do with it. I know what you mean. I was out in the weather earlier on and driving on my own with the wipers on full speed. It was pretty difficult. This is brilliant stuff. It's getting better, Jeremy. It's getting much, much better. And if the litmus test is that Holman Boulevard on the run from 6 to 7, that's much drier. There's far less spray even there now. There's been a change of lead with Conor De Felipe having caught now and passed Porsche 963 of Mathieu Jaminet. another different manufacturer in the lead of the race, and they'll both have to pitch soon. Jeremy, you'd mentioned that those BMWs were going pretty well. Philip Eng's not that far behind the top three now, within 10 seconds of each other.
That's right, he came across the line. It must have been side by side, just 19,000 of a second between them as they crossed the line on a previous lap, with Di Filippi just edging ahead on the Chamonix. So that car is, well, it wasn't a particularly quick lap. There must have been traffic involved. They were only in the 1-minute 30s as opposed to 27s they had been running on a dry track. So I think that played into the BMW's favour. But now that situation's been reversed again. It's Mathieu Jaminet who completes lap 79 in the lead.
I wonder if he was ahead across the line, but not in the turn one, because we only get the updates at the line here. And I hadn't seen visual evidence until they came back around. So I think, Jeremy, your reading of that is spot on, that they were side by side, and the transponder of Conor Di Filippi's car was just ahead of the transponder of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. As they've gone through this time, it's 1.3 seconds in the favour of Jaminet. However, the BMW led at the end of the lap, so that was another leader.
It was. That's the sixth different leader in this race. Number 01763 6 and now 25. So 6 different leaders. That was our 10th lead change. And number 10 car, number 6 car back out in front. And pit stops just a lap or two ago for 2 of the GTD Pro leaders. Number 3 and 9 came into pits. That's handed the lead in GTD Pro now to Michael Christensen in the AO Porsche. And Jack Hawksworth, incredibly, up to second position now again in the Lexus car number 14, having had to did a brilliant drive in the at least semi-wet on slick tyres, then had to make a pit stop, fell right to the back by changing finally onto wet weather tyres. Now finds himself in second place in car number 14.
We're waiting for the leader to come in. Mathieu Jaminet has 15% of his energy left. He's leading, and Shea Adam is down at the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit, looking at some potential work to be done on that car.
Both of the crews are up on the wall. The 6 is more prepared for the car to come in. Dane Cameron is up on the wall for the championship leading number 7, but they have the T-bars that they use to change the rear wing in hand of one of the mechanics. So that tells me that they're going to change the rear wing for Mathieu Jaminet. I don't know if this is a planned change to try and give Mathieu a little bit more downforce, or if it's a result of the contact that he had with Grosjean. Because remember, that did give them a little bit of concern, and they actually did send a mechanic out to the wall to look and see just how bad the damage was between the 2 cars.
Oh, that's brilliant deduction, Shea. Yeah, the hit on the right rear, wasn't it, of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. If there's any damage to that under tray, the diffuser at the back, they will want to change that whole of the rear section. There's a little bit of a cheese wedge behind the rear wheels of that car, and that will help with the downforce. I suspect the issue at the moment, they'll be talking about what tyres to put on, and the Mustang Sampling number 5 cars in. They've put slicks on. That they look like medium slicks in going. No, they're not. Shea Adam can say better. Sorry, I thought I saw the yellow marks on the side for the medium. Are they?
Nope.
They're wets coming off the Mustang Sampling car. Shea, what's going on?
Wets are going back on. We only have the hards this weekend, John, so they have the red marking on the side if they were slick. So that answers that question. But into the pit box comes that number 7 Porsche for Penske Motorsport. This car, which leads the championship, has Dane Cameron climbing aboard. Dane, who has 3 previous starts at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in IMSA competition, best finish of 8. So he's looking to try and improve upon that this afternoon as Felipe Nasser walks semi-gingerly back over to the wall. Interesting. Wonder if he's got a bit of a cramp going on. We are waiting for the sister car to come in this lap too. Now I see the purple headlights back further down the pit lane. The tire change beautifully executed by the mechanics. These smoking old tires that have come off the cars, just gently waiting on the pit lane for the mechanic to come and rescue them. Now that's happened, and now we are just waiting on the fuel and energy replenishment for this number 7 before we can go back out on the racetrack in the hands of Dane Cameron. But immediately behind comes the number 6. This car, Mathieu Jaminet, took it to the lead, so I'm definitely going to try and grab a word with Mathieu. Let's see, because, well, I should explain. The reason I can grab a word with him is because, one, Mr. Nick Tandy is getting aboard, the father of Felix Tandy. We are putting new Michelin wet weather tires on this car as well. And Nick, who's proven to be a bit of a wet weather specialist, will be doing a bit of a rain dance. Well, no, he won't, because he claims he doesn't love driving in the rain, but we know that that's just not true. All right, the wing end plate that they pulled off the car does have a little bit of damage to it on that right rear, so the new one that they put on perfectly intact, meaning that Nick is getting a brand new race car. In effect, no issues with it to go out and do battle. The number 6 crew with almost an even better pit stop than the sister car, the number 7, waiting on the fuel. That's it. And then we're going to have Nick Tandy in this race.
Hello to everybody at the Sun Inn at Falmouth. The hosts, Peter and Connie, Laura and JJ, and there are plenty of Nick Tandy fans there at the moment, watching and listening. And I hope you're having a good evening. 7:15 in the UK, and the Falmouth Flyer is into the race. He's in the car now, so you can't hear me say that. Also, hello to Brittany and the family back at home. Jerry Z asking, are teams allowed to use cut slicks? No, you're not. It's wets or dries. BMW into the pit lane. It's the number 25, Conor de Felipe, out in second. That lets Philip Egg into the lead, Jeremy. He's been super quick in the last few laps.
Very much so, and he's been catching up quite rapidly. He was the fastest car to 26 a couple of laps ago. I hadn't seen anybody else in the 26s. He's been struggling a little while ago, but as the track is beginning to dry, he came into his own, and he takes over the lead now, so he becomes the 7th different leader, with his teammate Conor de Felipe dipping onto pit lane.
So getting back up to speed there, the cars that have just stopped, remember, no tyre warmers here, so even the wet weather tyres will take a lap or two to come in at IMSA Radio. We are just under 3.5 hours still to go. Welcome along if you're just joining us. IMSA Radio, IMSA TV around the world on RST, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Oh, mistake by Richard Westbrook a moment or two ago as he's cannoned into Josh Burden for the Riley number 74 LMP2 car. And that again is another simple decision to make. Let's go down to Shea Adams. She stayed at Porsche Penske Motorsport. Mathieu Jaminet led the race for quite a long time in the difficult conditions. Let's hear what it was like from his point of view.
Yeah, Mathieu, were you just getting bored behind the safety car and you wanted to prove that you remembered how to race really well? Because that restart was so impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't get all what you said, but as everybody can see, it's a crazy race so far. Very long stint with the safety car, which was at the end the right decision because honestly the conditions were really bad with a lot of standing water. But then yeah, the people seem to race from lap 1 like it's the last hour. So that's a little bit surprising. A lot of contacts, a lot of risks taken. So yeah, we've been pretty passionate driving around for a bit. Then in the wet at the end was okay, could take the lead, and Grosjean came, hit me at the back for no reason. And yeah, we just kept on going. We were smart on energy and saving from the beginning, so that's why I could go pretty long. So yeah, I mean, everything is going according to plan. We just need to survive because the race is just crazy out there.
How did that contact with Grosjean affect the handling of the car?
Honestly, hard to say because the conditions are changing so much right now. The tires were overheating quite a bit, so yeah, it was just tough. I'm not too sure it actually did something, but yeah, we had to change the tail for sure. So yeah, I think the car is fine. Yeah, we can go from there.
How close do you think we are in these conditions to that crossover when we go back to the hard slick tire?
Actually, we are pretty close. I wish to add a little bit more energy in the tank to a couple of more laps and then switch to slick straight away for Nick. But yeah, wasn't quite enough. I think we're going to see in the next couple of minutes the first cars trying to go slicks. So
Great job out there. That was fun to watch.
yeah, thank you.
You can hear the smile on the face of Mathieu Jaminet. Nick Tandy already up to speed and is right behind Renger van der Zande, who'll be pitting in a lap or two as they come down to the end of the lap. Turns 12 and 13 come off the short chute between 2 and 1 on the Super Speedway, and Tandy with newer tyres being able to catch that BMW, and I think it's sweep past him on the front straight.
Yeah, the BMW, of course, so Tandy at the moment is a lap down, as we see Philip Egg there trying to get some cooling water onto those sides. He sweeps to the inside, going down the front straight towards turn 1. So we didn't see whether he was able to make that, whether the Porsche was able to make that move into turn 1. But yeah, it's a great battle for the lead there. The top two, up in the second position now, it's kind of a 40, it's Jordan Taylor, but a long way behind the race leader Philip Egg, as Rich Westbrook brings number 85 car into the pits out of third position.
It's almost dry down the front straight now, but it'll be greasy, so we need to start watching the lap times now and see what they come down to. We've been running in the 28s and 29s. Philip Egg last time around was a 27.5. What did Tandy do? He did a 28.0 and he was passing traffic. The chair mentioned something there that is really quite significant because of the weather forecast. Which is a Corvette off the circuit as well, right in front of the FAF McLaren number 9, which has been strangely off the pace the last couple of 3 laps, but it stayed out there. This is the number 9 car that's going across the line now, and piloted by Marvin Kirchhofer. So what was the Corvette? It was number 3 Corvette that just briefly went off the circuit again in that tricky little 12-13 area. And they left the same tyres on, I'm hearing. She mentioned something there that I think is significant, and that is the GTP tyre of supply this weekend. And bear in mind, all the GTPs get the same Michelin tyres, one wet, one dry. The only exception we've ever had to that was a couple of years ago in Daytona, when there was a couple of tyre compounds which we expected to be so cold during the night, and then that could only be used between 8 o'clock at night and 8 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Well, here the selected tyre for the expected weather was the Michelin Hard, the hot weather tyre, and Jeremy, that might just get a slew of LMP2 cars coming in the pits from second on down. Kuba Shmerkovsky leading for Inter Europol, the 52 yellow and green car. Having that harder tyre, that tyre more suited to warmer track temperatures and air temperatures, that might make be a contributing factor in when the teams decide to change back to a slick. They can burn through as many sets of wets as they want. Obviously there's a time penalty, but going out on slicks that aren't going to heat up, that could be disastrous.
Yeah, it's in the dry conditions, it's really difficult to get those tyres up to temperature. But now with the track still sort of damp, it's going to be even more difficult to do so. So, yeah, you want to stay out on these wets, I think, as long as you possibly can, without losing time. So there will be, who's going to be the first to take that plunge? That's the question, to get onto slick tyres. And whoever does, it's a bit of a gamble if no one else has done it, but it could pay off big dividends.
Just under 20 minutes away from the interim points for Michelin Endurance Challenge, so there might be 1 or 2 teams who are in with a shout of that, Jeremy, who are back timing to that as well. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. We were talking about the move to totally slick non-groove tyres, and 1 or 2 teams beginning to look at the times now and think it might be there.
And in LMP2, that is the decision that's been made by the number 99 AO Racing Orica, and also the 52, which came in not very long ago for PR1 Matheson. They are are also back in to put on slick tires. No driver change, just windshield tear off fuel and the tires. But I'm also seeing a change coming for the heart of racing. The 027, they're about to put Mario Farnbacher back in the car, and also new slick tires.
Well, Smakowski's been out there 28 laps, so that's okay. TDS run through to the lead with Hunter McElrea. That's still in that car. He took over from Stephen Thomas. So 37 laps ago, but he's been in the pits in the meanwhile. And that LMP2 battle, we need to keep our eyes on that, because that has been absolutely outstanding. And there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 cars, in fact, there's certainly that have half a chance of not just a podium finish, but the victory, having been all closed back up again. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, hello. It's John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw, 103.9 around the circuit. Before we have some more pit stops, let's give you a VP in-race update. With 3 hours and 15 minutes to go, Philip Egg leads for BMW, number 24, M Hybrid V8 by 26 and a bit seconds from Jordan Taylor. They've both got the same amount of energy left, about 40%, so they'll stay out for a wee while longer. Ricky Taylor in the other Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Acura, the number 10 car, also with 45%, so those three with an advantage. Oh, in fact, Philip Egg's come into the pits. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I'll go to Shane in a moment for this. Nick Yellerly on 20% is in 4th position for BMW, 15% each for the Cadillac 01 in 5th position, and Nick Tandy for Porsche. That can't be right. Nick Tandy's only just got into that car. My apologies. Well, either that or our numbers are not quite right there. Yeah, Nick Tandy, 85%. That's right. Let's go back down to Shea Adam, and I'll complete the VP Racing update at the moment, because we have a significant development in the pit lane for GTP.
Slick tires going on to the number 24 BMW, and they have done a driver change as well, so it is Jesse Krohn taking over for Philip Egg. Those slick Michelins, though, they are cold, and it is going to be a little bit difficult as they go to get things started. Now, they're also doing the data stick change. This is something that's mandatory in endurance racing between hours 2 and 4, and because we are between hours 2 and 4, whether you want it to be to go or from the start of the race, it doesn't matter, it works both ways. So they have done the data stick change. They had trouble closing the passenger side door. That door is not closed, guys. That door is not at all closed. So if Jesse Krohn can't reach up and grab it, they're going to have to come back in to try and secure it, because that is not okay. Also into the pit lane, we've got 2 more significant stoppers, the one of which being the 64 Ford Mustang. Now, Harry Tinkle got in this car not very long ago. He was sent out on some very good Michelin wet weather tires. He's now been put on some Michelin slick tires, or will be, I should say, as soon as the car hits its marks, goes up in the air tracks, fuel, and yep, there we go, more slick. So it is definitely crossover time, but is it too soon for the prototypes? Watch the 24, and also watch that passenger side door, because I promise you, it's not closed.
And that's changeover by those drivers. Nick Tandy, remember, was in just before that and went back onto a brand new set of Michelin wets, and that was only a few laps ago for Tandy in the number 6 car. He's been out only, what, half a dozen laps, so he's got a long way to go. He's got the better part of an hour to go on those tyres. I'm not sure, Jeremy, I'm really not sure that, well, the harder slicks are the way to go right now.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, look, last time around, a couple laps ago, Matteo Cairoli got past the number 7 car of Dane Cameron. They had been nose to tail after stopping a few laps ago. Their lap times, Cairoli last time turned to 24.4 in a Lamborghini. He's running in 9th position. He's back on the lead lap now with that pit stop for number 24 car, I think. And Nick Tandy also in the 24s as well. The race leader now with the pit stop for number 24 is Jordan Taylor, so becomes our 8th different leader. And his lap time last time around was a 1:28.9 to the 24s now of the quickest contenders. I'm
expecting to see more GTPs coming in. RLL doing a cracking job with that BMW. I'm happy the teasing issues from last year are sorted and the drivers can go all out, says Skids on at IMSA Radio. Let's go BMW. They've had decent results here before. It's a track that BMW seems to like. Two Acuras coming down the pit lane. Both the Taylors are going to the Taylor pit box. Shea Adam is waiting for them.
It's a full family affair. I think I even saw Shelley Taylor earlier on. Shelley, if you're here, please find me for a hug because I love you. Yes, we've got fuel tires, no driver change for the number 10. They too are doing that data stick exchange. Slick tires going on to the red Acura and waiting to see what tires they decide to go in for the blue one. That would be the number 10, sponsored by Koenig Minolta, the red one being Dex Imaging. It should also be a set of slick tires, and yes, it is. But finally, a driver change taking place for that number 10, as there's another air hose that's come off. That happened yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race. It was the front tires then, it's the front tires here once again. So that is a bit of a disaster that we don't often see in IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship racing. Now the 40 has dropped off the air jack, so that pit stop is nearing completion. They're just waiting on the fuel and energy. Now it rolls out and very nearly collects the number 14 Pastor Sullivan Lexus, trying to come into its box. Oh goodness. That is also a driver change. Fuel and slick tires, Jack Hawksworth out, and Ben Barnicat has taken over. So who would you like me to get, John? Would you like Ricky Taylor or Jack Hawksworth first?
I don't mind, Jay, to be honest.
Okay.
It was the... we'll go back to that in a moment. Two Ferraris, Dragon Speed and Chetala, have come together at the entry to the 5 and 6 chicane, and they have had some issues. No, excuse me, that's coming out of turn 9 into turn 10. It was the... I'll try again. It's the other chicane. It's 12 and 13. Good heavens. It's all happening out on circuit. It was the number 40 left-hand side tyre changer. He did the rear tyre and dropped his gun, expecting it to be pulled around behind him. And that is when the air hose came off and it started going all over the place. Oh, now, was there overtaking under yellow there by one of the Aston Martins as they came into turn 13, Hindhoff, with those two Ferraris spinning after contact onto the grass. This, you can't take your eyes off this anyway, Jeremy. I pity anybody who has to cut highlights for this race at some stage in the future. The Chetala Ferrari is running again, both of those Ferraris still running. Oh my goodness, and a little bit of a touch there between the BMW and the resuming Philip Albuquerque, number 10, Wayne Taylor racing car, as Felipe was struggling on his slick tyres. I am right in that, Shea. Both of those Wayne Taylor Racing Andretti Acuras took the Michelin slick tyres.
A firm, and we've got a couple more cars coming in for some slick tires, including the 23 Harder Racing from Aston Martin. They are going on to slick tires, leaving Ross Gunn aboard the car. And it was also fuel and tires for 77. That was Rexy from AO Racing. We had Nick Katzberg come in for Tommy Milner come in the number 4 Corvette for a new set of tires, and we are eagerly anticipating the number 3's arrival, because Alexander Sims in the Corvette Racing with Pratt Miller Motorsports is due, and he's going to hand over the car. The car will get new tires. Antonio Garcia will be out on slicks.
Nick Yellerly now leads the motor race in the number 25 BMW team RLL. It's the V8 engine BMW M hybrid. So that's the first time that the recently married Nick Yellerly has been at the front of the field. We've got Conquest in the pit lane for their Ferrari. They're doing a pit stop as well. They're just waiting for the fuel to go in. Well, a little bit of a stop-start race to start with, Jeremy, and then basically it's been like lighting the blue touch paper on a Roman candle and just waiting for things to happen as we start to see the GTD Pro pit stops happen now, and Alexander Sims come into the pit lane. I'll be honest with you, I have no clue who's got any advantage with nearly half the race having been completed.
No, agreed. The fastest car on the track at the moment is Matteo Caroli in that Lamborghini, the first guy that I've seen into the 23s. 1:23.9 for car number 63. He's now up into 5th position again, and closing very rapidly on Richard Westbrook. He's still got 20 seconds to go to catch him, but he was last time around, he was 3.5 seconds faster than the number 85.
They put a new set of wets on though, didn't they? Because I thought they'd put the mediums on, and that's when Shea reminded me that we only had the red dot tyres, which are the hard. So that was a new set of Michelin wets. Cairoli's doing a cracking job. Don't forget he's had a drive-through as well in this stint, because they had too many men over the wall. They'd have been out and gone if they hadn't had that issue.
Yeah, they would. You're absolutely right, John. And Nick Yellerly, he's doing a super job in the lead now. So he's in pit stop for number 74 in LMP2. I think he was running in 4th position, number 74 car. Hunter McElroy is doing a fabulous job in the TDS car number 11. He quite a while ago now he overtook the number 22 car for 2nd position, and since then he's got past number 2 car as well. So Hunter McElroy now leads by 4 seconds in number 11 car for number 2 of Nico Pino, down to 3rd, and the 2nd of the United Autosports car number 22 is running quite a long way back in 3rd place, about a half a minute behind.
So many drivers on the front straight, it's very noticeable. They're getting as close to the pit wall as they can and trying to drive to get their wet weather tyres cooled down a little bit. Hello to Junior Nan, complaining that Jeremy and I are making too many mistakes. Sorry Junior, there's a lot going on and it's live, and things are changing very, very quickly. I appreciate we're probably not telling the story of the race as well as we normally do, but there are many stories going on in this first half of the race. With a bit of luck and a fair breeze, we'll see the race slow down just a little bit. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. He's watching the number 6 Porsche. That was a very quick pit stop from Penske Motorsport, and they have gone on to slick tyres. So Nick Tandy has had to come in. He got a splash of fuel and he's going back out. Shea Adam down in the lane.
Down with Jack Hawksworth, because Jack, I have no idea how you kept the Lexus on the racetrack in that amount of rain on slick tires. Just how difficult was it when all the heavens opened up?
Yeah, I mean, that run on slicks seems a long time ago now, but a lot was happening in that race. But yeah, we obviously it wasn't really raining hard enough for it to be wet, so we stayed on the slicks and it worked at the time. But obviously that yellow kind of hurt us then. And then we went back to the back, got in for the slicks, and the Lexus RCS has been working well and just kind of moved his way forward. So found some nice lines in 1 and 4 and played around with the edge. It was kind of fun because the lines were changing all the way through the stint, so you have to keep changing what you're doing. So I enjoyed it.
Do you want it to stay dry from this point out, or do you know now you have a good car in the wet?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we struggled yesterday in qualifying, but we did make some changes overnight, which have made it a lot better in the dry as well. So we'll see. I think it's going to be it'll be what it'll be, and we'll just do whatever we can, whatever the condition.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Brutal outlap for Nick Tandy on those new Michelin slick tyres. Barely keep the car pointing in the right direction. He came out in 6th position and he's been passed by a number of cars. He is desperately trying to get some energy into the tyres. He's been passed round the outside by the Conquest Ferrari through turn 13, and now at LMP2 the Riley number 74 car. But now he's onto a drier part of the circuit. He's got to try and get some energy through turn 14 as he comes onto the front straight. He's weaving left and right in front of the Inter-Europol car as he is desperately, as I say, trying to get temperature and pressure into those tyres. In the braking area for turbo, this is a danger time for Nick Tandy, but he is fighting his way through it. It was incredible, Jeremy, just seeing how hard Nick had to fight to stay on the track in the slightly damper area of the circuit through 8, 9 and 10 on his outlap.
Amazing, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible there. I mean, the car, Yeah, zero grip, being passed by every car on track. So frustrating for the driver. There's not a lot you can do. There's number 56 car involved again in an incident. That's going to bring out a yellow Triazi competition 023 Ferrari. Looks like it's beached there in the gravel.
That's a turn 4, Jeremy, and it's Onofrio Triazi behind the wheel, battling with Tony Vielander in the Dragon Speed 56 car. Those two seem to have been magnetically attracted to each other, and we are back under full course yellow. We need the snatch tractor out for the Triazi car. Nick Tandy will be cursing his luck. If he'd waited a couple of more laps, he could have had a freebie pit stop. And Tony Vielander, Tony Vielander was planted onto that car by the Cetilar Ferrari, the blue car, as he was coming up the inside. So that was Ferrari onto Ferrari onto Ferrari. Now, who got into the pit lane? Nick Yellerly did not. Nick Yellerly has entered a closed pit. Shea Adam, did he go all the way through in the BMW?
Yes, he did. He did not stop in his box. The only car that was in and got service was the number 62 Risi Competizione. New tires on that car, no driver change, because Davide Rigon got a not too very long ago.
So heads up from RLLT to tell Nick Yellerly, don't stop, don't stop. He was literally about 10 seconds, let's call it 13 seconds actually, too late committing to the pit lane, Jeremy, but he saved himself a penalty, even though he's taken the pain of going down the pit lane, but that's going to disappear a little bit because of the full course yellow.
Yeah, but it's also bad news because we're just coming up now to the 3-hour mark in this race. So he had been running in the lead. If he'd stayed out there, if he'd been able to stay out there, he should have been. He had plenty of fuel, so that shouldn't have been an issue.
Correct.
And he would have got maximum points at the 3-hour mark. He's now not going to do so. Not only that, he's going to fall. Well, he might only fall. He'll fall at least 4 or 5 positions, I think. It depends how slow everybody else was. You have to see where he comes back out on the racetrack.
He was scored in second in the pit lane as he went through the pit lane, but I don't think we were at 3 hours at that point.
Correct.
And it is the next lap after the 3 hours, as memory serves. Richard Westbrook is in energy problems. They are down to just 5% of their energy, and that car then, the number 85 Porsche 963 for JDC Miller, will have to come in and take emergency service, because they are not going to make, surely they're not going to make the next run through. Let me refresh, Jeremy.
He was only in 20 minutes ago.
14 laps.
Yeah, there's been some issues with that telemetry that shows up there, I have to tell you.
Right. Well, I'm looking on the T&S screen as well. Let me see which one gives me the better answer for Westy. On the actual telemetry screen, it says Westy's down at 5. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can't imagine that that's the case. Pass around starting. Let's put that to one side for the moment.
Yeah. But so I think, luckily there, Nick Yellerly only lost the 1 position, because with the pit stops that were taking place, in fact he was so far ahead of Richard Westbrook, who had to slow down because of the caution. He only lost 1 position by driving through the pit lane. Really lucky there for Yellerly. So this is 100 laps completed, first of all. Secondly, 3 hours. So we'll have to wait until the official results come out, but the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points will be awarded at the 3-hour mark. And Renger van der Zande is going to get maximum points in GTD GTP, and coming into this weekend in the points, the number 01 car was 3rd position, 7 behind the number 7 Porsche, which is down in 5th. So it should make up 3 points on the number 7 car.
So let's have a VP in race update. It is the Cadillac 01 that leads behind the safety car with 100 laps completed. Nick Yellerly for BMW MT RLL is scored in second as they come across the line, with Richard Westbrook in third for JDC Miller Motorsports and the 85 yellow Porsche. Lamborghini having led the race with Romain Grosjean, and then Matteo Caroli must have thought that it wasn't their day as they had to come back down the pit lane. They're back up to fourth position as the pits are open for prototypes. Then it's the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 car, Dave Cameron, ahead of Jesse Krohn in the number 24 BMW. Jordan Taylor has the number 40 Acura in 7th. Nick Tandy in 8th, having just stopped. Tandy won't stop, will he? He'll stay out because he wants to get the lead lap back. Yeah, exactly so, Jeremy. Also off the lead lap, Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10 Wayne Taylor car, as the 10th position is held by Ben Fiscal for Proton competition. In comes the bulk of the field. Tandy goes through, Albuquerque goes through, Ben Fiscal went through as well. LMP2 led by Hunter McElrea for TDS, they're coming in as well. We'll get the GTD Pro runners in this VP update in just a moment, but I can tell you, Neil Verhagen's come in this lap. That's a close pit for GTD Pro. Shea Adam, down to you for the legal pit stops for the prototypes.
Yep, well, Neil Verhagen's going to have to drive on straight through. It's fuel tires for Ranker Van de Sande. They are doing the data stick change as well. They are putting on slick tires from those very well-worn Michelin wet weathers coming off of the Cadillac Racing entry. We've also got the number 7 in. This is the Porsche Penske Motorsport car that leads the championship, and Dane Cameron is, I wonder if Neil was out of fuel, actually, because he is going to stop in his box, and they are going to splash him, so that will count as emergency service, but still entering a closed pit. When it's not open for you, yeah, race control won't like that very much either. Another set of new Michelin slick tires have gone on for Dane Cameron, and that car will be beaten out by the Lamborghini, I do believe, so they must have just splashed the SC63.
Yeah, Neil Verhagen had been out on that stint since he left the pit lane, 54 laps. So that was a heck of a run. I suspect they needed the 5 seconds of VP Racing fuel. So Michael Christensen will lead GTD Pro, the number 77 AO Racing Porsche from Harry Tinknell in the Ford Multimatic number 64 Mustang. Vassar Sullivan's RCF GT, amazing race for them. They'll be third with Ben Barnicott in the number 14. The 12 car, the GT car, in the wall with Frankie Montecalvo on one of the restarts earlier on, coming out of turn 14. That car has been retired. Continuing in GTD Pro for Mario Farnbacher in 5th position for the 027, the additional heart of racing Aston Martin in the Pro class this weekend. Marvin Kerkhofer for Pfaff Motorsport. That McLaren seemed to be off the pace for a few laps, but it's picked up speed again and sits in 6th position, all still on the lead lap for the GTD Pro now that Neil Verhagen has had to stop for emergency service. Tonio Garcia in 7th for Chevrolet Corvette and the number 3 car. In GTD, Elliott Skier for Wright Motorsport leads. This is before the pit stops, which inevitably are going to happen in a moment. That's the Lotus coloured car, as Jeremy was calling it. And the number 120 from Frank Schandorf Inception Ferrari, the 70. Corey Lewis for Proton Ford Mustang, the 55. Mike Skeen, the Mercedes number 32, and the top 6 made up by AF Courses number 21 Simon Mann and Devlin Di Francesco for Forte Racing. Andy Lally has come into the pits, and the Ferrari on Ferrari incident is under review as the pits are open for GTs. I'm not sure how much you can see from where you were.
Well, I can see a lot, but I only had 4 cars total that decided to come down the pit lane and see me. The 43 Andretti Motorsport Porsche came in. They did fuel and tires. I've got the number 45. That is the WPR Andretti Lamborghini. They are in. That's fuel, tires, and will it be a driver change? Yes, they are going to put Graham Doyle aboard that card. We've got Ollie Jarvis jumping aboard the Pfaff McLarens, fuel and new tires for them as well. Let's see, did Andy Lally stay aboard the Magnus Racing Aston Martin, the only Aston in GTD? Yes, he did. Fuel, tires, and a driver change as Neil Verhagen finally gets out of the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. He is the only non-full season driver in that car, and yet he's driven more than half the race. We've also got Lone Star into the pits, and let's see what driver change they've done. Really good stop by Pfaff, by the way, to do all of that service. Marvin Kirchhoffer looks kind of tired, but he should be. He was in the car for a long time. That is, by my eyes, that can't be Sally Ellick who's taken over. Ray Andrade, I believe, has now taken aboard the number 80 Mercedes. So that's it. Out of all the GT cars we had in the field, only 5 of them decided to come visit me. That's kind of rude.
Thank you, Shay. Magnus Racing Aston touring around with the number 44 Fexbox car behind this safety car. And at the front of the field then, we will get the wave by for the cars that are a lap down. And that is manna from heaven, Jeremy Shaw, for Nick Tandy, who goes through. Timon van der Helmer, Nick Tandy, Philip Albuquerque and Ben Viscal. Those were the 3 GTPs that were off the lead lap, and they will now come back around, and they will be on the back of the GTP field for the restart, won't they?
Yes, they will. They will, just trying to see which of them needed a pit stop. The hustle around and try to probably make a pit stop for that car in particular. That's the leader. Number 22 car is leading now in LMP2 because the number 11 and 2 came in a couple of laps ago. That put number 22 car in lead, but that's now onto the pit lane here at the second time of asking for LMP2.
Yeah, 22 rejoining. Still careful going out the pit lane. There's still 1 or 2 puddles for United Autosports. Bijoy Garg brought that car in. The rain gear has come off the hardy fans on the bank sides. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've had the worst of what we were going to get, and clear skies coming through from the west. So we did a VP in-race update before, VP Racing update before, and now it's changed around at the front of the field with BMW Team RNL 24 leading, but it's Jesse Krohn behind the wheel. It's the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura number 40 in second, from Cadillac 01 in third. So Bijoy Garg might have dropped it on the way out the pits actually in the number 22 car. Just looking to see if all the aerodynamic devices are okay. Then it's Matteo Caroli for Lamborghini. What a run by the Lamborghini. I mean, what a run by the Lamborghini. And we have got that. We did have that number 22 Oregon off the circuit. Taking the opportunity here as well to clean up 1 or 2 bits and pieces of debris as the final wave by is underway. Now, Jeremy, take a deep breath, because if the restarts have been anything like what we've seen, and now we've got offline will be slippy, online will be greasy, and there's some drivers out there with cooler tyres. Nick Tandy will be desperately trying to keep the heat in his and have a run at Timon van der Helm and Nick Yellerly and Dane Cameron and Matteo Caroli and Renger van der Zande and Jordan Taylor and Jesse Krohn. Our Porsche keys to the race: start and restarts. There's danger there, Jeremy, but play your cards right, you can make up a lot of good positions whilst everybody is in a line, and there's clear track ahead for the GTP cars.
Yeah, absolutely right, because as we saw with Nick Tandy, it's a real struggle to get these slick Michelin tyres up to temperature on a cool track, and it's going to be a serious challenge for all of these drivers now once we get back to green, particularly those are stopping right now. These are the guys, of course, that just got their lap back So get the wave around, come back into the pit lane, take on service, and they should be able to get their service completed in time to be able to get back out onto the track before the safety car and the rest of the field to get themselves back on the lead lap.
Splash of fuel only for Nick Tandy as he came into the pit lane in this period. Big question though, guys, what happened to the left side of Philippe Albuquerque's car? Because there is a significant amount of damage above the air intake. They did fuel only for that car as well as doing the data stick change. Fuel and tires for the number 5 Mustang sampling car. That one, which was still on wet weather tires. And this has been a very messy pit lane stop because we've been cleaning the pit lane, trying to sweep the fast lane once again to get rid of those lingering puddles. And it meant that the cars coming in to do service actually had to take some evasive action.
So reset and get ready to go again for Performance Global Broadcast Centre with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhoff. Shea Adam, our eyes and ears in the pit lane. We're still looking for our BDO. No strategy, a single nomination from the 56 cars. I feel we might not have seen that. Hang on, hold it. I can see an aircraft going over turn number 1 and there's blue sky between the clouds. It's brightening up over there. Race control taking the opportunity to do a little more sweeping and sucking on the pit lane. The vacuums are out. The sweepers taking the last of the standing water. That's really smart move whilst we're under this caution. It's the final wave by at the GTP class split. Here's where Nick Tandy gets right onto the rear wing of Tymon van der Helm. Therefore we will have the 10 GTP cars back line astern, Jeremy, at the front of the field. Now hopefully this time the P2s realise they're not allowed to do that. Oh, there's a problem for Josh Burden in the Riley. That is at turn 5. He's on the old motorcycle chicane. He's three-fingered salute, Control Alt Delete. I know he's on the pit lane. Excuse me, he's on the pit lane, and something's just run over what looked to be a door mirror there as well on the way in. Now I'm not sure that car needed a massive amount of fuel. They weren't in too long ago. Josh has been behind the wheel since Gar Robinson gave that car up. 12, 34, 44, 51 laps for Josh, but with pit stops in between. Shea Adam is watching what is going on there as the Ford Multimatic Mustang not quite where it needed to be on the pit lane. They're rocking it backwards and forwards, trying to get it into neutral, I think, and they've managed to do that. Shea, what's going on with the Riley number 74 LMP2?
That was the 65 Mustang as well, so the car that's several laps down. The 74 came in, fuel, tires, and it was a driver change. Josh Burton out, Felipe Fraga has gotten in, so maybe it was just that close on fuel.
Interesting that they didn't come in though, Shea, when the pits were open. Were they getting a lap back on the field?
Yes,
they were. That, yeah.
Okay,
answer my own question.
Yeah, 99 and 74 did that.
Right, thank you, Jeremy. So that leaves the number 8 Tower car. Is that back on the lead lap as well? No, it's not. And Ryan DL for Era in the 18 car is not yet back on the lead lap. As Jakub Szymkowski in Euroballs come into the pit lane as well from the lead of LMP2. Now, that's an odd one. And he pulls into his pits. The team are going to work. His tyres on the left-hand side for the Inter-Europol machine. Also following him in was the number 22 United Autosports B-Joy. They're taking all these slicks that have come off. Clean of the windscreen. No, they're wets that have come off. Very worn wets. They were so worn wets that the only way I could tell that they were wets was the spot on the side. I think they might have still been struggling along on wets there. Try and get Shea to find that out in a moment. Very difficult to see because they had them standing up on the wall. Felipe Fraga has rejoined after getting back on the lead lap in LMP2. Tom Dillman, by the way, has been plugged in the Europol's 52 car. Bijoy Guard, we'll see if he stayed in the United Autosport car when he goes back out. It was the 99 as well, Jeremy said, the AO Racing car, Paul Chateau is out. It's been Paul de Resta who's been plugged in to the number 22. We've got a standard length IMSA race to go, 2 hours and 42 minutes, but let's call it 2 hours and 40. And we're no nearer knowing who is going to win any of the classes than we were some 3 hours and 18 minutes ago. Lights are out on the Corvette TireRack.com Battle on the Brick safety car, and it will be Jesse Krohn who brings them back to green. Great run by Renger van der Zande in third position in the gold fronted Cadillac. They're all moving around 3 wide going into turn 1. Breathe in and hold your breath. This is going to be tight round the outside for the number 40 of Jordan Taylor in the Acura, but he couldn't get it done, and in doing that he got onto the dirty and wetter side of the track. He's lost 1, 2, 3 positions now, through into third. Matteo Caroli in the quick Lamborghini. Nick Tandy predictably trying every which way to make up positions, and he's gone round the BMW of Nick Yellerly. I think he's already disposed of Tymon van der Helme. Yes, he has. Tandy's made up 2 positions, and they're running just halfway around the lap. The battle for the lead is on as well, with a fabulous exchange going on between Jesse Krohn and the 01 Cadillac of Renger van der Zande. Then a little gap back to the green. Matteo Caroli driven Lamborghini Iron Lynx number 63. Back up onto the short chute between 2 and 1 on the Super Speedway. And then diving down through 12 and 13. Wide line taken by the 01. It looks like the BMW struggling to get heat in the front tyres, and round the outside the long way, but on the throttling turn, number 14, and we'll have a new leader at the line as we complete 108 laps. That's Cadillac back to the front. The BMW really struggling to get the front end working for Jesse Krohn. So Cadillac leads from BMW, Lamborghini. Dame Cameron has the 7 championship leading Porsche in 4th position from Jordan Taylor. Nick Tandy in 6th position. What a phenomenal restart from Tandy. He was, remember, on slightly warmer tyres. He might just have been able to kick a bit more heat in them. And in LMP2, Seth Lucas is going to have a penalty for running the light at the end of pit lane. We're also going to get a penalty for Paul Miller Racing improperly served emergency service. That's a full stop and hold for 10 seconds. And a Chetelaar Ferrari will be down the pit lane. Incident responsibility with the 2 other Ferraris. That will be a drive-through. So expect to see those cars in the pit lane. In fact, they're already starting. Here comes the number 1 BMW, Madison Snow. We'll have to park up for 10 seconds. That is going to be very costly with the field close together. How about that restart at the front of the field? Jeremy Shaw, Renger van der Zande and Nick Tandy making hay at the restart.
Yeah, amazing. I'm shocked at number 1 car getting a penalty for improperly served emergency service. That's bizarre. I mean, that's one of the most experienced teams on the pit lane. And they know exactly what the rules are pertaining to what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do, i.e. a splash of fuel is about it. So that's
well,
really
I have a question on that.
I
have a question on that, Jeremy, and I honestly don't know the answer to this, and I haven't got the rule book to hand, but Shea Adam might do. The pits were open for LMP cars, for prototype cars, and Neil Verhagen was behind the wheel, and he followed them down. Now, does that preclude you doing emergency service and just the 5 seconds splash? I'm not saying, because I didn't see it, that was what happened, but when the pits are only open for prototypes, could a GTD car not still come in for emergency service? Maybe Shea Adam can answer that one for us in a moment or two's time. Shea?
I don't think they can. I will double check with Johnny Notza, the lead pit official with them, so when I make it down back at the other end of pit lane, because I think he's still down there, whereas I've come down towards pit end.
The number 21 Ferrari now in pit lane as well. they weren't one of the cars that called for a penalty, or at least, sorry, race control called for a penalty. AF Corsa, Miguel Molina in there, and a problem for the United Autosport number 2 at turn 12, second in LMP2. Does nobody want to win LMP2 today, Jeremy? A spin, and that is an unusual spin for the Nico Pino behind the wheel. Wins car though at the end of the lap, straight back up to pace. That means that in LMP2, TDS leads, and a new fastest lap to celebrate by Hunter McElrea in the number 11 grey and highlight the yellow car, 1:18.5. This track is going to get very fast very quickly, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that 1:18.5, that's as quick as as most of the GTP cars on that last lap. Again, we talked about that earlier on. It's so difficult for the GTP drivers to build heat in their tyres once they're cold. And the LMP2 cars, with the pro drivers at the wheel of LMP2s, like Hunter McElrea, they can get onto the case much quicker. That's an impressive lap there on the track. His track's not fully dry. Last lap around for leaders was a 1:17.5, but the majority of GTP cars were in the 18s last time around.
The front of the field, Renger van der Zande has pulled out a 1.5 second lead on Jesse Krohn in second. The Lamborghini of Matteo Caroli hanging in there just a second further back. He's got Dane Cameron 3/4 of a second behind him, and then another half a second back to Jordan Taylor. That means that we have the top 5 cars after the restart. I understand, but they're still within 4 seconds. The GTD Pro Battle is absolutely enthralling. EO Racing in the Porsche, the number 77, Michael Christensen, the Works Porsche driver, is trying to hold off the Work Ford driver of Harry Tinknell in the Ford Multimatic. It's a very much better run from the number 64 car, half a second between first and second, then about a second and a half's gap back to the incredible Lexus RCF GT3, oldest GT3 car in the field now. The design of that car and the homologation of that car. The 14 car with Ben Barnigan then in third. He's got 1.2 seconds on Antonio Garcia, the first of the Corvettes. So that's Porsche, Ford, Lexus, Corvette, Aston Martin, Mario Farnbacher in the 027 in 5th position. McLaren with Ollie Jarvis for Pfaff Motorsports. He's right in there as well. And that means we have 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 of GTD Pros. Renger van der Zande resets the fastest lap of the race, Jeremy Shaw. And Hunter McElrea does in LMP2. Oh, the guys are going to be loving this, being out here now once they get the Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure. They've not had this at all during the race. The track is beginning to grip up, and they're beginning to use that performance of the Michelin tyres.
Yeah, here we go now. 1:17.2 then for Renger van der Zande, but amazing. Hunter McElrea, 1:18.0 for him. He's romping away. He pulled out over 1.3 seconds on Paul-Luc Chatin, who's running second in the AO Racing car that got itself back on the lead lap and now running in second position. But it was his best lap of the race for Paul-Luc Chatin, but 1.3 slower than Hunter McElrea. And that spin for Nico Pino in car number 3 put him in a distant 3rd position now in LMP2.
The penalty that I think I missed on the restart, and apologies for that, but I've just noticed Felipe Fraga in the pit lane for quite a while. The Corvette gets absolutely spattered with mud from the 44 Magnus Aston Martin that it was followed as they dropped the Michelin tyre off the circuit. So Felipe Fraga in the pits, and he has been for a long time, and that was for an improper final wave by. So that's a stop plus 2 minutes and 46 seconds as he is now just rejoining. I had to go back through the race control channel from that, and also the number 20 as well has been in and out of the pit lane and was stationary for quite a long time. That's the MDK Highcroft car. That was running the pit lane red light. Stop plus 60 for that. Shea Adam has more on that number 74 Riley car.
Was that the penalty that it was about? Because I'm seeing messages from race control saying that the leader had pitted, making them the leader, and so they weren't eligible for a final wave by. So it could be running the red light, or it could be, basically gaining an advantage of a lap when you weren't allowed to.
Yeah, that was when we saw we saw the Indy Europol car come into the pit lane, and we wondered why that was, but that car has dropped down to 4th position, but they installed Tom Dillman in that car. Bit of contact now on the
GTD Pro
as well. Yes, Harry Tinkler's got by. We said Ben Barnegat was, Michael Christensen rather, was trying to hold him off. Ben Barnegat's gone through as well, Jeremy. So the EO Racing car now down into 3rd position.
Yeah, he was off the road there and got back on again. He's not lost too many positions, but certainly has lost some track positions. And that Risi Competizione, I think it's Risi Ferrari, is in the thick of that battle there. But it is a lap down to the leaders running 9th in GTD Pro, the number 62 red Ferrari, in the thick of that battle at the front in GTD Pro, but not for overall position, unfortunately.
Vagaries of the weather at Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. Jake Parrott, who's trackside, says, finally I plucked up the courage to move to turn 1 and outside of the cover of the grandstand, and immediately had to put on some sunscreen. Hello to Blurfeed as well, tuned in live at home, listening to IMSA radio. The rain moves on. Yes, I think it has done now. Hello to Luke Dowell as well. Thank you for the kind words. And that's all coming in at IMSA radio. Thank you very much indeed. And we've got still 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. Fabulous racing, Jeremy, in GTD with all kinds of cars in that pro class. Great variety of drivers, and at the moment it's perm anyone from about 6 or 7 as the Aston Martin dives down the inside of EO Racing. Now there are people in here that have skin in the game, and that was one of those passes, because that was the 027 of Mario Farnbacher getting ahead of the car which is contending for the championship with their teammates, and that's why that 027 is in the class, Jeremy, to try and take points away from that green number 77 Porsche.
That's true, particularly with the number 23 car that is chasing that championship. That is another car that is a lap down in GTD Pro. So every position number 27 car can gain over the Porsche is exactly what number 23 car needs, until and when it can get itself back onto the lead lap to challenge for overall positions.
Yeah, I think, you know, we know that team, there'll be no shenanigans. It's just about positions. We're not suggesting at all, and I would never expect it from Heart of Racing. Ian James plays with a pretty straight bat, to use a cricketing term, and they are just out there to take points away. If that 23 car gets ahead, they'll want to be right in behind it and make sure that they maximise the advantage. If they can't, they'll get ahead of the number 77, and that's exactly what they've done. The EO car now dropping down a couple of positions in that battle. The 23, the car from Heart of Racing team that is right in the heat of that GTD Pro battle, has had its problems today and has dropped off the lead lap in GTD Pro. Ross Gunn behind the wheel now. They're down in 10th in the class.
Yeah, on board here with number 7 car of Dane Cameron. He's just lost the position to his teammate Nick Tandy, and trying to make his way through that traffic. He's lost the position also there to Nick Yellerly in the BMW, moving up into what will now be 6th position in car number 25.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Shay Adam has some news for us about some of the penalties. Shay, what do you have?
Just to clarify, the Paul Miller Racing penalty was because Neil Verhagen entered the pits when they were open for prototypes. That is not an applicable time for GTs to even take emergency service. So we were correct on that. That's an issue of not knowing the rule book.
Now,
Seems bizarre.
we have the first track limits that I've noticed, and it is for the number 22, Paul di Resta, in 5th position for United Autosport and LMP2. It's at turn 6 predictably. Now at the moment all they've done is invalidated its lap time, but that is the first one that I've noted, so we'll keep an eye on that as we go through. Also we have another official retirement, and that is the AF Corsa number 21, the Miguel Molina car that we saw come into the pit lane, just sitting there rather forlornly. The team ran up to see if they could do anything. I don't even think it got to its own pit box, but that car, I'm afraid, is out of the race for AF Corsa. Retirement there. Van der Zande leading the race, goes through turn 1. 3 seconds now between himself and Jesse Krohn. And he is, at the moment, Jeremy, making pretty short shrift of the traffic. Seems to be able to put the car pretty much anywhere he wants.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable at the moment, isn't he? Renger van der Zande, having turned the fastest lap of the race, has extended that lead now over the 24 car that's finally edged out a little bit of a gap over the Lamborghini, who is instead under pressure now from not only Jordan Taylor in the Acura car number 40, but also the Porsche and the BMW as well. So a 1, 2, 3, 4 car train of cars battling over what is 4th position on the racetrack. 3rd position on the racetrack.
Contact earlier on between AO Racing and the Lamborghini, wasn't it? I think that they came together. Well, they've been deemed with as incident responsibility for that, but only a warning. But that's like a yellow card, really, isn't it, for Michael Christensen and the rest of the AO Racing team? They cannot afford, we talked about it in Caution Keys to the race, cannot afford to cut down the pit lane. Shea Adam down in pit lane. Earlier on, I had the message from race control that the number 31 Whelen Cadillac Racing V-Series R was an official retirement. Are you going to tell me that it has come back from the dead?
No, I'm going to tell you the exact opposite. I don't remember the last time I saw Whelen Cadillac packing up their pit box during a race. Even when they had the DNF at Sebring, I seem to remember them still utilizing the pit box to follow what everyone else is doing. The pit box is empty. There's nobody home, and in fact, they are packing everything up. So this is a very rare day for our multi-time series champions.
Yeah, confirmed official retirement as the AMG, the yellow and blue AMG of Lone Star Racing. Rui Pinto de Andrade is off in the gravel, and that is down at turn 4. He hasn't made it to the chicane. He's gone off backwards there, and he's not coming out of that. And immediately at the front of the GTP field, this could be a free pit stop, and Jordan Taylor, I think, diving into the pit lane. Van der Zande has just set the fastest lap again. Was that Jordan Taylor diving into the pits? Hunter Mackle, no, I think it was the TDS. I just saw a flash of car coming in the pits. It was the TDS. Hunter McElrea is into the pit lane, and we're getting some of the GTD pros as well. Shea Adam will watch that. I'm sure that by the time you've told us who's in the pit lane, Shea Adam, we will have the yellow flag out. Looks like the SC63 as well. Certainly a great car in the pit lane. What can you tell us, Shea?
I'll keep my eyes open for when the full course caution lights come on, because I can't see them by staring down the pit lane. We've got the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus in, brand new sticker tires for Chris Garnigan. Both of the Corvettes from Corvette Racing with PPM, they are in. It's fuel and tires for both. No driver change for either. Very slow stop on the Ford Corvette, actually, because they were not expecting to see him anytime soon. The number 32 KPM Mercedes that won the last race at VAR just almost past me. They were already in the pit lane before there was any indication of any problem. Oh, Pfaff, great pit stop for the Pfaff McLaren. Well both of the Corvettes back out. Second car to rejoin the competition. They did fuel on that car. And by the way, happy birthday to Jennifer Klein, who is at home. She has been with FAF in the past. We've got full course caution is out. Renger van de Zande is in the pit lane. There was a close moment between he and the number 2. That is being driven by Ben Hanley as he moved across Hanley's nose. There is damage to the left front of Hanley's car. There is no damage to the back of the 01 Cadillac, though. So that was not a result of the contact between the two cars, if there was any, which I don't think there was. Both of the Porsches are in for Penske, and they are doing fuel and tires for both cars. Big question mark because the number 6 slowed down significantly early because the number 7 has the pit box closer toward the pit exit. It's fuel only for the number 6. Looks like a very slow stop for them as well. Fuel and tires for the Cadillac. That stop is done, and Renger is back out and away. Pit close light is not yet on. Both of the BMWs were in. We had fuel and tires for both of them. And the number 64 Ford Mustang is in. That's fuel and tires for Harry Tinknell. He stays aboard. And driver change for the other Ford behind them. That would be the number 55. That's the Proton competition. Corey Lewis has gotten out. I think that was Ben Barker getting in. Might have been John Marco, actually. It was a darker helmet. We've got the 70 Inception McLaren. That is Frederick Schandorf, who is aboard that car now, I believe. I don't think that was Ollie Milroy's helmet colors. As well as Wright Motorsport coming in and doing their pit stop in a very close exit between JDC Miller Motorsport with their Porsche 963 and Risi Competizione. Risi has put Davide Rigon back in. Davide Rigon has stayed in, excuse me. And the JDC car looks like they did fuel only.
Shea Adam, what car is the Inception?
Ferrari.
I'm so pleased. You said McLaren. I'm so pleased he was the one who did it first and not Jeremy and I. You were spot on though, Corey Lewis did come in. Yes, $5 in the box, come on. I did a Ferrari earlier on in, I think it was FP1 or FP2. Excellent. We're off the hook, Jeremy. Corey Lewis did get into the pit lane. He was the last one into the pit lane before the yellow came out. He beat the yellow by 2 seconds in that Mustang. Such close margins for everything here. At IMSA Radio, if you want to talk to us, thank you very much indeed for being with us. And hello to you wherever you are in the world. From the northeast of England, Connor Hudson says, I'd like to visit IMSA race, but it's a bit difficult with them being over the Atlantic. I just wish they'd build a bridge, Connor, to be honest, then we could drive. What race would you guys recommend for a first in-person IMSA race? Anyone, to be honest. The circuits in the States are incredible. You from the northeast, your local circuit will be Croft, just down by Darlington. That's my neck of the woods as well. Or maybe up at Knock Hill. You're probably not old enough to remember Ingliston in Edinburgh. But the American tracks, for the most part, are old school. Road America, Road Atlanta, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. All of these old road circuits are absolutely incredible. Add VIR to that. In fact, just look at the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car schedule for 2025. It's already out. Start saving up, put a few quid away a week, and make it work. I guarantee you, you will not regret it. And tell us which one you're going to go to, and if you're going to get there, and we'll try and say hello to you. But honestly, it's my 25th year covering American sports car racing now, nowhere near the amount of years that Jeremy has spent on the scene in the States. But when I went out there 25 years ago, and out to the States 25 years ago, and went to the first ever Petit Le Mans, it was a breath of fresh air to me to see that from what I've been used to in British motorsport. Now, British and European motorsport has changed massively, but I still get a tingle of excitement every time I book a flight and a hired car and know I'm going to a track. Jeremy, you've been around this game much longer than me. Connor wants to know which first in-person IMSA race would you recommend that he went to?
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, John. I mean, it just depends what sort of a racetrack you want to go to. I mean, if you want to see the cars for longer than anywhere else, you get a Daytona for the 24 hours.
Yes, good point.
For sure. But look, at any of the races are, I mean, that's why, well, one of the reasons why this series is so popular, particularly amongst the drivers, because they love the variety of racetracks, the old school tracks. You know, all of them are absolutely classic racetracks, pretty much without exception, but they're all completely different. I mean, a short race, you can get to Long Beach and see the Indy cars as well. It's only a short race, so however, it's only 100 minutes, that one. But look, it's a great schedule, and you can't go wrong. You really can't.
Yeah, Aaron, our producer in Concord, North Carolina, says Road Atlanta. That it's hard to go. Road Atlanta was my first racetrack in the States that I worked at, although Homestead and Laguna Seca and Daytona were the first tracks I went to. That was still Road Atlanta was the first one I actually went to. So I have an affinity with that track. It's a beautiful part of the world. It's relatively easy to get to with a very busy airport and plenty of connections to Atlanta. British Airways fly there, as do Virgin, I think. So you can connect from Newcastle down to Heathrow on BA. There's a flight a day there. There's some nice places to go around about. The food and drink are great. Actually, that's fair to say about a number of circuits as well. Connor, I'm going to repost that on at IMSA Radio, but I've got to tell you, I think everybody is going to say a different one, to be honest, because it's, as Jeremy says, it very much depends what you're into. If you're a photographer, Road America is great because there's so many places you can get close to the track without having to shoot through cracked catch fencing. And you, now with the infrastructure changes there, that 4-mile circuit, you can get all the way up that golf cart path towards the Kink. Couldn't do that when I first went there. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, fancy a trip to Canada? Oh yeah, fly in Toronto and drive up. Again, relatively easy to get. I think there might be flights from Newcastle to Toronto as well in the part of the year when that race is on, so you can probably fly there directly. They are seasonal flights, and again, something a little bit different, really old school circuit there as well. Simon Strang telling us Petit Le Mans 2009 was his favourite race and therefore his favourite track and his first. The first ones always mean something to you, but Connor, that's a great question. Not sure which part of the northeast you are from, but thank you for that. Oh, hang on, you follow the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. We're not in Canada for hockey season, unfortunately, but I'll throw that to the collective. It's always hockey season, ice hockey season, says Shea Adam. Right, we've got some takers, Shea Adam, and the pits are open for prototypes. Who are you seeing coming towards you?
The SC63 has hit its marks. That is fuel, tires, and a driver change. That will mean Matteo Cairoli gets out and Andrea Caldarelli gets in, as well as the red Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport car. That is Jordan Taylor done. Louis Delatraz taking back over. Jordan might get back in before the race is out, but he's done for now. We've also got Spike the Dragon in the pit lane. The AO number 99 is having Matty Brabham installed for Paul-Loup Chateau. And who was that? That is the number 22 just rumbling out by, I think that's Paul DeResta's helmet actually, behind the wheel of that car. So if that is, then Paul is happily aboard that car. Now we get some movement from Louis Delatraz as he manages to find his purchase and gets going once again. That was fuel and new sticker tires. We are still waiting on the Lamborghini. The reason that I point that out was because the 40 Acura and the 63 Lamborghini came in together. The 40 Acura left a solid 15 seconds before the 63 did, but no time lost because we are behind the safety car, of course.
Paul DeResta did take over that car at the last pit stop, the number 22 United Autosport machine. We run out of the relatively new facility for United, not in God's country of Yorkshire, in the almost probably in the north of England, that as well. They're up at Mooresville, North Carolina, running their US operation from there. Confirmed for 2 cars for next year in LMP2. They confirmed fairly early. There's been a lot of team announcements in the last few weeks. We are confidently expecting to hear even more at Motul Petit Le Mans. The schedule, of course, for 2025 was revealed as far back as Sebring in March, in a spectacular piece of logistics and planning by John Doonan and the rest of his team at IMSA. They got out ahead of everybody else, and therefore we've been able to make our plans and start to add in here at Radio Show Limited, add in the other races around them, and already start our planning. Now, GTD and GTD Pro are allowed to come into the pit lane. Shay Adam, you've got the championship contenders coming in.
I do, and they come in line astern as the 77 leads in what is the 027 this weekend. There's fuel, tires, and a driver change going on for Rexy and AO Racing. This is Lauren Heinrich taking back over the car that he started. Fuel and tires only for the 027 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. So that is not a driver change there. That's still Mario Farnbacher aboard that car, I believe it is. We've got the 65 Ford Mustang into its box. That is fuel and tires, and Dirk Mueller taking back over for Joey Hand. Rumble of the Lamborghini engine was the 78. That car getting going once again. That was just a splash of fuel for them, and Laura Spinelli staying aboard. Splash of fuel as well for the number 4 Corvette, and Tommy Milner still aboard that car, as he is cleared to leave and has a very clear racetrack in front of him. The 23 also came in. This is the other Heart of Racing car, the one that is in it for the championship hunt. And I believe that is Ross Gunn staying aboard, but getting some brand new sticker Michelin tires. So he's going to be a happy boy.
Jerry Z says, you didn't mention Watkins Glen. And what an admission. Absolutely. Upstate New York. Fly to New York, spend a few days in the Big Apple, and then it's about 4.5 hour drive, but a beautiful drive up there, Connor, as well. Problems for the 65 Ford Mustang. Crew member now underneath the back of that car. The left rear wheel and Michelin tyre is off. They had the blocks out, and looks like something's catching. Remind me, Shay, I think it was at Watkins Glen where they had brake problems on the Mustangs, and the brakes were overheating and they had to do some brake changes. But I seem to recall that was the front rather than the back. Oh, actually, no. I know what he's doing. He's turning the drive shaft. I think there must be something under there. I wonder if they've got a drive belt or something that's attached to the back.
Head down and take a look at that.
So they are turning the diff. I wonder if there's a drive belt to them, maybe the alternator or something. The Corvette used to have it that way when they were a rear-wheel drive. So the mechanics working away hard. So GTP and GTDs have pitted. And we still have just on 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, Jeremy, and Wayne Taylor Racing have cycled to the front with the number 10 Acura after those stops.
Yes, so make that the 9th different GTP leader during this race, a 19th lead change, yeah, number 10 car out in front for the first time. It's been amazing. The only 2 cars that haven't led the class in GTP, and number 5, which is actually running in second place right now with Alessio Picciarello, got his lap back not too long ago, and it did not stop under this sequence, so stays up into, moves up in the second position. The only other car that hasn't led is number 85, and they had a bit of a strategic miscue. They came in for a pit stop right before, moments before we went yellow, and as a result, they lost a lap. So that number 85 car is a lap behind the other GTP cars in 10th place.
There's contact between the 2 BMWs as they came out of the pit lane. The 2 prototype cars, if they weren't, they were very, very close indeed as they raced away. Jesse Kron got ahead of Nick Yellerly. That was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for Bobby Rahal and the rest of their team. John Leslie says, enjoy the spring weather at Sebring, great fan access, 12 hours of the best racing, respect the bumps, plus If you're inclined, you could either fly into Orlando and do the Orlando thing, or go the other way, a bit further away, fly to Miami, do the Miami thing. You're going to come over, Connor, by the way. I hope you're still listening. Tie it in with something else and spend a week or two in the States if you haven't been over to the US before. Luke Edwards says, this race at Indy is my first IMSA race after travelling over from the UK. Direct flights in and out of Chicago on a straightforward 200-mile drive each way to get there. Now I want to go to every race on the calendar in due course because the tracks look fantastic. Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Luke. Bizarrely, Indianapolis difficult to get to from the UK in terms of direct flights. So going to Chicago and driving down, I've done that before. It's not a bad old drive, to be honest.
Yeah, true that. Hey John, a note here, we talked about the number 23 Aston Martin being a lap down in GTD Pro a while ago. It's got that lap back again and is now so back into contention. Now, in fact, all of the GTD Pro cars now are ahead of the GTDs. The GTD leader, who's a lap down to the pros, is Andy Lally, car number 44, Magnus Racing. That's a tremendous run by them. Elliott Skier in second position for Wright Motorsports, car number 120. So that's behind number 44 Aston Martin leads then. That's Andy Lally. Elliott Skier in second position at number 120. Ollie Milroy in the Ferrari for Inception Racing is in third position, car number 70. And then Kenton Cook in car number 32, the caught off Preston Mercedes. So that's the top four in GTD, and Kenton Cook, of course, that team won the most recent race in GTD, its first race of the season, win of the season, VIR.
Anwan Jimenez says, I've not heard much about the Iron Dames. Has it been that kind of day? It has. They are still circulating with Rahel Frey behind the wheel in 16th position in their class and 47th overall. They are a lap off the class lead. Quick update from Shea Adam before we go, Gray.
Shifting actuator that broke on the 65 Ford Mustang. They have replaced it and the car has left the pits.
That's what they were doing behind there on the transaxle. That's why they wanted it left in first position. Green. And Tony is back in just the IMSA shirt. No overcoat required. Down the inside for the 01. Two yellow cars fighting together there. The yellow fronted, the gold fronted Cadillac going up into third position as they're moving through the field. Philippe Albuquerque started in the lead. The two BMWs side by side again. That's Jesse Krohn and Nick Yellerly, 5th and 6th position, with Dane Cameron right on their tail. And Cameron takes advantage of the internecine battling of the two Beamers, gets alongside one of them and goes through. So that's a position made up at the front of the field. Albuquerque had a great restart and jumped away from Alessio Picariello in the Mustang Sampling Proton Competition Porsche, Acura Porsche, Renger van der Zande, Nick Tandy in there as well. There's another little shout from the Felmerschen Sun in, and everybody watching then off for the JDC Porsche, eased wide for that number 85 car, excuse me, Phil Hansen, dropping behind the number 40 that he fought. So I know actually he was off the lead lap, wasn't he? So he was already off the lead lap. So he's now losing ground to the front of the field, but he's already been pushed a lap down. Now that Ford Mustang number 65 that was just in the pit lane will have to come back through. They've been assessed incident responsibility for a contact with the number 80 Porsche. So what happened? Oh, it was a lockup at the turn 12 area of the JDC car. Yeah, just went straight on across the grass, but as I said, down in 10th and a lap down. It's a great restart by The number 10 of Felipe Albuquerque. That was the car, Jeremy, early on in the week that hardly did any of free practice one with a low voltage problem, I think it was called. They had to replace the motor generator unit, and they've turned their fortunes around to this point.
Yeah, it's incredible how quickly things can change. You think everything's going against you, and all of a sudden it's going for you, and it works the other way around as well. So we see that. That seems to be a regular feature of IMSA races, doesn't it? You think you're in good shape, and all of a sudden you're not, or the other way around. Chetala Ferrari again having a bit of a problem, but with the restart there, so the Ford Mustang Carrot leads now in GTD Pro. That car's had a really good recent run of success. His second last time out at VIR. Ford Mustang for Multimatics is looking for his first win. And come today in Indianapolis. Wow.
That'd be huge. Absolutely huge. Coming down to the last couple of hours as Nicholas Nielsen does the Richard Mille Corsa LMP2 Orica's fastest lap, the number 80K car, the black and red car, 1:19.0, 18.4 for Ryan DL. Now back on the lead lap for Era after being a lap off the lead and all the way at the back of the LMP2 car field. It's now in 5th position. That's been a great use of the yellow flags, and they're back in the shout. Felipe Albuquerque goes through and resets the fastest lap of the race at 1:16.4 at the head of the field, and he's now 2.2 seconds away from Alessio Picariello, who also does that car being the Proton Competition number 5 Porsche 963's fastest lap, 1:17.2, and a raft of green times on my timing screen. We are again starting to throw overhand. If you're listening on 109 or 103.9 FM around the circuit, thank you for being with us here for the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks. Great to see that down on the berms, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway have put some little mini screens down there with the timing on them and with the TV coverage. Listening in on the FM as well, that's a great idea. Really like that. Thanks for all the pictures coming in on at IMSA Radio. BTCC Silverstone today, and Andy has just returned, fellow Mackham supporter. I'll say this for him, canny result yesterday against the Borough, and he's strapped in now for the last 2 hours of IMSA. Drove past Silverstone twice today, and I saw the event boards was out, but there was absolutely no traffic at all and no sign of an event going on. I realised it was British touring cars there today. Might have didn't have time to drop in fairness. TDS Racing, number 11, Orica. That is another fastest lap for Mikkel Jensen. He owns the fastest lap, race lap here already from last year.
And there's a bunch of drivers setting fastest laps. The last time around, Philip Albuquerque in the lead of the race set a new race fastest lap of 1:16.46. On this lap, Alessio Picariello in second position, Rega van der Zande in third, Nick Tandy in fourth, all set their best laps on the race as well, albeit half a second slower than Albuquerque's best.
What this says to me, Jeremy, is that this is getting very real very quickly, and if it stays dry, nobody has any tyre problems. They didn't really have any tyre problems before, but they've used a lot of wet, so everyone has got brand new Michelin slicks in GTP to run all the way to the end. The way that the yellows have played out, I suspect it's an easy 2 stops from here for the teams as we just click over the 4-hour mark here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on 103.9 FM at the track and around the world on RS2, as well as YouTube and the video player on IMSA on IMSARadio.com. So I think the drivers have been given license here, Jeremy, to go full rich, full bore and see where they end up when they get to the next pit stop.
Yes, I agree. And we're coming up now with, as you say, just under 2 hours remaining. So very shortly now, the GTP cars could make their final pit stop, and can still get to the end of this race, probably inside the next certainly inside the next 10 minutes. Yeah, around about 10 minutes. And they'll be able to get to the end with just one more pit stop after
With just one more. Yeah. It's an easy 2 stops from here now. Relatively easy 2 stop from here, even if we go green, and that's why I think things are hotting up. Unless they think there might be some weather coming in, but I can't see that now. It's cleared up so nicely. Air temperature is 77 Fahrenheit, 25 Celsius. Track temperature 27 Celsius, 81 Fahrenheit. So that is warming up again. So getting better and better with the air temperature staying about where it has been. But the track temperature coming down, and that was a mistake from Nick Tandy, as he had to do the cutout at turn 1, and that's dropped him a little bit of real estate on the leaders. But as we said earlier in the week, Jeremy, it isn't a massive disadvantage if you commit to that turn 1 runoff and the rejoin. If you commit to it early, I don't think it's that much of a disadvantage.
No, you really don't lose that much time, and yeah, I think he was one of the cars that did practice it, so to speak, just in case he needed to do so during the race. You know, he's did he lose a position? I don't think he did lose a position, did he?
No.
To Nick Yellowly?
I don't think so. To see the next time he comes round, there is the number 25 car. Leader goes across the line now. Here comes Alessio Cardiello to cross the line. Ah, yes, he did. Yeah, he did, but not by much. He's only half a second behind as they go down into turn 1, and the 2 Nicks, Yellowly and Tandy, then battling together as they go down to the first corner with Dane Cameron in the other Penske Porsche, the other Porsche Penske Motorsport car, just another second further back. That nice and tight for 4th, 5th and 6th position then. Got the field starting to spread out again as we get back up to speed after the restart. And the leader in GTD Pro, Harry Ticknell, just coming down to turn 12 with Ben Barnacle for Vassar Sullivan a couple of seconds behind. This is a heck of a run for Ford Multimatic Motorsport. Can they hold it together? Be a brilliant run. Ryan DL, 5th position in the battered, bruised and slightly muddy number 18 Era Motorsport car. What a comeback for that team as well. They were a lap down, Jeremy, and have used the yellows very sensibly indeed.
Yeah, got themselves back into contention, and there's the top 9 cars now in GTD Pro, top 10 cars in GTD Pro, all still on the lead lap. So it's you know, it's absolutely game on there. The only car that isn't, that's not had a problem, is the Racing Competizione Ferrari, which wasn't able to get its lap back and remains you know, trapped 1 lap down behind a couple of GT cars. There's a replay of that. Is that a replay? Yeah, I guess so. I think Tandy taking the escape road. And in GTD non-pro, by the way, Elliott Skier has taken the lead from Andy Lally. So it's number 120 car that now leads in GTD. Andy Lally holding off David Arrigon in that Racing Ferrari GTD Pro car, and then Kenton Cook right with him as well.
Just looking at the official sunset time for Speedway Indiana, 7:42 and 53 seconds this evening. So we'll not go into darkness because we're finished at 20 minutes before 6. We had almost darkness earlier on, Shea Adam, to be honest, when the clouds were there. I'll come back to that in a moment. We've got battles on the front straight, and it is the battle for 3rd position. Renger van der Zande is being hassled by a BMW and a Porsche.
Wow.
Porsche in the shape of Nick Tandy. Nick Yellowly got his nose ahead, but then had nowhere to go because the Magnus Aston was right in front of him, but he's going to push through. And here comes Nick Tandy down the inside to turn 3. He might be able to take advantage, and still that Aston, oh no, it's the Heart of Racing, number 23 car in the championship fight. They won't want to take any chances there. Another dark blue Aston, seems to be the colour of the year for Aston Martin's leader, picking his way through traffic, including the Faf McLaren as he comes up to turn 7. And Tandy now right there with the 3rd place Renger van der Zande, pink out of yellow, the 2nd place car just ahead of them. And Philippe Albuquerque has cleared off now almost 4 seconds. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, pretty much together. Which way do you go as you come on to the short chute? Tandy went the low side and Renger van der Zande went the high side. Now to turns 13 and 14. Who gets the best drive? Those GTD cars have such great mechanical grip through the slow and medium corners. Their minimum speed in the corner is as quick, if not quicker, than the GTPs. Leader at the first corner, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all picking their way through the GTD traffic. This is quality stuff. It looks from the onboard, it's like watching a police chase. It's like the opening laps of the Nürburgring 24, which I love to sit and watch. I have to actually commentate on it, so I'd rather sometimes feel like I'd rather just be sitting watching it, trying to take it in. But these clumps of traffic, Jeremy, providing a real challenge for all of the GTP cars. As one driver goes one way, one driver goes the other, and there's places to be gained and lost here. This is millimetre perfect stuff as Tandy gets a run down the inside on the gold fronted 01. It's non-stop action. Nick Tandy will not have been in as much traffic than this since he started his racing career, which was on the short ovals, and he was driving mini stocks.
Yeah, just going past the GTD leader there, or 2nd place in the GTD, Andy Lally, and you know, it's the concentration required here. And Nick Tandy was very sensible there going into turn 9. He could have kind of pushed the issue on the Cadillac in front of him, wisely decided not to.
Got a problem at the exit of turn number 9, and that was the Faf McLaren off the side of the road. Looked like the lights were off, and that means that it is dead stick. The Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre covering live action from Indianapolis Motor Speedway on 103.9 FM around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Sirius XM 206 as we are for all of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar races, and we will continue that without any interruption for Motul Petit Le Mans. A Saturday race, remember, for that 10-hour machine. Good news, the McLaren is moving again. It had a right-hand rear light out earlier on. That is back on now. Must have fixed itself. And clever. Hello to Luke Dowell. Thank you for your kind words. And the battles. I'm going to have to watch this race on the YouTube archive again, Jeremy, because the battles all the way down the field. Unfortunately, you can replay the timing archive as well. Because the battles all the way down the field are incredible. All 4 classes are absolutely hammer and tongs.
Can you replay the timing? Didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a fantastic motor race. It really has. And I tell you what, yeah, we've had a bunch of yellows, but not nearly as much kind of contact as I had anticipated. It's been a tremendous race so far, and still, what, an hour and 50 minutes almost remaining, and I would expect pit stops for the GTP leaders pretty soon now.
Yeah, we've had some exceptionally long stints, of course, because of the yellows. 8-10 laps of yellow in this current stint for Philippe Albuquerque. It's on his 38th lap at the moment as he leads the field. His energy is down to 15%. So what's that? A couple of 3 laps maybe. Alessio Piccardi, yellow could stay out a little bit longer in the Proton competition. Mustang sampling Porsche in 2nd. As we're on lap 142 at the moment. He's setting a distance record here, of course. Just click over on the lap 143. We haven't had a WeatherTech 6-hour race here before. Never had an IMSA 6-hour race here before the current iteration. 4-hour race for Michelin Pilot Challenge here last year. That was a cracker as well, I remember. Oh, The Chetlar Ferrari taking an unusual line at 10, 12 and 13. He's going to come round to turn 10 rather. He went all the way off to the end of the pit lane, the normal IndyCar pit lane here, and managed to not find the wall on the outside. So the Chetlar car, which has been involved in one or two little bruising scraps. Ferraris have seemed to find each other and trouble on the circuit. It took a fork behind the wheel of that blue 47 96 GT3. Ford, number 64, still out there. They're out of contention at the moment. Might be doing... sorry, that's the leading car. It's the 65 that had all the problems. Harry Tinknell doing his best to keep Ben Barnican behind him. That was fairly stout defence there, moving around in turn 8, 9 and 10 as they come towards the end of the lap. And they're being passed by Paul di Resta in the 22 United Autosport 6th placed car in LMP2. So 2 front engine V8s going down the front stretch across the yard of bricks into the braking area for turn 1. See how much the Mustang closes up, if it does, on di Resta. Di Resta brakes later, but the Mustang does close up through the corners. A little bit more mechanical grip there. It's even more noticeable through the slow chicanes. Incident responsibility for the Paul Smith for the BMW number 1 Paul Miller racing car of Madison Snow, and that was for the incident responsibility accidents and side-by-side contact earlier on with Pfaff Motorsport. Ollie Jarvis, number 9, which dumped Ollie down to the bottom end of the top 10. So that'll be a drive through for Madison, who's in the car at the moment. Albuquerque now 5 seconds to the good. Picariello still only a second away from the chasing Cadillac. Acura, Porsche, Cadillac, Porsche, BMW, 7.5 seconds between the top 5, Jeremy. An hour and 45 minutes to go. We're into 2-stop strategy from right now. We're in that window. So now it's about where you feel you can make the best of what you've got to the end of the race. You sort of want to do your last stop first, but what about your penultimate stop? Do you want to do that first as well?
Yeah, well, no, that's more risky in depending upon when full course cautions might or might not fall. So yeah, it's a tricky one. That's certainly the last one though. You want to make as soon as you can. Look, I finally had a chance just to look at the Michelin Endurance Cup points that have been posted unofficially on the results website. In the GTP class, the number 5 car was out front, as we suggested. So 5 points for them. That will move them closer to the number 7 car, which will still lead the points table in GTP in the Michelin Endurance Cup. They'll have 35 now to the 30 of the number 31 car, which is out of the race, and 31 of the Cadillac 01. In LMP2, maximum points for the number 11 car for TDS Racing. That will move them on to 30 points to the 31 of Inter Europol by PR1, and the 30 for both number 18 Era Motorsport, well, the Era Motorsport entry as well on 30 points. In GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing keeping its fantastic string going. They got maximum points at the 3-hour mark. They already led by 2 points. They will now extend that lead to 5 points over the recent competition number 62. So they're looking really good there. And finally, GTD, maximum points went to White Motorsports in car number 20. They're not in contention, but with a second position for Inception Racing in car number 70, they moved to within 1 point of Winward Racing in the Mercedes car number 57. Let's get that out of the way.
Yeah, and more points to be awarded at the end of the race, and then at Petit Le Mans, of course. We split the race into 3 parts, don't we, for that particular race. And we won't find out who's won till right at the end. So, incredible. A moment or two ago, side-by-side contact. Number 5 Porsche from Mustang Sampling and Nick Tandy, and a GT car sitting on the outside as well was sort of involved, but no foul there. Everybody's just leaning on it. These drivers, when they come in after this stint, Shea Adam is going to have a lot of smiling drivers because they must be having a ball. Regardless of what position they are in at the moment, they are fighting each other, and there are lapping cars. I mean, the GTPs at the moment, Jeremy, it must be making 15, 20, 25 overtakes a lap because of how the traffic is, and they're racing for position as well. Oh, big moment, and a slap of the wall for AO's LMP2 car. That was Matt Brabham, and also Chetelaar were off earlier on, so Matty Brabham just got a little bit wide. Into the pit lane for the leader, and also Proton competition from third. Shea Adam, you've got some business.
It will be fuel, tires, and a driver change, at least for the 10. I didn't see another driver up on the wall. Oh, yep, that was a clear indication as the number 5 went by me on the pit lane that Alessio Picariello is going to be getting out because he was unplugging his helmet. That is always a very clear-cut sign. We're going to get some GTD stops here soon, too, as the leader, as he was, came in, hit his marks. Fuel, tires, are they doing the driver change back to Ricky? Not yet. Philippe staying aboard for one more stint as Alessio Picariello is indeed getting out of the car, and I think that's Bent Viscal who is getting into that car. The driver change is on the other side of the car from the wall, but the work that they are doing within that side of the car, the right-hand side, that would be perhaps a drinks bottle change, or if they hadn't, well, no, they would have had to have changed the data stick by this point. There's quite a bit of damage to the left side of that car still. It looks like a shark took a bite out of the number 10. That's the Konica Minolta Acura, just waiting on the fuel, and it should be any second out. There we go. He rolls away, back into the race.
Side-by-side contact because there was damage just in front of the rear left-hand side wheel as well. Now, there be concerns about the radiators and the other cooling, the items of electronics that are in that area. Now, was that a little mistake coming out for Felipe? I think he might have run the white line at the exit of the pits.
Oh, look at the understeer
I'm going to
there.
get the...
No
the
grip.
first couple of laps, Jeremy. It's going to be like driving on ice.
Yeah, no grip whatsoever through turn 4 for Philip Albuquerque. Brilliant stop, but a brilliant stint by him, by the way. He pulled out 6 seconds over the rest of the pack there in that Acura. So he's just now going to be... He's now going to be really disciplined. There is no grip. He has to cope with that fact and get around it and get his head around it and not get flustered by it.
I want to see if he ran the white line coming out. The 0-1 of Renger van der Zanders just putting him a lap down. I think he did. I think he might have. Race control will be looking at that. Nick Tandy now in second, by the way, is closed up to the back of Renger van der Zander again. These two, as I said, they'll be having an absolute ball at the moment. So the number 10 has gone a lap down to the leaders. Wayne Taylor's Acura, and Jimmy Bruni's just left the pits as well in the Proton competition car. He's dropped off the lead lap. Phil Hansen in the 85 JDC Miller car was already off the lead lap. This is cracking stuff. I feel, as we've got a unlapping going on, Phil Hansen side by side with the 24. That's Jesse Krohn, isn't it, with the purple on the front? Yes, it is. And I feel as though the other classes, we've not exactly ignored them. We've been looking at the timing screens. My goodness, there'll be stories all the way through this field. This is going to be, this race, this 6-hour race, this is a season's worth of racing stories in one 6-hour race. It's been incredible. we needed 3 TV programmes to follow this. One set of commentators on GTP, one on LMP2, and one on GTT Pro. Absolutely incredible. And as you said, Jeremy, yeah, we've had a lot of yellow, but a lot of that, of course, was weather-related. And there's been some penalties for contact, but with 56 cars on a 2.5-mile track, under 2.5-mile track, I've been thoroughly impressed. I've always had the greatest of respect for sports car drivers in multi-class racing. I think it's a really hard thing to do. Race your competitors whilst you're going through other people's gaps. And here comes Tandy, goes right, goes left, goes down the inside. This is for the lead. And Tandy going through traffic using the 44 Magnus Aston Martin racing car to just slow down Renger van der Zande a little bit. Renger made one slight bad decision, and that's all it took. Just had to lift off for a moment. That 44 car will be pitting this lap around for Magnus Racing, and Tandy saw his opportunity. And the man from Bedfordshire in the middle of England, or Felix Tandy's dad, as we have to call him now, seeing as though Felix has won his first championship in English karting. He is back in the lead. A 6 car then for Porsche Penske Motorsport on lap 151, which he's just completed. Hits the lead. GTD leader coming into the pit lane. And Shea Adam is watching that stop.
Oh, and this Flexbox Aston Martin is filthy. There is mud everywhere on the front of the car. But Spencer Papelli has taken over from Andy Lally. You definitely stick around for a chat with Andy. New sticker, Michelin tires, windshield tear off, and a whole lot of fuel going into this. Oh, they're even nice enough to clean off the side window for Spence. Now the car fires back up. They gave it a little bit of a clean of the grill. That's a good way to get heat in your tires, Spence. Nice job.
All of these pit stops now, Jeremy, take on an even more important air because of the fact that we've been green for so long. The drivers have been picking away at a 10th here and a couple of 10ths there, and a fumbled wheel nut now, or a driver running long and having to push back onto the fuel hose. That could be absolutely crucial, and the pits crews know that. Renger van der Zande is seeing Nick Tandy disappearing into the distance. We'll keep an eye on the battles. Let's hear from some of the drivers. It's been a while since we've had the drivers down in the pit lane. Andy Lally is out of the Aston Martin. He had a grandstand seat for the change of lead. Shea Adam, wonder what he's got to say about that as Tandy and van der Zande went either side of him.
Andy, first off, how's the traffic been out there? Because you were just subject to some pretty great GTP battling in front of you.
Yeah, that was pretty wild there. I was trying to get low to come into pits right before that, and that I think the red Acura or something was also going low with me. Got a little crazy, but that was typical GT use of GT traffic to stay ahead there. We positioned ourselves on old tires, but a full load of fuel to take the lead, and then we knew they were going to be coming with fresh stickers behind us, and I'm sure I got called a lot of names over the radio right there, but that's part of the deal when we have two classes that are exactly the same on the BOP-wise, and our strategies are terribly different. So I had to do everything I could to back up the GTD Pro cars to keep that one GTD car that was 3 car lengths back there, and we're able to do that for the whole stint, which I was surprised because we were halfway through on tires, and I was already mentioning that we were losing both front and rear balance and sliding through a lot of the corners. But this track being shorter and a little bit tighter than most is going to lead to a lot more incidental small contact like that.
We just had a moment for the SC63. It looks like the left rear suspension on that car is broken. It will be making its way back in the pits. So that's going to be my next spot up there as Caldarelli was behind the wheel. But Andy, I mean, that kind of battling, when you're out there in the lead, yeah, other people might be cursing your name out, but you're smiling from ear to ear, aren't you?
It's elbows out, and I'm using that as fuel. You know, I love the hate, so it's all good. That was fun, and I honestly, any one of them in my position would have been doing the same thing, elbows out to try to keep position. It's not like we were going a lap down. We were in second place in class, and try to fight for an unlikely podium here for us. So, but yeah, this place, Indy's pretty wild.
How unlikely is it really now? I'm considering you guys race-winning contenders.
I don't know. I think our long-run pace is good. I think that showed it because we were half a stint behind on tires on everybody. But I think like how we fire off is going to be a bit tough. So Spence is amazing. Pompelli, when we put him in to finish any of these races, we know we've got a hero behind the wheel, and he can take it to these guys. So fingers crossed, and now I'm just going to enjoy watching this on TV.
Thanks, Andy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Andy's last win came in Watkins Glen 2017 in a 6-hour race. Let's see if maybe he'll only do 6-hour races from now on.
Shea's going to wander down to the Lamborghini Iron Links pit. What a shame. That looks like their great run where they led laps for the first time with Romain Grosjean behind the wheel. That looks like it's come to an end. Contact with the Proton number 55 Ford Mustang. Side-by-side contact. We've seen a lot of that, and so many times people have got away with that, but not this time, and not for the SC63. Ben Barker was driving the Proton car being lapped, and there was side-by-side contact, immediate left rear puncture and suspension damage. That looks pretty serious to me, Jeremy. I don't think we're going to see that car. Well, if it comes back, it will not be in contention, which is a shame, because they've had a great run for Lamborghini Iron Links.
It certainly has been a tremendous run for that team, and yeah, big disappointment for them, but that was great to see the car really competitive in all three drivers' hands, quite frankly. Romain Grosjean was superb in the tricky conditions, but that was a great run for them. Ben Barker, by the way, is running 4th position in GTD in that Proton competition Ford Mustang. They've had some really strong runs lately. Ben, of course, has been doing the World Endurance Championship in this car, his first race in IMSA this season and for several years, and is doing a fine job there holding off Robbie Foley, who's second in the championship coming into this weekend, and that's a battle for 4th and 5th in GTD.
I want to just square the circle on a couple of things. That pit exit violation that we spotted on the outlap for the number 10 Acura Philippe Albuquerque, that has been noted by race control. They've been given a warning for that, but just a warning, and that side-by-side contact has been reviewed very quickly by race control between the Lamborghini GTP and the Proton number 55 GT3 Mustang. No action on that as the 63 car has gone behind the wall. More mechanics can work on that. What's the mood like down at Lamborghini Iron Links? Shea Adams made her way down to the pit.
Utter defeat, John. This is game over for this car. It looks like the drive shaft has actually been knocked loose in the left rear. It's been knocked out of alignment, so this car will not be returning to the racetrack. But the mechanics shouldn't hang their heads in shame. They shouldn't be disappointed over what happened today. So much was learned about this car, the pace, and what they can accomplish. We still have one race to go, let's not forget. Moto Petit Le Mans is only a couple of weeks away. I bet it'll be leading there again.
Well, I mean, it's just such a upturn in fortune. But remember, we have to remember, with the Lamborghini, this is a first-year car, Jeremy, and they're battling against all the other manufacturers here that have got a year under their belt. And you know, remember last year we had all of the teams, even the might of Porsche and General Motors. Oh, mistake for Renger van der Zande. Keeps the car on the track, but is he going to lose a position to the BMW? Nick Yellerly is right with him and may be able to pounce here. Gets up the inside, gets his nose wiped as they go into turn 4, but I think he might be able to get through. They're really laying it down on the circuit now, and lurking behind is Louis Delatraz. But Nick Yellerly is right there. You can't see him behind the gold front of the Cadillac. Now he tries to go around the outside into turn number 7. That is awesome. Awesome piece of driving from Nick Yellerly. Brilliant stuff, and Delatraz is trying to have a look as well. Going back to my point, Jeremy, as Delatraz is side by side for a moment with the 0-1, and we'll try and squeeze it again. Can't get through as they lap the Ford Mustang. Lamborghini are in the place that all the other manufacturers were last year, and they're still looking as the number 1, Renger van der Zande, comes into the pits, and I just wonder if he's flat spotted a tyre there. They'll lose nothing by pitting now, because they'll all need to pit one more time before the end of the race. Yeah, if we remember back to last year, all of the manufacturers were trying just to get the cars to the end of the race reliably, not looking for performance, and Lamborghini have come on very, very quickly, and they're only running one car.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive run by that Iron Lynx team. Yeah, we're hoping we're going to see that car back again next year. No firm commitment yet, I'm told. I know they're working very, very hard on it, because it's a fan favourite. Well, everywhere it goes, it looks cool and it's different, and it sounds great. But here's that pit stop for the number 0-1 car, pulls out of 2nd position.
Shea Adam is watching that for us. Of course she is, down in the pit lane.
Eyes everywhere, John. Fuel tires, brand new Michelin slicks, and Sebastian Bourdais put back into this car, so he is being belted in. They're still waiting on the fuel and the energy replenishment, although the tire change has been completed, so no time lost from driver change or anything like that. And it looks like a clean stop otherwise, so Seb just waiting patiently, being told to go. Now he is, and he's away.
So Bourdais with what is effectively a stint and a half, Jeremy, to the end now. Just 90 minutes to go under that. And TDS also into the pits. Been a good run from them. Mikkel Jensen brought the car back into the pit lane. Fear the tough for TDF Racing. Nick Tandy is in from the lead of the race for his penultimate stop. Nick Yellerly then takes over the lead from the 25 BMW from Louis Delatraz, 2.5 seconds further back. Delatraz under no pressure from behind. And Shea Adam is watching a driver change at the number 6 PPM Porsche.
Tandy out-chipped him, and they did a windshield tear-off for Mathieu Jaminet, climbing aboard the number 6 after his very impressive stint earlier on in the rain, where he seemed to find grip practically where there was none. Fuel is nearly done, and the 4 new Michelin slicks on the car are cold, and not anymore, because Mathieu did a nice big burnout.
Tell you what,
That's
John.
one way of getting heat in the tyres. Yes, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, look, we've got an hour and 25 minutes remaining. I have no idea who is likely to win this motor race. It's absolutely wide open. Oh. No, there's a problem for the 0-1.
This is on the outlap for Bourdais. Now, I think he's just going slowly. No, he's got a...
No, that's a problem.
Right rear. And, yeah, there's very little there in the right rear, and somehow he managed to miss the pit lane entry, so he's going to have to go all the way around. The Cadillac Charge with the 0-1 car has certainly begun to crumble, and he's still driving quite quickly. Yeah, he's lost the rear tyre now, and it's starting to break up the rear bodywork. He'll go through the turn 1 cutout, and how did that happen, and why could he not get into the pit lane? I suspect it happened as he was turning into turn 12, and he just carried on. It looked like he carried on around turn 1 on the Speedway, going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, was that penalty? The outlap, of course, John.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Race control saying it was at turn 13 that he went off the course, so maybe he lost it earlier on. Cause or effect for that right rear, hard to say. We've also got a penalty for the Richard Mille, number 88. That car's had an eventful day as well in LMP2. Nicholas Nielsen left with equipment attached. They'll have to come back around for that car. That'll take them out of the LMP2 contention as the 01 Cadillac is coming round slowly. We had Felipe Nasser came into the pit lane a few moments ago. Shea Adam was watching that, and we've got BMWs into the pits as well. Nick Yellerly comes in from the lead in the number 25 BMW M Hybrid.
It was Dane Cameron who brought in the championship leading number 7 for Porsche, and it was Felipe Nasser who took it back out on the track. The 25 is in. This BMW from Rahal is getting its service done. It had the driver change completed. Yellerly out, Conradi Felipe back in, just waiting on the energy replenishment.
Lock up for the number 5 Mustang sampling, Jimmy Bruni driven car. So let's see if we can work out what happened to Sebastian Bourdais. Oh, it had gone down. So it went down as he was trying to turn in to turn number 12. Didn't see any contact. Oh, was there a tiny bit of contact there? I don't think so. It looked like, no, there was no contact. It was already gone. The right rear was gone, so the left rear was not on the ground properly, and therefore his braking was compromised. And at that point, Jeremy, I wondered why he hadn't come in the pits. Didn't have a chance to come in the pits because he didn't make turn 12.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Really unfortunate for Sebastian Bourdais. I mean, it was his outlap, as I say. So, whether he had a problem elsewhere on a racetrack that we haven't yet picked up, I don't know. But really ought to have a puncture on your outlap. They had changed tyres on that car, I'm pretty sure. Correct. So, that's a really strange one. What a heartbreak for that team. Home team, of course, they're based in Indianapolis, just up the road here. And Shane is there.
It's going to be a new rear wing for Sebastian Bourdais, as well as a new right rear tire. They're making sure that the suspension is not damaged as well, making sure that none of the tire bits actually are hanging on to the back of the drivetrain as well. That could be quite detrimental. They've pulled the old rear wing off. They've set it aside, and they have a new one ready to go, but they're making sure that there are no pieces. There goes a Porsche. There goes a lap. This is heartbreak for Chip Ganassi Racing's organization.
Sometimes you have to think that the racing gods are not on your side, Jeremy. For that to happen in the first place, but for where it happened and how it happened, it meant he couldn't get back to the pit lane entrance, which is on the exit of turn 13. He had to go straight on at turn 12 and effectively drove the wrong way around turn 1 on the Speedway, and that meant he had about 3 miles to get back. What do you have to do to get a bit of good luck?
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for that team. They were doing a fabulous job. They were right there in contention. I was just saying at the time, I mean, it's wide open, this motor race. It absolutely is, but there's another car, 2 over the last 10 minutes or so, out of contention. The Lamborghini with its suspension failure after that contact with a GTD car, and now also, of course, for number 01 as well. That's unfortunate. So we've got a 23rd lead change, by the way, number 40 car out front at the moment. We're due a pit stop fairly soon.
Penultimate stop for ERA in LMP2. Ryan DL doing a cracking job. Got that car back up to 5th position. Evidence of a bit of grass tracking on the front of that car. When you've had a bit of rain, race cars look filthy, and for me, all the better. They look like they've been properly used, and there's bits of mud on cars where they've been off the circuit here onto the grass that is very close to the edge of the circuit. And it's Connor Zilic who has taken out the ERA Motorsport car. They need one more stop in that machine. An hour and 20 minutes, 2 40-minute run. yeah, probably just be able to do that.
Yeah.
Just be able to do that.
That's about right.
LMP2s have been slowed down and had their fuel cut back as well. And now a right front problem for Ferrari number 34. This is the Conquest Motorsport car, Conquest racing car, Albert Costa Balboa. Is he going to be able to get it back into the pit lane? He's trying to stay away from the racing line as he comes through turn 10 and 11 and 12. Yes, he's just getting in the pit lane now at 13. I think it's the right front that the problem is. No, that's got air in it. Well, he certainly locked that one up. Ah, no, it's front right suspension. It's front right suspension. I saw smoke or tyre smoke coming off the right front and thought he got a puncture, but in fact it's an upright, I think, on there, maybe an A-arm. Shea Adam down in the pit lane at Porsche Penske Motorsport.
With Nick Tandy, because Nick had a ball out there. I mean, you love just driving the wheels off of race cars, and it wasn't raining for you. It was slightly mixed conditions, but great battling. That's what you live for, right?
Yeah, it was good fun. We really got caught out by that yellow before the, just as we were transitioning to slicks, because we'd just gone out on slicks and they're just getting up to 10 when the 01 passed us. Another probably lap, then we'd have got back past them, but after that we had some ground to make up. And I mean, the good thing, the pit call to, we stayed on tyres when I think there was 4 or 5 of us that pitted. I know the 01 was on stickers, and we were struggling to hang on, but then they started to deg, and it looks like we're really good even on the long run, even on a double stint on the tyre. So we managed to pick him off, and the car was running well. It was fun. I enjoyed it. But it's all for nothing unless we get a result out of it, so it's still a long way to go.
Well, how much do you and Matthew want to be the only GTP drivers to win at Indy and IMSA?
Yeah, we're going to try and keep it that way, that's for sure.
Good luck, mate.
Especially for the sun in at Felversham, where there's a huge crowd of Tandy supporters watching and listening. Coming up to 25 minutes past 9, so by no means last orders at the bar. Now we have got a problem for that Conquest car. It's made it to the pit lane, hasn't made it to its pit box. Meantime, fuel, VP Racing Fuel going into the number 24 of Jesse Krohn, who's come in from second position. As it's been stationary now for 90 seconds. Waiting. And just about gets around that Conquest car that was parked right in front of him. The team have got to him now. I think they're going to push him back behind the wall. Right front suspension. By no means would I consider myself a suspension engineer, but it was at a somewhat jaunty angle. And I think they're going to have trouble moving that car because there's too much movement on that right front wheel. It's jamming up against the bodywork. That was the puff of smoke that I saw from the right front Michelin tyre. And there's no connection between the wheel and the steering rack. And I actually think it's... Oh, got a Porsche! It's the championship leader. Is it the 6 or the 7? I think it's the 7. Oh my goodness me, right in the middle of the track. Full course yellow as the number 40 pulled out. Louis Delatraz, the leader. That is the championship leader that was dead stick on the front straight. And Delatraz almost nailed it as he was coming out from behind some GT traffic. The 7 has restarted Felipe Nasser. That is the championship leading car. What a heart-stopping moment. And well done to race control. That was one that you couldn't hang about with. My goodness me. I saw the car and the black stripes. And in some ways I wasn't prepared to believe that the championship leader could have such problems. already down at the back of the GTP field. Felipe Nasser. That's the only car that has not had what one might say a difficult weekend. He's leading the championship, of course it is, and that's the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Mathieu Jaminet in second position at the moment. As the points stand, that is going to close things right up between the two Porsche 963s. Let's go back down to Shea whilst we gather our thoughts for a moment. Shea is down at Corvette Racing Pratt Miller and has an update on the number 4 Corvette.
Yeah, notice that the car was sitting in its pit box when we got the visuals of the Conquest Ferrari trying to make it back to the garage. What happened was Tommy Milner was hit by a P2 car in the rear. Something in the right rear broke, so as a result, the team is changing the right rear toe link. They are doing that work on the pit lane. This yellow is actually helping them, but once again, this is not going to be a victory for the pole-sitting car in GTD Pro.
The number 7 machine has continued, as we mentioned. Well, Jeremy, a not great race for Porsche Penske Motorsports, number 7, 963, the championship leader. They've lost another lap. They now are off the lead lap. Is Delatraz, has Delatraz managed there to get a lap on the field?
Yes, he has, John, because he's the only one of the leaders not to have made a pit stop. He's a lap clear of everybody, including the number 6 car. So yes, the other guys will get their lap back, or a bunch of them will get their lap back when he pits, which he will need to do. But yes, it's looking awfully good now for car number 40, staying out longer than everybody else, and that is absolutely going to play out in their favour.
And that was what we were seeing in our Porsche keys to the race. Manage the traffic, get your starts and restarts right. But remember, it's 6 hours, you have to be there. And if you can stretch the fuel, Jeremy, then it just gives you so much more strategic options. That's absolutely dead stick for the number 7. The lights are out and everything. And then with yellow flags waving on the start-finish line, and the driver Felipe Nasser trying everything he can. The number, I think it was the number 40, Louis Delatraz, coming by and having to go all the way to the pit wall. Now, hearing from the radio messages that Nasser was having power steering issues, and the pit lane may have told him to pull over and power down and restart. Perhaps they didn't mean on the front straight. So that is something that I'm sure IMSA, who monitor all of the radio frequencies. Hello to Jan, 0077, been with us for the whole race. Thank you very much indeed. Giving a big thank you to everybody, including the NASCAR production team in Charlotte, for some awesome coverage. Very kind of you. And also to Chris Smith, among the, I mean, it must be 50 replies now that we've had to Connor Hudson talking about coming over from the northeast. Chris Smith said, for this year's trip, I looked at Orlando to Daytona, and it was quick as a walk. Gatwick to MCO, which is Orlando, just under 10 hours with BA. 1 hour 45 to beachside avoiding tolls. Excellent stuff. We have flown the IMSA radio team through Charlotte and I think Pittsburgh as well. There's a shuttle flight down to DAB, which is Daytona Beach, if you want to go to Daytona, and then you can get a taxi to the track from there. And thank you to everybody who has contributed to Connor's post when we mentioned that, an hour or so ago. And those of you at trackside on 103.9 FM and listening on the PA, well, you've stayed. You've showed endurance as well. The T-shirts are back in evidence. The shorts are back in evidence. The overcoats and the cagoules have gone, as of the umbrellas, and we're into almost the last hour of racing. Thank you for your persistence. We've got the number 2 car, Ben Handley, entering a closed pit, and this is the 4th place car in LMP2.
Yeah, it was third.
3rd place it was before it came in, Jeremy. Yes, you're absolutely right. 4th as he crossed the line. So this will be just 5 seconds of fuel. This is what's called emergency service. They've put the car up on its jacks. They can't do anything else but the service unless... it's got damage. Damage to the left front, and they've also got a problem there. So this, they're allowed to fix something that would cause a safety issue, as the prototype cars are now coming into the pit lane. Delatraz with a lap on the field in the Dex Imaging number 40 Acura, playing the strategy card, going long before he took that penultimate stop. Just what Jeremy and I were talking about, what, 10 or 15 minutes ago. When do you do it? Well, he's decided it's time to hold off, and it has played out as he comes down the pit lane to share Adam.
And the 40 should be doing full service fuel and tires. No driver change for this car. They're not going to take Louis Delatraz out of it. They're leaving Jordan Taylor up on the pit box. It is fuel only for the 24 BMW, as Philip Bang now gets that position on the track as far as that's concerned. Back from Delatraz. The 2 is back out and moving once again. I'm watching with the weather eye to see if Philip Bang actually stops at the pit close light. He's still rolling. He's still rolling. Oh, there we go, brake lights. All right, he left that kind of late, but that's okay. The 25 BMW also came in for a splash of fuel. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That was the other way around. The 25 BMW came in first, then the 24. Both cars taking only a splash of fuel. There is some right rear damage to that 24 BMW that we need to be aware of. Now, the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche got out ahead of the Acura of Louis Delatraz because of the transition lane rules. So even though that's not a position on the track, as far as we're concerned with timing and scoring, it is track position, meaning that Delatraz now has another prototype in front of him. That should help the 85 to get back on the lead lap.
An hour and 5.5 minutes to go. Louis Delatraz back out onto the circuit as we are on lap 172. Shea Adam will be seeing what's... Oh, this is going to be tight. An hour and 5 minutes. Can you go to the end from here as a GTD car? I'm not sure. It's going to be tight, but they're taking the opportunity now. Yeah, with a bit more yellow, Jeremy, yeah?
Yeah, because it's going to be another 5 minutes at least before we get back to green, so they should be okay, I think, on that.
So the Light Motorsport number 120 getting service. It is fuel only, I think, on that car. They've had a good day all day today, and it's coming in from the class lead. Dirt on the front of the better placed of the two Ford Mustangs, and Harry Tignall just tripping over as he got out. I think he's hurt his ankle there as he rolls back over the pit wall. And that car full of dirt on the front. Looks like it's been rallycrossed rather than raced in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That car leaves as well. It's going to be a race off pit road, and AO slide out in front. Wow, blocking the way for both the Lexus and the 64 Ford Mustang. That was an incredible lead from the pit lane by the AO Racing number 77. Lauren Heinrich in that car. It looked for all the world like he was going to lose a couple of places in the queue, and somehow he came out pretty much sideways. That was incredible. That could be very, very important when we go back to green flag racing, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, everything is critical at this stage, but what a comeback by that number 77 team. The OO Racing Porsche was fastest yesterday in qualifying, but after in post-qualifying technical inspection, it was found to be too low. Time was thrown away, had to go to start from the back, and it didn't take them long to get to the front of the field again. And then they've remained for on and off throughout the race. The 64 car has had a brilliant run, but now they're going to have to come from behind, it looks like. Super fast stop by number 77.
Needed it, Jeremy. In fairness, if they've got championship aspirations, haven't they? And their championship contenders are the Heart of Racing full season GTD car, the 23-027, being drafted in to try and help them out. It's not been a banner day for a team that's had so much success for that number 23. And Shea Adam has more news from the pit lane.
I've just seen a Mustang go behind the wall, and it is the number 55 Proton competition car. This is the bright blue Mustang, so must have been a result of that side-to-side contact we saw earlier on with one of the prototypes. How unfortunate.
Thank you very much indeed, Shea. Just going back to that dead stick moment for the number 7 Porsche that brought out this full course caution. I think, I'm just looking back at some evidence now, I think that the number 10 Wayne Taylor Acura overtook under yellows coming into that incident. Went past, went past at least one car, possibly two, under yellows. Went past the Spike LMP2 car and possibly one of the Ferrari GTD cars as well, under yellows on the start-finish line. I think that's going to be a penalty for, sorry, the 40, the 4-0 car, the leading car, Louis Delatraz. Might want to take another look at that down with our teammates. Well, we said it had been a fairly anonymous and not a great day for the Iron Dames. There's a problem with one of the front wheels. I think the left front had locked up on that, and the Dames car being pushed away. Their return to IMSA competition after that big crash at Watkins Glen. Indebted to Alan Prosser again for firing me some stills as well. Let's go back to Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
I've got Jimmy Bruni in the pits, and he is getting service. Drinks bottle actually passed into him with the straw, so he could have some very fresh, clean, fresh water, cold water, that's the word I was going for. Clean, fresh windshield tear-off was attempted to be torn off the car, but because the refueling was done and the tire change done too quickly, didn't actually get that for Jimmy, so he doesn't have as clear of a view out the front of his windshield as perhaps he would like.
Left front completely locked up on the Iron Dames Huracan. They've just not been at the races today, Jeremy, have they? Unusually for them.
It's been a struggle, hasn't it? It's surprising because some of the other Lamborghinis have been running really well in GTD. So, yeah, strange. The class is led, by the way, now by Jan Halen. Good luck getting him out of the way. In the Wright Motorsports Porsche, kind of a 120 leads now in GTD from Kenton Cook at number 32, and then at number 96 for Robbie Foley, and then Spencer Pompelli is in the mix as well with number 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin, and in 5th position is Philip Ellis in the championship, leading in both Michelin Endurance Cup and regular season championship, Windward Mercedes car number 57.
Shea Adam has more callers in the pit lane.
Oh, goodness, it is so tight down here, John, because we had an issue where 3 cars are stacked line to stern. The number 10, Connick Minolta Acura, came in. That's Philippe Albuquerque who brought it in. Ricky Taylor is going to be taking it to the checkered flag, fuel and tires for him. Right behind them was the 45 Lamborghini. This sister car, they had to come in at a horrible angle, and that was Kyle Marcelli getting wrapped up in someone else's air hose trying to get to his car. And then behind them was the Fat McLaren. They have done fuel and tires. I didn't actually see if there was a driver change, but at the other end of the pit lane, the number 6 Penske Porsche took fuel only, as did the 01 for Sebastian Bourdais.
This is the race, Jeremy, that just keeps giving, is it not? I suppose we better do. Go on, sorry.
Well, no, it's been difficult to follow, I must admit, because there's been so much going on. I mean, absolutely non-stop action once we got the rain out of the way. Boy, you know, these cars, they got the wave around to come in because they've been trapped in between the safety car and the overall race leader. So they're able to go past the safety car, come into pits, take off services as quickly as possible, make sure they don't lose a lap, and then rejoin. Which is what they're doing. So we're going to have at least you know, several more cars on the lead lap than we would otherwise have had. I mean, what I was just one.
Yeah, and this is exactly what's happening with the Felipe Nasr machine. He dropped 2 laps, unfortunately, so he will get 1 lap back. But he lost the second lap when he was dead stick on the front straight, and Louis Delatraz went past. Still waiting to see if that is looked at by race control to definite evidence of an overtake under yellow. I was so shocked to see it at the time because of how close to the pit wall Delatraz had to go to miss Porsche. That was 2/3 of the way over the track. I did see the other cars there, but now that we've seen the footage again, that was A, a close shave, and B, definitely grounds to have a look at that one. We'll leave that to race control as we're about to go back to green flag racing, and it will be the aforementioned Louis Delatraz. Ready for this, Jeremy?
Just about, yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. Look, 2 BMWs lined up behind the race leader, although the number 5 car, Jimmy Bruni, is in between them and getting a poor restart. That holds up the BMWs.
Through to the line, Delatraz waving left and right. Through goes Conor De Philippi, Philip Eng, Mathieu Jaminet, Ricky Taylor, Phil Hansen, Jimmy Bruni. That is the top 7, and they are on the lead.
The 5 is not.
Jimmy's not. No, he didn't get to the front. You're right, Jeremy. And of course, Felipe Nasr as well, not on the lead lap. He's charging around at the back of the field at the moment. We've got also the 01 of Sebastian Bourdais back out there after that very unfortunate problem when he couldn't get into the pit lane with the tyre that went down and had to do a lap and a bit. That's cost him 3 laps to the lead. Phil Hansen just on the end of the lead lap was fighting his way through the GTs, and that's what Delatraz is, check that, Nasr is trying to do now as he comes to turn number 7, 8, 9 and 10. They come up very, very quickly indeed. Well, this race has had everything so far. Passes, split passes either side for the lead when Tandy went by. Bourdais going the other way, Andy landing. Oh, huge chunk of carbon fibre being shed by one of the cars there as they came round turn number 12 and into 13. I think it's bounced onto the grass on drivers left. That would be very fortunate. GT battles 0-2-7. Roman De Angelis right in the thick of things there, with Chaz Moster in the number 75 trying to come around as well. De Angelis in the heart of racing, 0-2-7, put into this race this weekend to try and help their teammates. And Ross Gunn now, Jeremy, in the heart of racing, team 23, the full season, the championship contending Aston Martin, now back up to 5th after being way down, and I think lost a lap at one stage. Now let's see if we can more work out where the piece of bodywork came from. So I think it was the Aston Martin of Roman De Angelis. It looked like it might have been a wheel arch liner from the right front, or was it the 44 Magnus car? Certainly that was a huge chunk of bodywork that came off that car. Spencer Pumpelly in the Magnus car. The GTDs have all fallen off the lead GTD Pro lap, as they were all just on the wrong side of the overall leader. So Lauren Heinrich leads in GTD Pro, with everybody else down to what's that? Ollie Jarvis in 8th position in the McLaren number 9 from Faf on the lead lap. Meantime in GTD, the number 13, the AWA machine in 7th position. Matthew Bell is having a battle with in fact he's got past now Kai von Berlo in the Kelly Moss Porsche, so that was 7th going to 6th for Matthew Bell.
New fastest lap of the race, John, to the 3rd place car of Philip Eng, won 16.630 last time around. He's in 3rd position, right behind his teammate Conor De Filippi, and the leading Acura only about a second or so in front of them.
Didn't last long, Jeremy. 1:16.464 for Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Acura ARX in 6th position. So beginning once again to hop up at the front of the field. Phil Hansen puts that car's fastest lap of the race in a 16.7. Antonio Garcia in 4th in the number 3 Corvette in GTD Pro. That car's fastest lap and the fastest GTD Pro lap. Once again, Jeremy, I think the drivers have been told they are off the leash, because they are all going to be okay.
Yeah. 50 minutes to go, flat out to the end. The only cars that are going to have to pit are the LMP2s. I think the GTP cars can just about make it.
With that little yellow, yeah, I think you're probably
maybe.
right.
They might need a bit of help. I mean, traffic is going to help them, because they won't be returning the same lap times as they were previously. They can do about 40-41 laps of all green running. Whoa, this is getting interesting. That's number 99
down
car.
at turn 1. Yeah. And there's a touch with, and round goes the AO machine, and there's a huge gaggle of cars coming through. That was the number 88, which has turned them around. The number 88 being the Nicholas Nielsen driven Richard Mille AF Corsa black and red car. So the purple Spike Dragon car spun coming out of 1 into 2, and car, in fairness, was right up at the sharp end of the field for Matt Brabham, so he'll not be happy. So the Richard Mille car must have been a lap down. Yes, it was. It was trying to get the lap back there, Jeremy, for Nicholas Nielsen, and he's turfed out the leader of the race in LMP2.
Low class. Number 52 car still leads in the class, so he wasn't trying to get his lap back from the leader in the category. It was from a 2nd place car. Matt Brabham comes off worse there. That was a low percentage move there by the number 88 car, completely unnecessary for who is a factory driver, of course, in the World Endurance Championship.
Speaking of factory drivers, there's a factory driver aboard the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW, because that's Robbie Foley. And Patrick Gallagher, I said to you yesterday, if there was any GTD manufacturer that I would want to be, as far as endurance races are concerned, BMW has the best record. You think maybe you can get another win for the Roundel?
Yeah, I would love to. Our BMW is really fast. Turner Motorsports brought a fast liquid moly Belhaven Investments BMW M4 GT3. Robbie's doing a good job. The 120 is really quick. We're in a good point spot. We'd like to get another win for BMW, but we're beating the guys who are racing in points right now and just trying to have a solid day. Hopefully we end on the podium.
Are you guys actually thinking that? Because I find it very hard to believe that you wouldn't want to give Will Turner a birthday present of a win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we want to win the race. There's no doubt about it. If we can get to the 120s, going pretty quick right now. Hopefully he uses his stuff up, but we'll see. Long way to go, still 50 minutes, you know, almost 2 GS races.
How's the heart rate, Patrick?
Yeah, all good.
Good luck.
Thank you, Shay.
Patrick Gallagher with Shea Adam down in the pit lane. That incident between the two LMP2s under review. Not seen anything for that potential yellow flag pass by the leader, so looks like that one's not being looked at the moment. They may have felt that, oh my goodness.
Battle for the lead.
Philip
Eng. Philip Eng has got past Conor Di Filippi, John.
Yeah, they've swapped positions, Jeremy, you're spot on, and just coming through to the far side of the racetrack now and heading in to the last couple of corners, now accelerating through and on to the short chute down towards turns 12, 13 and 14. Oh, huge lunge down the inside from the BMW driver, and Eng takes it. I've not seen an overtaking manoeuvre there all weekend. Turn 13 is lucky for Philippe Eng and BMW Team RLL as they now lead the race with 46.5 minutes to go. Quality stuff.
Wow, what a pass that was. Credit to Dylan Truss for giving him some room, I suppose, but what a great pass that was from Philippe Eng. Yeah, as you say, I can't remember any passes for position at that corner, but he pulled it off, but now he's got a whole gaggle of GT cars in front of him. It's all about who can pick the better line through here.
Could be going out. Oh, that was awesome. Eng, I take my hat off to you, Philip, and a good run as well by his teammate Conor Di Filippi. He might get second place here as the number 40 Acura was slightly held up. He'll go around the outside into turn number 7, and it might not be all she wrote for Louis Delatraz, because behind them is one of the Porsches, and that's the lapped car, isn't it? That is Jimmy Bruni, still trying to get his lap back, so Mathieu Jaminet 3 seconds further back down the road. Now, what do we reckon?
Bruni, by the way, he set the fastest lap of the race a little while ago. Did Jimmy 2 or 3 laps ago? 1:16.229 for the Italians. So really costly. I mean, they got the wave around, but then they didn't get their pit stop done fast enough and did not get back out onto the track before the leaders came past.
Yeah, so they're still the first car off the lead lap. What a manoeuvre by Philippe Eng. Basically just got through, and that was like a motorcycle pass. You get them alongside and then you come off the brake to basically tell the rider, in that case, I'm here, you're going to have to give me room. Off the brake, turn in, back on the brake. Brilliant stuff. And Conor Di Filippi is up into second position now as Delatraz has dropped down to third place. Yeah. Mathieu Jaminet has closed in as well. Jaminet's on the move. A 19.1 last time around was the fastest of those cars. Final pit stop time, maybe. Wow, this is going to be tight. 44 minutes. Can they do 44 minutes, Jeremy?
Yeah, okay. Just about, yeah, but yes.
Inter Europol, sorry, I should have said, I got too excited. Tom Dillman for Inter Europol. The AO Racing, Matt Brabham, 99, came in, and Paul DeResta in the number 22. By the way, the other United Autosports USA car, the number 2 car, is back out from behind the wall. Obviously, many laps down. That car is back in the pits with Ben Handley behind the wheel and presumably going back into the fight. You just see the Wins car coming down now. No action for the coming together of the Richard Mille and the AO Racing second place car in class. Right, okay, that's fine. Retirement, an official retirement for Conquest Racing. That was the car that was stuck in the pit lane for a little while. Felipe and BMW 24 from BMW 25 coming off a BMW coming off a second place at in Japan at Fuji a weekend ago. Shea Adam has pit stoppers from the front of LMP2. Mikkel Jensen and Connor Zilic in from TDS and ERA. Shea?
They came in very close, John. They left not so close. ERA taking a lot more fuel than TDS. So whether that was fuel saving on the part of Mikkel Jensen or spending a little bit more fuel on the part of Connor Zilic, I don't know, but it was fuel and tires for both of those drivers.
Should get them to the end of the race. In GTD Pro, it's Lauren Heinrich for AO that leads from Mike Rockenfeller. Gap now between Porsche and Ford, 3 seconds. Jack Hawksworth still hanging on in there. A second further back for the number 14 Lexus of Vassar Sullivan. He's got Antonio Garcia in the Corvette number 3 right behind him. And it's 2 seconds back to the two hard racing cars. Ross Gunn from Roman De Angelis. That championship, Jeremy, is really getting interesting with the Harter Racing car down in 5th and the AO Racing car in 1st. That's a big points gap there.
Yeah, I mean, it was 19 points coming into the weekend. It was looking good for AO yesterday after qualifying until they got to post-race technical inspection. So when they came into the race, just I think it was 9 points separating the AO Racing car, which has led the championship for pretty much the whole season, ahead of the number 23 of Ross Gunn. So, yeah, it's looking really good for number 77 right now to extend their championship lead.
Mentioned the Lexus versus Corvette battle. That's on the front straight now with Antonio Garcia trying to go around the outside of Jack Hawksworth. He's got the Mathieu Jaminet Porsche going down the inside as well. Can he use that to his advantage? Not quite. Lexus still holding sway. Here comes Jimmy Bruni. He wants to be through as well. Wants to have half a chance. Oh, big slide by the Lexus coming through turn 4 into 5. These GTP cars carving their way through. Oh, coming together. That's the Dragon Speed Ferrari again. That's the second time they've had contact. That's at turn number 1 for the 56 car, the Evil Knievel shaped machine. At least the second time, Jeremy. It's the second time I've seen them off course with another car in close vicinity.
I'd say it's 6th or 7th time, to be honest. It's been an eventful race. Yes, all the Ferraris in general. All
the Ferraris. At one stage, 3 Ferraris managed to hit each other. Let's not forget. And that was the rhubarb and custard Porsche, the red and yellow car, which is the number 86 of Anders Fjord back in MDK Motorsports. And I think he might get a little tap on the shoulder from race control for that. In LMP2, Paul di Resta incredibly leading now for United Autosports. He got into that car, he was way down, and they've grabbed laps back. I don't think anybody in LMP2 has got it completely right today. But the only people who haven't done anything wrong is TDS, and they've been hanging around the top 3 all race. And into Europol as well, of course, although they haven't had it totally clean. Tom Dillman back in that car at the moment, but I seem to remember seeing that Tom Dillman had gone off, and that was something I had to write in my diary. At the moment, Dillman is...
4th position. Not quite sure how, because they lost a lot of time. They were leading at the restart, and I think they were leading before that final round of pit stops. So not quite sure what happened there to number 52.
Shea was watching them when they've just come in 2 or 3 laps ago, and I think Shea, if I remember rightly, you said that it appeared that the TDS car needed more fuel than the car
needed less fuel.
Alongside them. They came in from first and second, didn't they?
Yes, it needed less fuel than the Era Motorsport machine that came in right behind it.
Yeah, the Era car, but not the 52. What happened to the 52? That's the question. That was the car that had been leading.
Yeah, Tom Dillman. That car, Tom, they've only been down the pit lane 8 times in this race. Bear in mind, some people did 2 hours and 20 minutes before they did their first stop. So, yeah, Dillman came in at the same time as Paul di Resta. So he's been out there for just 3 laps. So you're right, Jeremy, that is a head scratcher. Race control looking at another incident we talked to you about a moment or 2 ago. The Anders Fjordbach MDK Motorsports and Tony Vilander, Dragon Speed. Tony Vilander again, that's a couple of times we've mentioned his name in association with incidents on the track. It's not what you associate with Tony.
Well, the earlier one certainly wasn't his fault. And I don't think this one was.
He was the
this one
biggest
wasn't either, actually, because this one he got hit by the number 86 car, didn't he, as well? So yeah, he's been on the receiver. So welcome back to IMSA, Tony.
Yes. Yeah, the Ferraris have been incident magnets today in one way, shape or form.
Look at the battle for the lead.
Yeah, back down to 0.2 of a second, Jeremy, as they're coming through traffic. Well, there won't be team orders here. Neither of these cars really in the shout for the championship, and BMW will just want to get a 1-2, won't they, for RLL?
Yes, I think so. One hopes so, at least for their sake. We're based just up the road in Zionsville, Indiana. Here's a look at this, a challenge for the lead. Yes, it is. On LMP2 through goes Mikkel Jensen on Paul di Resta. So that's a change.
That was last time by. And Paul di Resta got offline and goes off the track at turn number 4, and then jumps the curbs at turn 5 to 6. Big lock up by the Scotsman. Somehow managed to keep his foot in. I'm sure Dan Louis will be tuned in north of the border to the full family. And as Jeremy suggested a moment to go, it is a drive-through penalty for instant responsibility for Anders Fjordbach in the MDK rhubarb and custard coloured 86 Porsche from 11th place in GTD. That class still led by Jan Heerlen from Wright Motorsport by now 5 seconds from Robbie Foley in second. And Kenton Coupe for Mercedes AMG just a couple of seconds further back in 3rd position. Rest of the Aston Martins in GTD. Spencer Pumpelly in a very decent run by Magnus Racing. That 44 car's been there and thereabouts all day today, and is only a second and a half or so away from a podium finish.
Yeah, brilliant run for them. And look at these 2 BMWs, but only, a second or so behind him is Louis Delatraz making a bit of a comeback in at number 40 Acura. So it's very much a game on his 35 minutes just under remaining in this race, so plenty of time. And the Porsche not too far back either of Matthew Jamini. He had closed that gap down quite a lot. The gap was on lap 180 was 6 seconds from 3rd to 4th, number 6 car being in 4th position, and it came down to less than 2 just a couple of laps ago, so that's extended again last time around.
I'm going to put my nomination in right now for the BDO Knows Strategy Award in this race, and I'm going to say straight away, I will come back in a second because we've got more problems for the number 2 United car. Just come out from behind the wall 2 or 3 laps ago, and it's slow on the infield section. as it's continuing now from through turn 7. He's on the racing line. I'm going to say that the ERA Motorsport team have done a cracking job. Among a few, to be honest, who've worked the yellows, they were a lap down and they worked it very nicely, but they haven't just got on the lead lap, they've moved themselves into contention with Ryan DL doing Ryan DL things and driving very, very quickly indeed. But they had to get on the lead lap first before they can do that. And right now they're sitting with Connor Zilic in 3rd position. So that's my early nomination for the BDO No Strategy Award. One nomination from us for the race, and Jeremy and Shea have a call on that as well.
We just got a glimpse, by the way, number 7 car clearly struggling now, way off the pace. The last couple of laps he was passed very easily by an LMP2 car, so a problem there. Meanwhile, in GCD Pro, pulling away now is Lauren Heinrich in the AO Racing Porsche. He had 7.5 seconds last time around, going to complete his 184th lap, and pulling away from Mike Rockefeller in 2nd position. In 3rd still is Jack Hawkes, who's done a super job in the Lexus and holding off the Chevrolet still of Antonio Garcia. Ross Gunn right in that battle for 3rd position as well.
Shea Adam has been our eyes and ears in the pit lane for the, well, I was going to say for the past 5.5 hours, but actually since Wednesday when she arrived, and she was with us on Midweek Motorsport then as well. One of the reasons I don't work in the pit lane very much anymore is that I don't like to have to go to people like Roger Penske and ask him what's the problem with his championship leading car, and you've just done that, haven't you?
I have just gone up to the Penske organization and said, Felipe Nasser is losing about 12 to 15 seconds a lap. Why? The answer? Steering, and it's not getting any better. So he has just been passed by Sebastian Bourdais. That will be 4th position. That's championship points, and now all of their hope lies with the number 6. The other thing that I love to do, John, that you would not enjoy, is asking people if they're actually good on fuel to the end of the race. The answer from BMW was, well, we think we are, but it's close. A little bit of yellow would help.
I think everybody, depending on how hard they have to push, would like a little bit of leeway. Thank you, Shea. So that power steering problem that caused the number 7 PPM Porsche Penske Motorsport car to have to stop on the front straight, Felipe Nasser, remember, that has reared its ugly head again. So that is the problem there. Now, I have had to drive a car that has power steering when there was no power steering fluid in it and the pump had stopped working. That was only a Mazda MX-5, albeit it was an angled C, which is fairly twisty. It's not impossible, but it is really hard work, and I cannot imagine. I did 55 minutes in that car, and I could barely move when I got out of it because the physical exertion had been that much. I cannot imagine what it's like in a downforce car. Now, it's different. A Radical or something like that doesn't have power steering to start with, then you have to heave the steering wheel, and it's a small steering wheel. But a car that's built with power steering, then that makes life much more difficult. And there's a problem for Paul di Resta in 4th position. The left front wheel arch and headlamp is flapping around, and it's catching on the left front Michelin tyre. So at speed, when it's being pushed back towards it, there's the appearance of tyre smoke there. Just noticed that on the last lap around whilst we were talking power steering. No doubt Shea Adam can smell the distinctive aroma of burning Michelin rubber. Now, news from race control that Ollie Jarvis in 8th place in GTD Pro for Pfaff Motorsport is going to have to go into the pit lane. I think this is tyre pressures. Failure to adhere to tyre operation, that normally means tyre pressures, so they'll have to change tyres with 29 minutes to go, and that will take them out of contention. I'm told by Blurfeed that modern steering racks do not have a Fiat ratio that makes it easy to turn with no hydraulic or electric assistance. You can turn it, but you won't need an arm day any time at the gym. And the Kenya Bull 75 Sun Energy 1 Team 75 Munich-based car goes around on the grass. That was Chazzy Mostert, 7th position for the Antipodean superstar. GTD Pro, that is. Paul di Resta into the pit lane for that flapping front fender. And that will drop that United Autosports car right out of contention. They were fighting very hard indeed. That's a tap by the leader, was it? Oh, that was close. On the Kenya Bull. Yep, it was. Yeah, that was the erstwhile leader, Louis Delatraz. I don't think he's going to get away with that one. He just pulled straight in to one of the brightest coloured cars on the circuit. Oh, now, how do you see that, Jeremy Shaw?
Well, the responsibility is on the overtaking driver, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, wasn't it? He didn't want to get held up to go through that corner.
Yeah, he wasn't there, and it's a question of, well, he's gone round the outside. Does he cut back in front of him, though? That's the question. We've been seeing this all day.
Tough one, that.
That might. Do you know what? That I think that might go to a racing incident. If I was Chazzy Mostert, I'd be aggrieved because I was having my own little fight. But we've been seeing all day today about the virtually no difference or advantage, in fact, for GTDs in the slower and medium speed corners in terms of corner speed, as we've got a penalty coming through for the incident between now this is interesting. So Paul di Resta, there was contact between the Era Motorsport Connor Zilic car and Paul di Resta when they were fighting at the front of the field. That's what's damaged Paul di Resta's car and sent him into pit lane, and Connor Zilic is going to get a drive-through for that. So that great run back from Era Motorsport is coming to an end because they need to come down the pit lane. So that was the battle for position at the sharp end of the field. It's not helped Paul di Resta, of course, can't give him the position back. So Tom Dillman from Inter Europol will move up to second, and Felipe Fraga will move up to third. Yes, he will. Now, well, that again, side-by-side contact. That was just a secondary contact that damaged the front wing on the 22. It's getting feisty now, Jeremy. We were praising all the drivers for how good they were earlier on, and I still think Era did a good job to get themselves back into the fight there, but that is going to be all work for nothing.
Yeah,
and Europol benefit, though.
That incident involving cars 40 and 75 is under review, John, by race control.
It has to be. Has to be. That was Delatraz and Chaz Mostert in the Sun Energy 1 car. That has to be looked at. 25 minutes to go. And I'm going to remind my co-commentators about our BDO No Strategy Award, one nomination from the 56 cars that started this race. I'm going to remind you, watching and listening, that the checkered flag might end the race, but it only starts our conversation. They're back with Michelin post-race tech on exclusively on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels by IMSA-radio.com. And this is the show that the agenda is driven by you. So start now, use the hashtag Michelin PRT and get your submissions. Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Can I make a nomination?
Oh, you can, yes, for BDO.
I can. For me, it'd be Philip Eng, very early in the race, remember, wasn't he the first guy to go onto slicks?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, BMW Team RLL, number 24.
Look who's winning the race.
Well, yes, yeah, very good.
Leading the race,
like that.
200 laps completed.
So, BMW's carving their way through traffic. Do you know if you've ever done any of the platform games, Need for Speed or Gran Turismo, and you're coming up doing your licenses, and you have these ridiculous challenges where you've got 4 laps to pass 26 cars. That's how you drive in that, and that's how Eng and Conor de Felipe are driving at the moment, and they are inch perfect. Absolutely inch perfect. Shea Adam has a nomination for BDO Nose Strategy. Where's your vote?
I would like to present to the court the number 77 AO Racing Porsche, because they started dead last in this field. They're leading their class, and how did they get there? Pit stops.
Yeah, good strategy, spot on, and that's so important with the pressure of the championship as well. Delatraz is going to have to come down through pit lane. Incident responsibility with Chaz Mostert.
Yeah, he's doing that right now, I think.
Yeah, he's going to pit from third
off.
position. Also in the pits, Felipe Fraga for Riley making his final pit stop for the number 74. 2 BMWs leading at the moment, and here on pit lane is the number 40. I think, I'll be honest with you, I think he got away with overtaking under yellow earlier on when Felipe Nasser was stopped on the front plate, on the front straight, and that was when they got the lap on the field as well. Let's not forget they were charging because they hadn't stopped, and maybe that's a bit of racing karma, I'm not sure.
So, well, that takes another guy out of contention for the win unless something really bizarre happens, because that's going to drop him a long way back. He's actually, yeah, I think he's going to lose more than that one position. He's a long way ahead of Phil Hansen in the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports, so it should be a good run for them, by the way, today. They got a lap back and running on the lead lap in the 5th position. Phil Hansen at the moment, he's just holding off Ricky Taylor, so it's been a very good run for JDC Miller Motorsports. But the two BMWs right now, the last couple of laps have been stretching away. They pulled down half a second on the last lap over the Porsche that's now up into 3rd place. Of course, that's Matthew Jaminet.
That is, I mean, the number 7 Porsche sitting down in 7th place in GTP. He won't fall any further than that, Nasser, even with the problems that they've got. That's why that car's still driving around. They don't have to be rolling to be classified. The Lamborghini is out, so they can't overtake them, and so is the Whelen Cadillac. So they could actually park that car and not be any worse off for championship points at the end of the race. It is going to close things up though with the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 car being the better scoring of the two. They'll take 3rd place points at the moment. At the very least, it's only 2.5 seconds behind those 2 BMWs. This is not over yet, Jeremy, with 20.5 minutes to go.
It is not, absolutely not. No, indeed. 1:18.7 last time around for our race leader Philip Eng, just coming through to complete his 203rd lap with his sister car right behind him there. And what a the gap over the 3rd place car. Update, yeah, just under 3 seconds, so a little bit quicker that last time by Matthew Jaminet in the Porsche, but only by 1/10 of a second.
Now, are we going to get a bit of formation driving now by the BMWs? Andreas Roos, man behind M Sport, and the M Series, which means telling us the Japan weekend he was very happy with the way things were going with WRT in the WEC in their first year with the car. Felt that the information backwards and forwards between the two teams were really driving both of them on. second place finish in the World Championship last weekend, and at the moment they are 1 and 2 here at the TireRack.com battle on the bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Through traffic again. These laps click off very, very quickly. They're over 200 now.
Another team's had a really good run is that JDC Miller Motorsports entry, John.
Yes.
Talking about strategy,
Yeah.
I mean, they're now running in 4th position for Phil Hansen. They spent quite a bit of this race a lap down to everybody else, so it's been a tremendous run for them, and holding off Ricky Taylor here. In fact, last lap around, Phil Hansen was the quickest car on the track. Actually, not by Nat's whisker. Jimmy Bruni, who's a lap down, was fractionally quicker, but Phil Hansen was half a second quicker than the race leader.
That's a very good show, Jeremy.
Who's running super consistent lap times, by the way.
Yeah.
Is the race? No, the race leader is now Philip Eng, 18.6, 18.7. The last 5 laps have been pretty much the same for our race leader, car number 24, Philip Eng.
Lauren Heinrich with time in hand over Mike Rockenfeller. 10 seconds the gap back to the second place Ford. Has been a good run for these guys. Qualified on pole, lost pole for ride height infraction, and that put them to very back, didn't it? And the very back is a long way back. And they needed the Hubble Space Telescope to see the green flag from where they started.
Yeah, that car's been fast all week, and now they're showing that ride height infraction wasn't really consequential in terms of its speed. Of course, it was in terms of its starting position, but presuming it doesn't have the same problem after the race, it's been a great day for that air racing team to extend their championship lead, of course. 18.7 for our race leader, Philip Eng. It's beautiful.
Chamonix not able to close in, just on 2 seconds behind the 2 BMWs. Interestingly though, he's got all day between him and the 2 cars. Oh, and a moment or 2 ago on the front straight, more side-by-side contact. That's a Tower Motorsport Charlie Eastwood driven car, and I think the car that he ran into was the MDK Motorsports machine with Anders Fjordbach back behind the wheel. Deranged the front of the Porsche. Remember, checkered flag ends the race. We start the conversation at Michelin Post-Race Tech. Let's have your questions, points arising, observations, have a rant if you want. Hashtag Michelin PRT. The whole show agenda is driven by your input, and it's live. Once we close down the international TV feed, switch over to IMSA-radio.com and RS2 for Michelin Post-Race Tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Grab some interviews, run through the points, and Shane, Jeremy and myself will be on hand to break down what we've seen in the last 6 hours. Might take us another 6 hours to go through what we've seen in the 6 hours. In fact, I think it would probably take us 12 hours to see what we've seen in these 6 hours.
Hey, look who's looming behind those 2 BMWs. It's another 01 Cadillac of Sebastian
Yeah,
Bourdais.
just said that,
he's closing on those 2 BMWs and holding at bay, as far as the BMWs are concerned, that 3rd place Matthew Jaminet. Amazing job by that Ganassi team to get that car back out again. They lost they lost 4 laps, but it's been a really good comeback.
I think he's bringing Jaminet with him, if I'm honest, because it's now down to 1.3 seconds. The gold-fronted car, of course, is 3 laps down. That's not in the fight at the moment. And however, yeah, he's not in the fight. He's not going to improve his position either, because Jimmy Bruni's 2 laps ahead of him. And, well, Blur Fiends just said when I was saying if you want to have a rant for post-race tech, it doesn't have to be about racing. How can I rant about anything? Can we keep it to racing, because at least it means something that we are mildly enthused and informed about. If we start to get on the politics or religion or anything else, we could all be in big trouble in here till after midnight. Across the line, I'm looking at the virtual fuel tanks, Jeremy. The BMWs were a little bit worried when Shea spoke to them, but if they're worried, everybody's worried, because the whole of the GTP field, having stopped at the same time, roughly speaking, give or take a lap, have 25% of their energy left. They've got 13 minutes to go, which the computer says is probably 8 laps, possibly 7. And that would make Philip Ains' stint a 45-lap stint, which he has done before with about the same amount of yellow flag that we had at the start of this one, being 5 laps.
Right, he had 5 laps of yellow before he went green, and that should be about right. I mean, assuming they got that everything, you know, brim full on that car, it should be okay. It's certainly tight, but it should be just about okay. That we went green with what, 5:04, so 56 minutes remaining in this race, and you know, it's tight. I mean, that's why they're running 18s and not 17s. Or even 16s as just the fastest laps of the race, but it's you know, it's something they certainly have to manage, John. Let's put it that way, and they manage it very, very well. I mean, and again, super consistency. 1:19.0 last time around. The previous lap was 1:18.9. The previous lap was 1:18.7, which most of the previous half dozen laps were as well. So you know, they seem to be managing it right now. But look again, that's that Porsche that's not out of it by any means. It's the closest it's been. But still the fastest car on the track, by the way. It's been Phil Hansen on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's a great run back from JDC Miller. The second best Porsche in the field at the moment. Another technical penalty coming through, and this is for the Acura ARX06 of Ricky Taylor, the number 10 car. Those two cars, 10 and 40, sitting in 5th and 6th position, the two WTR with Andretti machines. And that's overpowering the car with that V6 engine. How do IMSA know that? Well, they're taking real-time measurements from a torque sensor on the drive shafts of the car with IMSA's own measuring wiring loom, the logging loom, and they're seeing that all the time. And so they can see when they go above the maximum amount, they measure it in kilowatts, the maximum amount of kilowatts that is going to the back wheel. It doesn't matter what's going on in the engine and how much you lose through the gearbox and through other thermal losses, it's what turns the drive shaft that matters. So that is a warning at the moment for that number 10 car. Oh,
look at that.
Splitting
Side by side
for the lead. Going past Ollie Jarvis and down the inside. And number 24, Philip Eng, had the position, keeps the position, but only just. And Ollie Jarvis got a front seat view. BMWs to the left of him, BMW to the right of him in the Pfaff McLaren.
Yeah.
That's slowed them down, Jeremy.
One of them had to go off the racetrack to maintain that position. Philip Eng, I don't think he's going to get penalised for it, as Obi isn't at this stage in the race. No. But it was certainly a heart in the moment there for all of those three. But look, right, Sebastian Bourdais right behind him, and unfortunately for Matthew Jamley, he's got held up in a little bit of traffic there, so that's cost him a fair bit of ground.
Now, if you're the two BMWs here, you need to let Bourdais go, because you don't want him mixing it up when you've got that Porsche just behind you. I think.
But
are you happy keeping him behind it?
Well, in terms of fact, he's a buffer to the Porsche.
Yeah, but if he decides he wants to try and overtake, I mean,
well, absolutely.
I know it's.
That's a great point, John. I mean, Bourdais hasn't got close enough to think about trying to make a pass just yet. But if it comes down to that, yes, a very, very valid point, no question about it.
Spencer Pumpelly in the 44 Magnus car has had to pull in from a great run in GTD. And the 44 Magnus Aston will need a splash to get to the end of the race. 9 minutes remaining. BMWs will pass Jan Heerlen in the Wright Motorsports GTD leader. That's the green Porsche with the yellow stripe. That colour scheme, who would have thought that that would have worked so well on a Porsche, but it does. The yellow stripes just over to the left-hand side of centre. Absolutely quality. Now, where is Chamonix? 2 seconds away now from the 2 leading BMWs. More GTD traffic, and this time it's the battle for 5th, 4th and 3rd in GTD that they have caught up with. And you know that these guys, yes, they will be looking in their mirrors, but they are running their own race at the moment. So this is danger time for the 2 BMWs. And the gold-fronted Cadillac is there. And here comes the Porsche. The Porsche coming through on Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais was held up, can't get through. So Chamonix, but they're all much closer now. Chamonix, who lost time in traffic now, has had a little bit of help from that battling GTD Pro battle. Still led by Lauren Heinrich by about 12 seconds, with Mike Roggenfeller just a second up the road for this Hawks with Gun Garcia scrap. It really is. Chamonix needs to be through here, and he's not quite been able to do it. Now he's going to go around the outside of the number 14 of Jack Hawksworth in the Vassar Sullivan car and get the run down the front straight. My goodness, those GTP cars, they might not corner it as well as the cars that they replaced because they're a bit heavier, but they punch out of the corners like nothing on earth. Assistance from the hybrid system. Leaders going through turn number 3, and still number 7 Porsche struggling on with Felipe Nasr. Oh, that sounds sick now. Oh no, he's just, I think he was just letting his teammate through, was he? He's further back on the track. Tower Motorsports in Charlie Eastwood with 6 minutes to go. That's a bit of a worry for all of the other P2 cars. Charlie been out for 33 laps. He was the first to stop, but not by much.
Yeah, but he was in. I mean, all the other contenders came in with around about 45 minutes to go, a little bit under. So he was in before that. So yeah, he definitely needs to stop. That's yeah. He was a lap down in any case.
So he'll. Yes, indeed. Do we only have 4 P2s on the lead lap now, down to Matt Braverman, AO Racing, Spike? Yeah. 8 official retirements now. I really feel for Philippe Nasr in number 7 car. He's actually now taking his left hand off the wheel and resting it down the straight, because obviously there's more right hand corners than left, and his left arm is pecs and all the way across his back, his deltoids. There will be a fair play to them for keeping the car out there, in all honesty. There's no need. 2 BMWs coming to the end of lap 215. 4 minutes left on the clock. They've been at the races at the front of the field. They've been out for just more than an hour. And still, the battles continue. Ross Gunn for Harter Racing trying to get more points for their championship challenge.
Yeah.
Jack Hawksworth right ahead of him on the front straight now. And
the Aston Martin got past the Corvette, didn't it, about 10 laps ago? I must have had kind of glossed over that. He did it about 10 laps ago, so up into third position in that class. But Jack Hawksworth's just doing a manful job there to hold the Aston Martin at bay. First of all, it was the Corvette filling his mirrors. Now it's the Aston Martin. Looks to the inside at turn 4.
it was a touch. I think there was a little touch. Heinrich from Rockefeller, and then this battle, Hawksworth and Gunn for third on the podium. Harter Racing team will be desperately wanting him to make this pass. Defensive from Hawksworth into turn number 7, and a lock up from the Harter Racing Aston, and through goes the Corvette. And that's the problem when you're in a battle pack like this. You're having an exchange, fighting with the guy in front, and the guy behind says, "Oh, thanks very much, I'll have that position back." To go, Jeremy.
Yeah, it'll be 2 more laps.
Yeah.
I think it'll be white flag next time by.
So I would say tight, actually.
Indeed tight, definitely.
Yeah.
The Porsche's only, I mean, look, the Cadillac's right there, and the Porsche is only 1.6 seconds behind the second of those two BMWs. So we've got 4 cars pretty much nose to tail, separated by just a few car lengths, and they head down into turn 7 for the 217th time.
Chamonix's not really managed to get much closer than a second and a half to the BMWs. Now, as you said, he's had either the help or the impediment, whichever, of the Cadillac in that position. Does it help Cadillac to keep the Porsche away from the back of the BMWs? I don't think so.
Well,
so
they don't want the Porsche. They don't want the Porsche to get maximum points. That's for sure.
Oh well, that's true. Yeah. Side by side again. This time for third position in the GTD Pro, and this time it was the Corvette alongside Jack Hawksworth. I think Jack Hawksworth struggling for a little bit of rear grip in the Lexus, and maybe, just maybe this time, Ross Gunn then can make some advantage in this contact at turn number 13, and Hawksworth is off the track, and through goes the Corvette, and through goes the Aston Martin. Oh no, the Aston Martin's on the dirt as well, and gets slowed down, and that is absolutely not what Harter Racing wanted. No white flag for the BMW, so it will be this time by, as the BMWs will go on to lap number 218.
Yeah, in fourth position again, Phil Hansen. The gap from him to the third place car of Matthew Jaminet was 24.6 seconds a dozen laps ago. It's now down to 17. Really good run by that number 85 team.
And it is the...
Here we go.
White flag. And it will be JDC Miller Motorsport who take the BDO Nose Strategy Award. That was a great shout from Jeremy Shaw as they have fought their way back from a lap down and just kept on trucking, used the yellows as they could. Honourable mention to the BMW number 24. Across the line, then behind this battle there's all kinds going on, which we'll pick up in the other classes in a moment. But the two BMWs have now split, and Conor De Philippi has dropped away from his teammate. It is going to be Philippe Eng who angers home a famous victory. This will be the first time that the BMW has taken the checkered flag to win. They were scored as the winner, of course, at Watkins Glen when the Porsche didn't pass post-race tech. But BMW Team RLL are victorious at the Battle on the Bricks. And it's not just a first position, it's a first and second. What a 7 days for BMW and their M Hybrid V8. Second last weekend in the World Championship at Fuji and 1-2 today. Across the line for Mikkel Jensen, they win TDS. And it'll be Lauren Heinrich who brings home AO Racing and the 77 Porsche. That's a great championship run. Let's go down to Shea Adam with the overall winners of the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks.
Well, Jesse Krohn, the last time you were on the top step of the podium, it was Daytona 2020. It's been a minute since you've won a race, and now you've done it at another great super speedway. What's it like to be a winner at Indy?
I don't know, this is just unbelievable. This is my 11th year with BMW, and looking back the journey I've had with them, now I can say I've won with every single car they ever put me in. This has to be one of the biggest wins of my career. I can't believe I first of all am here to begin with, and that we're winning with the guys. It's unbelievable after the day we had today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Not only is this the first win for the 24 BMW, it's the first ever trip to the podium for this number.
Really incredible. That is a stat just to confirm the unofficial results as the cars are coming down on their slowing down lap. It is BMW 24 from BMW 25, and then the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Jeremy's doing some quick arithmetic, but that's going to close things up at the top of the championship between the two PPM cars, with Phil Hansen anchoring the JDC Miller car home to a really stout 4th position and taking the BDO No Strategy Award for getting themselves back on the lead lap and giving them the opportunity to have that good result. The best of the Acuras was Louis Delatraz to late race penalty, down in 5th position in the number 40, with Jordan Taylor, his brother Ricky and Philippe Albuquerque behind them in the number 10 car. And then Jimmy Bruni and the Proton competition. LMP2, TDS from Inter Europol and ERA, and GTD Pro AO Racing from Ford Multimatic number 64. Good result for the Mustang. And Corvette in 3rd. Porsche, Ford, Chevrolet, Lexus, Aston Martin, with Harter Racing Team salvaging some points for the 23 car. And in GTD, Wright Motorsport from Turner Motorsport and Mercedes AMG GT3. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who has another class winner down on the pit lane.
All right, Michael Christensen, the last time you won a race, it was also Daytona. So what is it about these big tracks that seems to make you perform better?
I don't know, but the team did a great job all week. We were a little bit unfortunate in qualifying, but everyone kept their head cool and stuck to the plan, and yeah, executed very well today, and ultimately winning the race. That was great for us.
Bring on Petit, right?
Yeah, it's putting us in a good position for the championship, and that's yeah, what we like to have it, and hopefully we can just have a good performance there too.
What was the key today? Because you guys started at the back of the pack.
Well, we knew that we had a good car, but also we knew that the weather is going to play a role today. So it was just about keeping your head cool and taking the right steps towards getting towards the front, and yeah, just stay cool and take the right decisions.
Awesome job, congrats.
Thank you.
Well, Shea Adam hunts for a couple of other victims, and before we go to post-race tech and leave you on 103.9 FM on the PA, let's give you the championship standings. Jeremy Shaw, what does the arithmetic do? BMW 1-2, Porsche number 6 in 3rd position, and the championship leading Porsche down in 9th position. I suspect it's been a bit of a change in the gaps at the very least.
That's an awfully good question, and I must admit I haven't got to that yet. I was actually just doing the MEC. I should have done the overall championship, but it's certainly going to tighten things up considerably with problems for the leading car and the second place car. I think Dane Cameron and Felipe Nasr are probably going to hold on to the lead. Let me do that in a moment. My apologies on that one, John.
No problems, Jeremy. Too much excitement towards the end of the race.
Tell you what,
Go on, Jeremy.
I can tell you that 14-point lead by my unofficial reckoning now for the number 7 car over the number 6, 26:30 to 26:16.
Wow!
So it couldn't get much tighter than that, could it?
So it's all going to go down to Motul Petit Le Mans as we thought it would. Bit of a traffic jam on the entry to pit lane, and our winners in GTD Pro, Lauren Heinrich, is parked up there behind the number 57 of Winward Racing. We've got the winning BMW, the 24 car, on the checkers in victory lane. And, well, as I said, what a week for BMW. What we'll do is we'll hands back on 103.9 FM and the PA here to allow Chris to do the formalities for you. It will wind things up on the international TV broadcast as well. Before we do that, let me say thank you very much indeed to all our hard-working technical team at the track at Concord, North Carolina, and of course Rob and Tim up in our control room in London over in the UK. Jeremy Shaw was with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and clocking up the steps and the miles as our eyes and ears in the pit lane was Shea Adam. Eve Hewitt is our responsible adult, without whom we're not allowed to do anything because frankly we can't get any insurance. We've got a showdown for pretty much everything at Motul Petit Le Mans coming up in October. Make sure you join us then. My final big thanks to Aaron, who has been the voice of reason and information in my ear, and as ever, the tape apes, the replay team up at Concord, North Carolina, and our brilliant camera operators who have gone through everything trackside this weekend. For the moment, from us, from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as far as the international TV is concerned, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Tune to RS2 at IMSA-radio.com for Michelin post-race tech coming up after a short break.